Good morning, good evening, and welcome everyone to the Shadowverse Open All-Star. This has been the event that all the players have been playing for this entire year, racking up points, trying to make it in, and we're finally here at the quite truly the best of the best. The best of the SEO region, the best of the West region, and 2 players that managed to barely sneak it in last weekend. And of course, we are going to be your casters for today as well. Myself, Different Fight, joining me today are Potwasher and Momo Jelly, 2 lovely, lovely individuals that I think need barely any introduction, but how are you 2 doing?
Yeah, I love the best of 5 format. It's the format from World Grand Prix as well in the final top 8. It's very, very skill intensive and requires mastery over 3 different decks. And of course, the SVO format originally has 3 decks, but you can get away with 1 ban and you don't have to face one of your weaker matchups. But with 3 decks, no ban, best of 5, that means you have to get a win with every one of these decks, and you can create your lineup in a lot of different ways and just make sure that you don't have any weak links. So it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I am for sure excited to be here, excited to see how our players today have decided to build out their lineups in preparation for that best of 5, as you mentioned, Potwasher. And yeah, it's just going to be a lot of fun today. I know I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. We have honestly an all-star cast of players. We're going to take a look at who everyone that is playing today is later down the line. But before we get into it, let's take a look at the format for today's tournament. Not just today's, it's this weekend's tournament, because we're going to be broadcasting both days. This is a rare sight for the SVO, and you are welcome, dear viewers, as today we're going to be going through 5 rounds of Swiss, which are going to be played in the rotation best of 5 no ban conquest format. So everyone brings their 3 decks and they have to play it out to the full extent. You know, for the players that played in the wildcard last weekend, you know, they played the same format, let's say, the same mini expansion meta, but with a, 3-deck 1-ban format. So for them, that's a little bit of adapting to do. So it's going to be really exciting. We can get to see all the decks in action, a little bit different from usual SVO. But for those of you that have been watching, stuff like Contenders Cup and stuff like, of course, WGP, is going to be something that you'll recognize. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll be back at the same time with just the 8 players remaining from day 1, from the very top, with single elimination. So once you lose, you are out. And it's going to be the same rotation, best of 5, no ban, 3 decks, conquest. And so from today's 18 players, only 8 will remain to go into tomorrow. And we're looking at, X2 records and better in order to make it out into day 2 as well. So that is the format for the tournament. And now, Momo, let's take a quick look at what these players are playing for in terms of these prizes. And there is quite a lot on the line here.
Oh yes, of course, first and foremost, there's bragging rights on the line. Being the best of the West and SEAO is definitely a mantle all of these players would like to claim. But just by getting here today, each player will be getting $200. If they get to 2 wins, that's $300. And another $200 if they get to 3 wins, but don't make it to top 8. Then if they make it to top 8, they're looking at $750, and they'll be fighting their way up those ranks, as you can see on the screen here. And the champion will be walking away with $3,000 US. But that is not all the players are getting. On day 1, there's some in-game prizes that they'll be seeing. We got packs from the next expansion, not this expansion, but the one that's coming up here soon. If you've been looking at previews and looking forward to that new expansion. But that's not all. Of course, there's also some physical prizes on day 2. And look at those! Look at those playmats! Oh my goodness, I am so jealous of whoever gets to walk away with their choice of playmat. I mean, I would go with Seka, but the Milteo one is also beautiful. And of course, there's the physical promo cards, which many players, especially at this level, like to collect and have. They're a nice little part to collect, but oh my goodness, that Seka playmat, I want it so bad. It is so pretty. I love Seka so much.
You toggled your
You got the Momo, you okay over there?
Seka. I just
you good?
Thinking about Seka got me. I'm so jealous of whoever gets her. But yeah.
Yeah, the
Understandable.
playmats, I believe, released in Japan earlier this year, but they were sold out in a lot of the tournaments, and then they were back ordered and things like that. So really exciting to see that as a prize. I'm using a Bahamut playmat as a mouse pad right now. That
Yeah, I
got
use the
from-
Vanya one at my locals.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a
But-
funny story with that, Matt, actually, because when Rage was happening and they first distributed those playmats, I couldn't go to buy stuff, so I had to ask East to go line up for me and actually get the mats, because like they sold out like that. Like it was very fast. So
Yeah.
for the players, there's a lot to play for here. And Paul Washer, I think, speaking of the players, we've got a pretty loaded amount of talent in today's tournament, don't we?
So we have a total of 18 players today, 8 players from the SEAO region, 8 players from the West region, and then 2 players from Wildcard. So first we have the SEAO qualifiers, a lot of very familiar faces. Personally, I'm looking out for Bima. Bima has been in Contenders Cup almost every single year, I believe. Cryzome has been a very influential figure in the competitive scene. He streams a lot, and MS-Kyo is another person that I faced a lot in tournaments over the years, and he would always destroy me with his Spell Boost deck, and I believe he's playing Spell Boost Runecraft today as well. Not a top tier deck, not considered a tier 1 deck in this current format, but still bringing it and maybe showing off his expertise. So I think that's a player to look out for.
For sure. And I am going to try my best to not show too much favoritism to my fellow teammates from Dawnbreakers, Cryzome, and Suya. But a lot of teams are represented in all of this top 18 that we've got. We've got Tempo Storm Tashiro in the West, who's been doing an absolute tear through the tournaments this year. And of course, familiar faces like Pain and Sonar 5's Osab, Charm from Mana Surge, Dofer, and Reed from SS really climbing up in prevalence throughout these last couple of years. Buttercup and KSLVD, of course, also showing up and having great results this year. And they're not the only ones to have made it. Of course, last week we had that wild card. And Different might want to talk about these two.
Yeah, so for those of you that tuned in to the broadcast last week, that of course Igni East and Baz brought to you, the One and Azure Cloud actually fought all the way through a gauntlet of the wild card to secure the last 2 slots for the All-Star. And it's pretty exciting because both of them kind of had their own little finals to play through, and so neither of the players actually met, or maybe they met in the Swiss rounds, but they did not meet in the top cut to play against each other for the big prizes. So we're actually going to be seeing them fight against each other today in our round 1, which is going to be super exciting. And, you know, get to kind of see who really is the best of the wild card players that qualified for today. And of course, and especially Azure Cloud, that's a name that I think most people are pretty familiar with. Like, that is a top tier player. And I think Paul Washer for you as well, right? I mean, you've been around in the scene for so long, you know, you were one of the big names carrying SVO, you know, on your back throughout WGP circuit and everything. So
Yeah,
definitely quite a few familiar names for you here as well, right?
I think Momo Jelly mentioned Hishiro is on a tear this year, and Azure Cloud had one of those years. I believe it was 2019. Or
yes,
maybe,
it was.
Yeah,
it was 2019
Azure
when he
Cloud,
came up to prominence for sure.
Yeah, and was in top 8 almost every single month. It was, I believe, it was a monthly tournament, but it was in top 8 very, very often.
Yes. Well, yeah, I think 2020 is where he like really popped off, but 2019 is where he came up from getting that like last slot in Contenders Cup, just kind of barely making it in via points, and then won that Contenders Cup in 2019, which I don't think anyone was expecting at the time. And from there, Azure Cloud just went on a streak of tearing things up into 2020. So for sure, a player that rose into prominence, joined Sonar 5 along with Bima and other really top performing players. So definitely a match to look forward to here to start the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting. I think, in general, with the one, I'm not as familiar with as well. I think they are technically from SEAO as well, so we're going to see how they're going to perform. And honestly, the bracket is like, we don't really get these kind of expositions or these tournaments for SEO versus West too often. I mention expositions because oftentimes when we do like the anniversary streams or things like that, where we have like a little special corner where you can kind of see West versus SEO, we get it there. And then some years of WGP you get a lot of team kill, and it's just like you're rooting for anybody from SVO to make it through the top 8, but they end up facing against each other time and time and time again. So this is kind of the first time where they're going to face each other, and it's not going to feel like you're just taking down your fellow comrades in the WGP. And it's going to be interesting to see which of our regions really is the best, and this is going to be pretty monumental. For the winner does get to call themselves the SVO MVP of the entire year. And do you two actually already have a potential favorite going into this of all the players today?
You put me in a tricky position here. I cannot. I just said I wasn't going to show favoritism towards my teammates, and I don't want to like rise up someone against them and have my teammates yell at me later in team chat like, oh, so blank is your favorite. I can't. I'm gonna be very neutral today, or at least try to be. But there is one player bringing blood, and I have feelings about blood. So maybe it's not person favoritism. It's just class favoritism.
That's fine too.
What about you, Bo? Any favorites today?
Yeah, I think you mentioned Azure Cloud. Azure Cloud's also a great player, and I've faced against them many times, and yeah, I think that's definitely one of the players to look out for, and is going to be featured in the first match of the day. I believe it's going to be the 2 wildcard players, so the one against Azure Cloud, so this is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, so let's take a
kind
look
of continuing
at
the story from last week.
Question. That's right. So here we have our 2 players that are going to be coming through and joining us for round 1. Of course, they are the 2 that have made it from the wildcard, as we previously mentioned. And they've got some, let's say, pretty top-tier deck lineups as well. The one bringing that Quick Blader Sword, Earthright Rune, and Discard Dragon. And then on Azure Cloud side, going to be matching on that Earthright and Discard Dragon terms. But we see the Azure Cloud is bringing Control Forest, which is actually the 3rd most popular deck that is being brought today.
Yeah, we see a good snapshot of the meta here in these 4 lists. But yeah, here we've got the ones discard. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be the most popular deck today. 15 out of the 18 total players are bringing Discard Dragoncraft. This is the top dog of the meta, and it's going to be the deck to beat, or maybe the deck to maybe ignore and try to cut your losses and try to beat everything else. So multiple strategies coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see who doesn't bring Dragon and what their strategy is, whether it's to beat Dragon or to beat everything else as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because we do have a few players that aren't bringing Dragon. But sorry, Momo, you were going to say?
I was just going to say, as you can see in the display here, I do want to point out that the missing cards there are the new ones from the mini expansion that brought Discard Dragon to life, that really made it pop off. Of course, we've got Argent and Lumior, the complete powerhouses. But yes, as
all it took is
we
2
cut
cards.
each other off. Yeah.
It's crazy that all it took was 2 cards. Like,
yeah.
You basically give a powerful sort of like discard tool that also ramps, because it's like, sure, let's get some more ramp in here as well. And then Lumior is just such a great card in general. Like, you have closing power, you have like so much just versatility in terms of the tools that the deck already has. And on top of that, Norn Blanc is really nice support that we had. Like, it's a card that was there, and then people were like, okay, yeah, sure, it's cool, but then it just became good immediately once we kind of saw where it's supposed to function at. And just in general, like the deck is really, really good. You see a bit of tech. Infinite Flame Dragon, of course, is in here as well as a one of that we've been seeing quite a bit, especially during the wild card, I noticed. And then the Glistering Angel, of course, kind of there for the mirror to an extent. You know, you want to prevent your opponent from invoking that Gilnelis, or also for Bahamut. We're going to be seeing a bit of Bahamut today as well. So those kind of one-ofs are pretty viable in Discard Dragon because you technically go through the entirety of your deck in this specific list because you just draw that much. Like, it is not uncommon that if you're not careful, you will just deck out with this, right? So you do have to be a bit careful, you know, chaining your effects, making sure you actually win the game before, you know, you just get the rug pulled from under you. But Discard Dragon, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's really interesting that the one is playing 3 copies of Uranus and Discard Dragoncraft, and he's even playing 2 copies of Uranus and Earthright Runecraft as well, so maybe really looking out for Control Forestcraft, maybe some of the Bahamut decks. Of course, Control Forest and other control decks don't necessarily have to invoke Bahamut to win. You can kind of create a board, you can heal up and then not play Bahamut. You don't have to invoke it if you don't spend all the play points, so you can kind of play around the Uranus. But that's going to be a lot of pressure in the open decklist format that we have in this All-Star tournament.
Yep,
For
absolutely.
sure.
And so now
It's definitely the
let's
most
also take a
prevalent
look.
deck brought today for a reason. But yeah, let's take a look at the other second most popular deck of the day. On both sides, they're both bringing this deck, but this is Azure Cloud's Earthright Runecraft deck. What's interesting, different vibe, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Earthright Rune, this really feels like kind of like the cookie cutter build almost. You know, we've seen Brashur Golem coming back as the one of, and here, of course, the sort of blurred out card is Astrological Sorcerer, another really strong tool that has helped support the archetype. But Earthright has been a deck that, you know, the moment we entered the expansion in the first place, it feels like we're talking about something ages ago here, but once we entered the expansion, it was like, oh, well, this deck kind of, you know, hasn't really lost anything from the last rotation. It's still very good. Can't say the same about going into the next expansion, though. We're going to be losing a few things. I think, like, Superior Contractor, pretty sure, is going to be rotating out, and quite a few other tools. So this is going to be, you know, one of the last hurrahs for the current existing Earthright build. But the deck is just really strong. It is a burn deck, and it's a burn deck that does the job very well. You're looking at those, you know, the sigil counts, and then how many acid golems your opponent's kind of going through, and then you have so many other ways to close out game as well. You know, Contractor in itself is one of them as well. And then you have board clear. You have Levi, who's just like a one card, like so much damage in just one instance. And in terms of ratios, we definitely see a bit of variety in the list that the players are bringing. You know, stuff like Earthen Fist is at a 2 of, but then Story of a Lifetime, we've seen some lists that run a bit more. Magical Reserves, you oftentimes find as like a 3 of, but you'll find some players that run as like a 2 or even a 1 of. We actually saw from the lists in the players from today's tournament. So definitely going to be a very strong contender. You can expect to see this a lot in today's tournament. And Paul Washer, any other closing thoughts on Earthright?
Yeah, Earthright, it's considered to be good against Discard Dragoncraft. That was one of the highlights of it. But as the meta has progressed, it's become clear that Dragon really it doesn't have any super clear unfavored matchups unless you go very, very hard against it, maybe with an aggressive Shadowcraft deck or something. I believe no one brought Shadowcraft today, but there were some specific decks tailored to try to beat Discard Dragoncraft, but healing out of range is very difficult against Dragoncraft, and being super aggressive is difficult because there's the Gilnelis and the Sealong as well. So there's a balance where if Dragon draws very well and it's played very well, it's very, very hard to beat, and Earthright has almost an even matchup against it, so even that by itself is saying a lot already about the deck, I believe. And those are the two top decks to look out for, and the two most common decks that we'll see today.
Yeah, with so many of our players bringing it, it'll definitely come to a show of like who can pilot these decks the best, who knows how to go into them, who knows how to pilot them, and how their luck plays out, of course, always a little bit of a factor. And I do want to mention that Astrological Sorcerer, with the art not being there in the deck display, probably a good thing. Her art is so powerful, it is so good. So like,
I love the sound effect of when the card is played. Yeah.
So
that's right. So
just kind of saving our viewers from being blinded by her beauty. But here we go. We might see it now because we've got the mirror.
Ooh, it's gonna be interesting.
Rune.
All right, Momo, it's time for round
one. Oh, there
one.
she is.
Hey, there we go.
There.
You can finally see the art.
Yep. Oh, so pretty, so good. If you guys need to like close your eyes because she's got that blinding beauty, I understand. Man, do I love Shadowverse art so much.
It's so good. And now with Shadowverse Evolve being confirmed for English, you'll get to enjoy that art in person as well. So
yeah, with
better.
physical cards that we can play with. Oh, so good. I can't wait to be at my local game store showing everybody how to play.
Yeah, you're gonna run some of those
from
like
Azure Cloud there. Yeah.
So yeah, full mulligan on Azure Cloud side, and honestly, not the best. You don't really have any of your like, kind of like early game plays for the most part here, outside of just Juno Fuse.
Yeah, getting two Junos off of the mulligan, not what he wanted to see there. And here we have the first sorcerer coming down.
Yeah, there we go. So of course, the start you want to see. And finally, Azure Cloud does find the Ruler Rebel to start making that stack, and Juno here, of course, can start fusing away. Curious what you're going to put away. Probably just like fuse Juno into Juno here, and then start building towards that Acid Golem. Seeing Acid Golem in the early hand is pretty nice. Of course, getting that big burn damage down is always going to be super strong. And especially in the mirror match, like you're basically just kind of calculating on both sides of the field, how hard is my opponent going to burst me down, and how fast can I burst them down in return.
And there's that second sorcerer, these Starseer's Telescopes, putting in that work of drawing cards, getting your play point back, that sigil count, the stack now up to 3.
Yeah, and Telescope, this is the first time it's back in rotation in quite some time too, so it's nice to see it back. We oftentimes see a lot of those kind of like key spells from the past get brought back as like effects that come with a body from another follower. And we're seeing that right now with Arthurite.
Definitely a lovely little callback. I feel like this year has been somewhat like the new mixes with the old, where we've got old faces coming back in new cards. Like as you said, with that Starseers, we've got Levi back as a new Levi. One of many Levis that Rune has had through the ages.
Exactly, yeah. Well, when we see, Earthen Fist pass here, you get some of that early damage in as well. But the one now has a Juno ready, and this is going to be pretty annoying, Guardian Golems popping in and out left and right every turn. It's going to be pretty good. I wonder if, for Azure Cloud, what the response play is going to be here, because right now, the one did open better, and is building up momentum relatively fast as well. So it's time for Azure Cloud to make some form of response, but let's see.
Going with this Covetous Switch to start. He did, Azure Cloud finally got his own sorcerer into the hands. Now, just mirror things. Yeah, going with that Earthen Fist to help clear out some of the board here, but of course, more Guardian Golems popping out left and right.
Juno just gives such a big momentum swing, I feel. It's like you get triple Guardian Golem from one effect, like from one commitment, essentially. Like, sure, you are fusing followers into but at the same time, it's only giving you so much advantage that's kind of hard to combat as well. because while you're clearing the board, your opponent's still finding more pieces to aggress with. And here we see the Acid Golem, of course, coming down. Levi, of course. Man, I was watching the stream from last week, and Igni was saying like Levi is the most insane form of cremation I've ever seen in my life. In terms of, you just put down the body and it's like, whoop, there's a fireball.
Yeah, that's always been his thing. You put down a
That's
Levi,
true.
doesn't matter. Like, it almost doesn't matter which Levi it is. You're getting some sort of Crimson Source, like some sort of fireball, some sort of damage, usually, with most of them.
How does my man turn into a fireball every time and then still manage to come back to rotation somehow like a year or two later? I mean, this is like some of those like insane like health tips. You won't believe what Levi does to stay alive.
For sure. Yeah, Azure Cloud definitely
Azure Cloud.
pondering the turn here. Facing down a big old board. Not
like, this is
looking
a
the
board
best
you have
in
to
life
answer.
total.
This is a board you have to
Mhm.
answer, and you know that there's burst damage in the hand. This is not looking too good for Azure Cloud in terms of answering everything. It almost feels like he's kind of like a beat behind, right? It's just like
Yeah.
just one tempo swing is all it really takes. And so right now, Azure Cloud got a fight, and a timer isn't gonna make it easy either. Gonna get that damage in. Of course, Earthen Fist helps to clear out more. I'm going to trade the 5-5 into the 5-5 here, and then just kind of pray that the opponent doesn't have too much burst damage off the top here.
Yeah. Definitely bad foot position from Azure Cloud. Going second, having that not ideal starting hand. But a lot of games left, both in the match and in the day, so can't use up all his emotions just yet. Levi doing a little evolve, dealing some damage, and this is
Oh,
enough
I think
with that
this
Crimson Sorcery.
should be a Crimson Sorcery for phase
Yeah.
damage, and there we go. The one taking game one, very convincing fashion with that mirror match, and of course, going to show that it's okay. Azure Cloud's got that, he's got that legacy, got that name power, right? But the one, he's been fighting through the SVOs, been trying to show up, and we're getting started with our, essentially SEO versus West showdown. And I don't know, Momo, I know we're West casters, but SEO's been looking pretty good this year, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel like it makes it like a little bit easier on the favoritism aspect of it, like with the SEO having the DV boys and the West being, my home region. It makes it a little bit easier to stay in this neutral ground. But yeah, both sides definitely looking very good in terms of both regions. And I also want to think back on that last move from Azure Cloud. He was on the timer, but he did leave lethal on board with the Levi. So I wonder if he's just gonna not let that get too far into him, not let it affect him too much, and he's moving to that big deck of the day, discard dragon into quick blader sword.
This will be interesting because such a nice little opening. Bumpkin Recruit. You got the Victorious on 2. Pretty good, honestly, in terms of openings, and we don't see a 1 playpoint discard option for Azure Cloud here, as the 1 is going to keep developing this board. Again, here we do have a discard option here in order to trash something. Norn Blanc going to be discarded, of course. You get to play it out as a 1-1 with Storm, which is nice. You're going to just use that as a trade because you're not going to get that bonus effect until you're at 10 play points. But for the time being, that's the only thing you're going to do to try and contest the board.
Dazzled by my brilliant bling.
Yeah, for sure.
Come
And
get some.
you're gonna see we got those new cards in pairs in Azure Cloud's hand with both Argent and Lumior just sitting right there, sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Okay. Argente is going to come on down here. Going to get that double discard, of course. And it's going to be just ramping. We're not going to be getting the extra effect of the bonus draw, but, just the ramping is going to be good. Next
Just
turn you can play it
ramping.
again. Yeah, I mean, you got a ramp with a 3/3 body and a ward. It's pretty good.
The one, this the opulent strategist art is also very, very nice. I'm gonna be just gushing about Shadowverse art all day.
That's good. You know? It's the All-Star. It's not just the players All-Star. It's also the All-Star for all the art in the game and everything else that we've got going.
Yeah, we've got full animated decks here in this tournament mode, of course. And speaking of All-Stars, if you haven't been playing too much Shadowverse lately, GP right now is, of course, that winter annual Take-Two All-Stars format. And man, I like Take-Two All-Stars quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's a fun little time, so make sure you don't miss out. Do your daily runs. I cannot say I've done mine today yet, but make sure not to miss out.
Yeah, I got a quick
Ooh,
little one
is pretty big.
done this morning. Yeah, the skill lilies off the top really helping Azure Cloud come back a little bit here, regain some tempo, some health, some board presence, doing it so much.
Yeah, you get the 2 clear, you get your drain in as well, just to kind of like stay in the game, because you know Discard Dragon isn't one of those decks that can kind of like health creep Quick Blader Sword out of the game. Because, you know, for those of you that haven't seen this deck or either of these decks in action, Quick Blader Sword is kind of like an interesting little combo deck that essentially farms buff spells throughout the game while finding the Quick Blader you see there, which you can swing twice with once you evolve it, and then basically you just buff it up until it's like 9 attack or 10 attack, and then just swing to the face twice. And you can even make it, ignore wards and things like that. And so you basically just kind of farm up, and depending on how much chip damage you get in early game especially, that can mean that you're going to be able to finish off with less investment on the Quick Blader with the 2 swings. And so we're going to see that the one is trying to, you know, contest the board, get some chip damage in, and can actually burn this Quick Blader here as well. Just for that, you know, 2 damage, right? You only need 1 of them per game, and if you know that you can find another one later down the line, well, then it's no real issue.
Yeah. And that Gilnelly's really saved Azure Cloud there. Without that heal, the one had tons of damage in hand, so it might have been the end of the game if he had not found that Gilnelly's. But here we go, continuing on. Captains abound.
That's a lot of
and another
Dragon Lord,
Gilnelly's as well.
That's not too good. I think that is the second one that you play, so the Invoke is going to be off the table here, but let's see if the game even gets to that Invoke point. Definitely going to be evolving. Get yourself that Hellflame Dragon, help trade. So, easy board trade, and there we go. That is going to be the Quick Blader off the top there for that OTK play later down the line.
Already at this point, how much... I haven't been keeping track of Rally and where the one is at in terms of damage potential here, but definitely taking a look at his hand, trying to figure out his move. The play point difference is really starting to catch up. The one had a really strong start, but Azure Cloud's been able to kind of heal it back, bring it back, ramp up, and the game turns more in his favor, I think, at this point.
Yeah, and especially... I think for the one, you do want to win with Sword as early as possible before you start tuning into, especially Control Forest. Like, Control Forest is going to give you a rough time. Like, they reach a life total that is just really hard to OTK from. And we see here the Quick Blader going to be run through again. We get that refund of the Evo point here, of course, for the Rally count. I'm going to get to trade and take out, of course, the Dragewood with the token spell if necessary. Looks like I'm going to just swing the Quick Blader in instead of chipping away damage, so you kind of keep a strong 0-cost spell in hand, which means that, you know, later down the line you can combo that in as well. But Lumi, you are going to come down. This is, of course, the most powerful support card that this archetype has gotten, essentially allowing you to just deal so much damage to the opponent's entire board, depending on as you discard your cards in hand. And we see here Argente is going to come down, discard 2, get that extra card draw, and then it's going to deal another 4 damage. And then, of course, you still have the Augite Worm that you can now ditch that Dragon Oracle don't need anymore, deal another 2 damage. So every time you ditch something, you get to deal double damage of how much you discarded. So much damage coming through, and now you have this annoying 6/6 ward that's really hard to clear as well. Alright, the 1. Let's see it. You do have the ability to ignore ward in this hand, but it doesn't quite look like he has enough plays to make the damage yet, though. That rally count is a little bit lacking. Is this going to be a graceful maneuver is kind of what I'm looking at. We Merchant's already in hand, but at full cost, which isn't great. Those token spells really do help because you get the one play points that you burn through, and that gets you opulent combos, in terms of the bonus effects. So you can actually go for it. Get the gilded spells, that of course help you heal down a little bit, and this way you can get the maximum effect from opulent as well. Ooh, you still have your Evo point for this turn, so this could be a play to just kind of like, yeah, it looks like Gildan's going to be committed to.
Full clear here with that Hero of the Hunt spell still there. Just gotta, well,
it's going to be a 7 attack Gildan's potentially. Yep, we're going to go for it. Perfect trade, heal back up to 20, and of course, let's lower that effect damage a little bit, because it's going to get pretty out of hand quickly.
Yeah, that Hero of the Hunt effect really helping out a little bit.
Alright, so
so
Azure
much
Cloud...
back and forth in the matchup so far.
Yeah.
Azure Cloud's line here.
It's interesting, because now you don't have the follow-up in terms of course, just the second Lumior. I think he did ditch an extra Lumior at the very start of the game, but again, you can see right now, Azure Cloud has 11 cards left in deck compared to 24 for the 1. And this play in particular, the lane is really huge against this matchup in particular, because you are giving +1 to everything in hand that normally is pretty low cost. And so just like this, we see Azure Cloud's going to trade away the board, get 10 damage in face. So basically, it's just within smacking rage at this point.
Yeah, and the 1 still looking at that 15 health. Gonna start with that Brave Vanguard. Clear out. That Bane helping clear out a little bit here.
Yeah, but what else can you really follow up with? Like, you have already burned through, so many of your resources. You've already swung 2 of your Quick Bladers down to the board, and so now all that the 1 can do is pass and wait to not get filleted again to push out the combo. But 12 remaining life, 6 damage on board already, 10 cards left in deck. Let's see. Looks like Azure Cloud's gonna just try to dig further and find damage resources. Blazing Dragon, I like this. You're not evoing anymore anyway, so this is gonna be a great option. Oh, we have another 4 damage potentially just ready for action. But not quite there yet.
Yeah. The 1 doing his best on that last turn to just heal whatever he could, clear whatever he could, and survive another turn.
Definitely doing what is possible, but for Azure Cloud here, looks like Noram Blanc will be the choice to get some face damage in here. See Long gonna come on down, that's gonna be extra heal to make that OTK a little bit harder. And this is gonna be coming in with 10 damage to face. 2 remaining. There's a lot of threats on the board, but does the 1 have a way to finish things off? The Quick Blader is going to come on down. We do have the entirety of the rally count now with the buff effect. The 2-time swing from Quick Blader are going to come in with 9 damage twice, and the 1 manages to barely heal out, barely find any ways to sustain and stay in the game. And that last turn of just understanding is like, okay, my only out is to pray there's no top deck of, a Lumior to finish the game, and to go like, okay, if that's my out, we're going to play towards it. And now the 1 is 1 game away with Discard Dragon of his own from actually being 3-0 in this first round.
Yeah, I think that win was really big for the one, getting that win in with the Quick Blader Sword where he could against that discard dragon. Very big in terms of the whole set and the best of 5.
Time to shine,
And yeah, now we've got that discard dragon and Resplendent Phoenix leader.
Resplendent
Oh,
Phoenix.
so good. So good.
So pretty.
Look at that ramp. That hand was ramp.
Yep. He's like, ooh, double Oracle. I don't mind if I do.
And Azure
Azure
Cloud
Cloud's
going back
nice.
to the Dirt Rune, and a little bit better of a start in terms of keeping 2 out of 3 this time, and finding a Juno.
Yep.
Try this new spell.
As we talked about earlier, you know, technically, Dirt Rune is supposed to have, you know, that kind of ability to play against Discard Dragon on a more even playing field. But we'll see. I mean, it does come down to a lot of these draws. Juno gonna try to just fuse things in here and up that stack count as we push on into the later game. Is gonna get some extra draws here off the Broom Witch. Gonna be a draw 2. So definitely cycling through cards very well. Finds the one of Story of a Lifetime as well, which is, you know, in case you need more cycle. But for the one, it's like, alright, Oracle Pass, and we'll see where we go next after that.
Yep.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Earthright Rune showing us, of course, like, draw's good. In terms of card games, I hear drawing cards is pretty good. But
Very
getting
good.
more play points is also pretty good. So we'll see how this ramping works out. Gonna draw cards first and ramp, doing both here on the one side.
Yeah, just master of the craft. Lumior picked up as well. Gonna be a very important damage outlet down the line. And the Gilling Leaves, of course, in case, you know, in case Azure Cloud decides to burst down big damage on this turn, you know, you basically have the option of like, alright, well, I can heal down with Gilling Leaves a fair bit. Juno's gonna come down, and this is gonna be that effect we saw during the first game, and this is kind of what led the one to victory, right? It was that big gain in tempo. Ooh, but Pneumatic Conductor here can actually cycle through quite a bit of the hand. You have that Evo effect as well that lets you discard cards. So we'll see how far the one chooses to commit here. Gonna still go for the Gilling Leaves. This helps to clear 2 targets off the board while trading and regaining life back up to full. So I think it is the right play here.
Estimated you.
Ooh, that's all 3 Norm Bugs now. So everything's been picked up. And we see the triple swing is going to be a full clear. And still leaving up 2 followers on the board here for the 1. Definitely answering very well. And Azure Cloud going to have to make use of that Juno effect to fight this board as best as possible.
Yeah. As he hovers the Conductor and that Astrological Sorcerer coming down once again. More Starseers, of course. Another one.
Just not finding the big
Yeah.
damage outlets. You know, we're not seeing like Acid Golem and things like that that really just give you that burst of damage like right off the bat. So let's see, what can Azure Cloud still do here? Of course, board clear is not really an issue, but it's more so that you need to be pushing the aggression here to an extent because, you know, 8 play points is just around the corner for the 1. And you don't want to be like, no matter what board you try to contest with, it's going to get wiped out real quick by the 1s. And Lumior coming down here soon. Stone Bullet going to come on down, give that damage. And of course, stack of 6 here. Let's push it to 7.
That's a lot of stack. That's a pretty
For the good stuff.
thick stack right there. Speaking of thick, there goes an Astrological Sorcerer as well. And of course, more Juno Guardian Golems abound.
That's right, the good friends. Every sorcerer's best friend, the good old Guardian Golem. Now, Dragewood is looking like a pretty good turn 7 play, to be honest. This is probably, of the top decks you could have had for this turn, gotta say this must be one of the better ones. You're gonna get up to 9 play points for next turn, and get that nice Evo. You don't get, you know, of course, the full good evolve, but still a 4/3 that can swing and trade is appreciated. And we're gonna have to see how one is gonna choose to swing and trade here. Of course, trying to retain as many of the followers as possible, or trying to just like swing in. Yep, gonna choose to swing in, leave up the 2/2, not threatened by it as much. Ooh, Acid Golem finally comes on down. This is gonna be 6 damage off the top potentially. Very big burst of damage, right? We have 6 damage from Acid Golem. You have 4 from Evoing Face, so that's already 10. And then Spear Contractor can, of course, does get the full effect soon, if not already. But we are going to have to consume a bit more stack, I think.
So you gonna start with that Starseer, see what he draws. Yep, the balance of both board space and resources here definitely a consideration as Azure Cloud pilots the turn.
Absolutely.
For my people.
Alright, we're gonna keep on making a stack up to 8 now. Gonna have to trade in some of it. Acid Golem gonna deal 6 damage to face. Feels like kind of trying to find more damage as well. Gonna be able to clear out the board with this as well. Ooh, another sorcerer.
Now glowing. And another sorcerer. All the cards glowing yellow this turn now.
Yeah, so you can commit to the conductor here just for more face damage. It's not going to be enough to close out, but you're also kind of putting yourself in a position, you know, for Azure Cloud. It's really important to put yourself in the position of finally being able to answer these freaking boards, because it just feels like it's been pretty rough so far. But for the one, that was a pretty good top deck. Lumior here, of course, going to get that double discard, potentially. Okay, see, Dragon Use Might first come on in and be able to swing through. So chose not to run it down with the Lumior, but does pick up a Gilded Leaves. Of course, this will help to heal 6. And then I think, honestly, the Philen is going to be pretty huge. Or just get put in here for Argente to get that. Yep. Just get that nice little ramp.
Yeah.
And extra card draw.
You see the one kind of just kind of scrambling to get some extra heal and some survival out here, rather than focusing on like trying to push damage to Lior or finding like his win here. I think he's finding like, how do I survive? How do I make it to my next turn?
Yeah. And that is correct. That is absolutely correct.
10 being a much healthier point for him than 4.
Yeah, even then 10 is definitely not the safest in this matchup, but we can see that Azure Cloud now does not have as much of an obvious out to finish things up. And the one has actually picked up even more sustain for later turns too.
So yeah, we see Azure Cloud starting with discarding his own and getting some draws in. And still not finding like a ton of damage off the top.
No, it's been just like removal, really. Like it's Riley upon Riley. You got stack generators. I mean, just so much removal against, you know, one of the cards on the board being immune to it. But like an Acid Golem off the top would be like so huge, but just like digging, not seeing it. And you know, both decks are pretty evenly matched right now in the amount of digging they've been doing. So let's see. Stone Bullet. Gonna get that damage down. Stack of 9. Juno gonna come on down as well for that leader effect. Get those Guardian Golems going with every
turn. Gonna go ahead
turn.
and trade. Yeah, get that damage in while I can, because if Illumior was in hand, it wouldn't matter if he had that 2/2 on the board, making tons of sense there with that decision. But we see the hand on the one side, also just kind of going for the I'm trying to survive.
Yeah, like C-Long here, honestly, is pretty good just for that sustain, just for being able to heal up. You don't care about the free Evo effect as much. Uranus gonna come on down, get that banish, heal, and of course Evo. Gonna be dealing a bit of damage here from the strike effect. Not quite at the 9 point yet, but gonna choose to
Having
push
a
down
6/4
all
on
the
the
way
board.
to 10.
Yeah.
How's the one gonna end this turn though?
Going with the discard. Draw some cards. Ooh, the Angelic Blessing.
A little late.
Good discard
Alright,
target.
12 cards left.
Another
cards
Juno.
left in
Oh
the one
man.
deck. Wow, it really is like a Juno festival over here. Like we're just seeing golems left and right. And Riley here gonna be able to finally start contesting the board. You know, as we said earlier, lots of removal. There wasn't really that much avenues to use it on, but this finally gives an option for Azure Cloud to cash in. Definitely don't want your first round to end in a 0-3, but for the 1, that would be quite the statement for the start of this tournament.
Yeah. The one being like, I heard Potwash's favorite was Azure Cloud. Let me change that up a little bit. Let me get in there. This
Oh, we
is how
finally picked up
last
damage,
week
but
would
there's,
have
like,
went
no
down
board
if we fought
space.
each other. Yeah.
Yep.
But even though he spent a little that damage now, the one has had that opportunity to heal up a little bit. So
For my people.
Azure
Yeah.
Cloud just needing to fight back on the board,
Luminous gates, eat it
making
away.
that board space here to get a
Stare
little
truth in the
raid
eyes.
in.
See that? Not bad.
Yeah, the contractor.
And Riley? Question mark?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the best play you can do. You have damage for next turn, so you might as well here just heal up a little bit, get that sustain, and then swing 4 into the face, and make the 1 fight. Really work hard for this potential lethal. Another Sealong. There's so much sustain here.
Yeah, just back and forth on the dealing some damage, healing back up, clearing the board on both sides.
The freedom to wander among the clouds.
I'm just gonna get that Vanish. And of course the free Evo, which will help contest the board. 11 cards left in the deck. Tyranny gonna get that free Evo as well. This one you do have to commit into. So with this you do have a board clear, but the further you can heal the better. Because right now you're still not quite safe. Infill in here would be honestly pretty cool. Just to kind of make it a bit harder to put down 2 mini combo parts to close out the game for Azure Cloud. But let's see if the ones can commit to that game plan.
Yeah, he's thinking like, do I use this now or do I need to wait so that I have more resources later? Nope, gotta just commit to it now. More damage from Levi.
Yeah,
The
that's
balloon
wait.
effect.
That's big burst.
Really having a-
Hold up.
Yeah. Azure Cloud doing some math as well here.
Mm-hmm. The lethal puzzles are beginning. This is gonna be like, you know, every year when there's the anniversary stream, they do like, was it lethal puzzles? I feel like they're gonna try to find something from this tournament. From which gonna draw into some cards that are
Another
not
Levi.
nerfed.
Whoa.
Oh my god! Like if this turn you can, if you can find the time to you know just wait
For my people.
and you know build some sustain to survive. This is the turn for that. Juno, are we really
Using
using a
one of
Levi in
Levi?
there? Thinking about it.
I got enough of this.
Stone Bullet first.
Northern Fist. Hmm.
We have a lot of removal here. We have all the removal
So it is.
to take care of the board without much issue.
I'm just a crazy
And Levi here is going to get committed. And looks like we're going to pass with the 1-3 on the board. Isn't really too much of an issue. Ooh, but that might become a problem as we finally draw into another copy of one of the key cards of the deck here. So of course this is going to be the Lumior coming down. And it's time to draw into more and more and more damage. Oh, this might just be it.
Oh no!
Radiance dazzling.
Argente gonna
Well,
come on
no,
down.
for
It's gonna be
Azure
another.
Cloud.
Ooh, another 4 damage. You have another discard option here as well for another 2. But we sadly do not have any form of storm damage or way to just close out the last 2. And I think there might be enough burst here. We have double fireballs, acid golem. Is that an hold up?
Do we have enough play
Say-
points?
Play point wise, I want to say yes, but I think we might actually be slightly below in damage. Look at the deck counts on both player sides. The one it's 3 cards in deck. Azure Cloud at 8. Really just digging through everything. Alright, Acid Golem coming down for 6. There's gonna be Crimson Sorcery for 3. You just need to find one more.
I think it is.
Wait, oh yeah, Levi Evolve is
Right,
also
the
going to be able
Earth
to
Fist.
get more damage. And then, yeah, Earth Fist. We got it. There we go. 3 damage comes out on the end phase. Azure Cloud manages to find that first win in the set. Not going to let the one run away with the 3-0 victory. But it's not done yet.
Yep, he can still come back on that. Just kind of come back. 3-2. Azure Cloud's not out yet, as you said. We've got more exciting games here in this single match. That's why Best of 5 is the format of the day. Just really an opportunity to show everything you've
Gorgeous
got.
and graceful. The resplendent.
Yeah,
Feline
exactly
versus
right. Like,
Phoenix.
even if you have a bad beat, you can still get the run back. And now we're gonna see that mirror match, and this is gonna be intense. I think for Azure Cloud, you kind of have to pray to just win the mirror here and then just run it back. You know, get the full 5-game set. But we're gonna have to see, because for the one, you're one step away from winning the first round, and it's important, right? Like, winning the first round is a relief, right? You get to know, like, okay, if I do this 3 more times, I'm in for day 2, in for the big prizes. But it's really a question of, you know, can you do it? But when you have the strongest deck in the meta as your last remaining deck, you know, winning with the other 2 is kind of like the tall ask. But finding a win somewhere along the way in these 3 games with Discard Dragon should be possible.
Yeah. Azure Cloud's got that uphill battle of having to beat Discard Dragon 3 times in a row. And of course, here we've got the mirror. Of course, the one had that Dragon Oracle, and Azure Cloud a little slow on the ramp. Well, he's finally ramping now, so not he's slow on the ramp. He's catching up on the ramp. But the going second in the mirror yet again.
It's pretty huge. Argenti gonna come on down here, of course, get the double discard. We're gonna be just putting down another Oracle's been picked up. That's crazy.
Do you save it to draw? Nope, just go ramp.
No. You go ramp.
Oh,
you go ramp, win that race, and just go absolutely ham. Argenti here, of course, picked up for Azure Cloud as well. You can actually Angel's Blessing if you want to dig through a little bit more. But I feel like you can save that for a bit later once you start needing the sustain, right?
Yeah, once I get into the slugfest that we've been seeing in a lot of these games, where you're needing to heal and clear and heal and clear and eke it out.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, Azure Cloud.
But he did use it now.
Let's see.
Decided he wanted the draw right now rather than the heal later. Drawing cards is pretty good. Can't fault him for that. And he drew first. Maybe that's a telling thing, like a dragon player drawing first.
The world is within you.
Well, first gamers, you know what they say. Alright, this is going to be a decent potential play. You don't get the full effect of the Tidal Tyranny. So you're going to have to pay for that Evolve effect, so you might as well just evo it now. Get your swing in, of course, and then put the 1-3 in there. And then essentially just use a spell here. What if there was a line of play where you could have potentially kept it? But the 3 damage phase here is pretty good. Oh my god, you draw perfect discard fodder here for the 1. Of course, gonna just dish that Noir and Blanc. See what you draw off the top, very important. Another copy. Don't mind if I do.
Block. I'll do it again. But going for the Uranus in terms of the discard this time.
I feel like C-Long might be pretty good here again. You get a bit of a sustain out as well. It's a 4 play point commitment, but it's a pretty good one. You get a full board clear, get some heal, and of course the free Evo for that Angel's Blessing to put in some work next turn.
I'll be back for round 2.
And then we are also drawn in that series of play, looking good for next turn, possibly.
Alright, so we see both players just kind of like chipping away at each other's health, keeping their hands relatively strong, and of course trying to find as many other plays as possible. But the one Playboy and Whites is far ahead, but yeah, you kind of see like the balance, right? You may be ahead in play points, but in terms of card advantage in hand, it's definitely more so on Azure Cloud's side right now. Gente gonna get that ramp, can actually go for double this turn. Double ramp is pretty good, especially when you're putting down a strong body while doing it.
And drawing cards.
That is correct. Alright. Swing is gonna get 3 ping. Ooh, lands the perfect target. You love to see that.
Yeah, Azure Cloud's
Blistering
hand
can
just
get-
very well developed here, and finally catching up on that ramp train as well. Very good swing turn for Azure Cloud.
Very, very good. Like, you do a bit of a board. You know, you're able to trade away some of the pieces. Norm Blanc definitely cannot be ignored here because it's going to get the evolve effect next turn. So I want to say you do Evo and trade it away, otherwise you're going to have, you know, 1, maybe 2 annoying targets. Yep, going to commit the Evo point. Knows that that thing cannot stick around. Ooh, can actually leave it up, okay? Swinging the 2-2. I am not mistaken that this is still going to be, you know, evolving at the end of this turn, right?
I mean, I believe so.
We picked up more draw targets, alright. This is pretty good. This is actually a really huge turn for the 1 because you get to Lumior, get that damage to clear out the board immediately. Infinite Flame picked up as well in case you need more closing power. Oh my god, and you have so much discard in this hand as well. This is pretty good. 15 cards left on the side of the 1 in the deck. Of course, important for the Uranus, which of course, towards the end game, starts dealing a lot of damage off of that strike effect.
You know, making it a consideration there on what to discard. Drawing into more
pays off.
discard.
It actually pays off, so it manages to find another outlet, deal some damage here, gonna put down to 9, and then get the double Evo on Noir and Blanc. Of course, double ward with that immunity effect slapped up on top. Gilnily is gonna come on down to kind of push out some of these really good cards. I think, does the 1 still have another Gilneys in hand, or did he cash one in earlier? Or like, does he still have one in deck, rather?
I think he still has one in deck, but I am not certain.
I don't remember if it was this
But
game.
gotta go with the
It
Blistering
doesn't
Angel.
matter.
Yeah, I was
Doesn't
gonna say
even
no.
matter. This is honestly a pretty awkward board for Azure Cloud to trade away here. Gonna go for double Uranus just to swing into the wards.
And
I
now he's getting a
respect
little
it.
bit of healing.
It touches you gently.
Yep. Oof. Alright, we get the big draw, big setup, and then of course that hand is gonna poof. Such a good hand too, so it's really unfortunate to see, you know, the Infinite Flame just getting taken out here. Azure Cloud looking really good, back up to 20 health, big hand, lots of tools, lots of damage outlets for next turn. And all the while you're just kind of healing back up to full along the way.
Yeah, Azure Cloud deciding what to do with these last 2 pipelines. Going with the Feline.
Ice and snow.
I respect it.
Making that
That being
Infinite
said, you know,
Flame
this
not
hand is gonna
playable.
get discarded anyway.
The fighting cold
Impressive hit.
Discarded.
There it goes. Ooh!
Gets the draw card.
You still get the draw.
The world is within my core.
Alright, Ceylon gonna try to help and fight back. You're gonna get Tidal Tyranny. Not exactly what you wanted to hit, but you're gonna still take it. Get that Evo, get that trade, leaving up to 3 damage, and the 1 is exhausted. All possibilities this turn. Momo, I think it's double Gilneys.
Not looking good.
Might be a little rough.
Yeah, I think Azure Cloud's just like looking at his hand, seeing how much damage he can do. Probably enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like you could use a second discard effect, but you got hella damage in here.
welcome the cold.
Of course, you can just swing with that 8 on the board, and then Ravenous Sweetness for the last 5, and Azure Cloud ties up the set. It was looking pretty bad for him, not gonna lie, at the beginning when the one managed to get that 2-0 head start, but managed to tie it up, and now we're gonna see the final showdown of this round. The Control Forest makes its debut versus Discard Dragon.
How do you feel about this matchup? In terms
Ooh,
of
I don't know. I mean,
Control Forest
Control
versus
Forest
the best
is...
of the...
It's the third most popular deck of the day. It is pretty well paired against a lot of the meta, and especially against Quickblade. I feel like it's just a deck that really just sad, right? But I feel like it can help. You know, you're seeing this consistent sort of barrage of damage from Discard Dragon that, you know, Control Force does let you sustain and survive against. But we're gonna have to see how Azure Cloud is gonna perform here. We see sometimes even with the best decks available, one bad beat can mean a lot.
If I turned tail and ran, there wouldn't be a dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Benevolent
discard
Elf is also
going.
another new tool that just seeing how the card performs is incredible, right? Especially against things like Dirt Rune 2. You know, you get to just kind of like clear out the board so easily, and banishing turns off a lot of like the last word effects that come slapped on a bunch of cards too. So it's honestly very, very good. Giant Heavy Pig, gonna be used for the Accelerate here. Get that Heavy Pig out, and of course, start working towards that higher life total.
You're on.
Just some discards coming through for the one. Hasn't seen any ramp, well, not too much ramp at least, compared to previous games.
I'll be back for round 2.
In fact, Azure Cloud next turn with that Metatron.
Turn the knob.
Looking
Yeah,
like
that's
he's
true.
gonna
I
get
get
some
the
ramp in
ramp.
first.
Uh-oh. Well, we're finding a bunch of Nomadic Conductors. Gonna be able to discard the Dragewood here.
Louder.
Keep drawing. Got the full set of 3 on board too.
No. Using that Angel's Blessing, of course. Getting that go second advantages where he can with both that Angel's Blessing and the Metatron.
Now get that ramp.
A good stat line as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's play.
Here you're gonna just come down, just burn that through, get that Evo. This lets you still get some face damage in as well, and honestly, Azure Cloud gonna make that good run. Alright, we're gonna see that trade for the keep the full health Metatron alive. Basically says to Sealong is like, alright, you have to work pretty hard to clear this out.
Yeah, the one kind of just threw that down that Sealong and is now.
Yeah, this is actually a really cool call from Azure Cloud, right? It's like, okay, you're gonna have to commit both the swing and the spell token into this one lonely Metatron if you don't want me to keep on ramping as you evolve. So I love it, respect it. And Azure Cloud's gonna just keep on running through. Giant Heavy Pig gonna come on down, and of course this is the big maximum health increase by 4,
Big Pig.
which is makes it pretty annoying for the one as well to try to find the plays here. Healed to 23 life totals that and anyone returning to Shadowverse after some time might not be used to seeing. Ooh, double ramp pretty good. He can go to 10 play points here for Noir Blanc for next turn, which is pretty good. Discard here is a little awkward though, because you do want to clear off the 6/6 somehow.
Yeah, the one really considering the hand here. Kind of an awkward spot.
Yeah, it's like you do need to start clearing the
Passing.
board. You don't. Ooh, okay. Gonna choose to give up quite a lot of stuff on the board here and try to clear it into more damage down the line. Piercy gonna come on down here. And of course, yeah, there's a lot of removal here that, you know, passing definitely Helps you not have to suffer
Blessing of the forest embrace.
from losing all those cards, but up to 26. Autumn Leaf Man as well to turn off damage from effects, which of course is the last thing that the one wanted to see. And this is, like, honestly, Autumn Leaf Man is the tool that changes everything here. Alright, Lumiere are going to come on down. This is going to be basically just pushing that down just so you can also ramp to 10. And of course, get that stronger award up. But, I don't know. Autumn Leaf Man is basically just contested this board so well that it's like, okay, what are you going to do to try to fight this board? And honestly speaking, I think Azure Cloud is now in a position where he almost feels invincible going into next turn.
For sure, the one having to put down Uranus here.
Godly now.
Get that banish where he can.
Disperse.
Yeah, damage where you can, trade where you can. But sadly, Norn Blanc is also not going to pass as a ward either. So you're still keeping 7 damage on the board. Just going to be getting 2 more to the face, but that's not really enough. Especially when you think about how much removal there is in Azure Cloud's list here.
Yep, Azure Cloud doing the control force things.
Yeah, speaking of removal, Jupiter gonna just pinpoint, remove, and banish a follower on the board. Heal back up to 20. Gildeney's picked up if you want to push that difference even further beyond. Oh,
Miss
this
Bob.
is the trademark Bad B. as we've been hearing, this is what I had to deal with last SVO. I had Baz in my ear. He's like, "What do you mean bad car, bro? It's Bad B. She's Bad B, bro." And from now on,
Is
that's
Bad
it.
B enough?
I don't know. Is it?
5, 10. No, just a little bit off.
Slightly off. Babcar. I'm still like, Babcar is easy to say. It's not that difficult.
But
Come on
Bad B
in.
is a good name. Like,
There.
not gonna
Yeah,
knock.
that's what they call her on the streets.
Yeah.
That's her. That's how the real squad knows her by. And now we see Azure Cloud push the one down to 6 life with this board still present. We do have some damage available, but not quite enough. I want to kind of criticize maybe cashing in last turn, cashing in the Lumiere. Sure, it was
Into
cool,
that
but it's
leaf,
like you
man.
didn't get to do anything.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, and speaking of the devil, it's rough. I feel like Jupiter here might be, or not Jupiter, Uranus could be an option just to get some
too many
removal
planets.
down. Yeah. Yeah, it's really rough for the one. I mean, you're stuck under time, thinking how to sustain, and we've seen some really good plays from the one in terms of being able to sustain and survive and find the right plays, but this game has just been rough. I mean, this matchup just kind of checks, like, once the Autumn Leaf Man comes down, like, that just kind of checks a lot of, like, what the deck excels at, which is just, like, trading off the biggest possible boards. But this is gonna still come on down, get that free Evo effect as well, which will help the trade with the heal. Argenta has to come down quick.
Time
is
is
running
low.
Lighten up.
Make sure to ramp so you get the full ward. And now basically just swing and pass. Triple ward, of course, 6/6 with all that immunity is good, but is it enough here from Azure Cloud dealing the last 9 damage to face?
Russell.
Starting off with trading the leaf.
I'm parched.
A withered life can no longer tell
Elf.
of its plight.
Get that strong fairy down.
Sis.
Let's What is next in Azure Cloud's plans here?
Those fairies are kind of clogging up the hand right now, so let's see. You have the bad B token in hand as well, but you just have still 2 big walls to get past with 6 play points remaining.
Yeah, if he can get his followers to the face with that bad B spell, he can get there. But just gotta. Another leaf, man.
This does help to sustain and find, of course, the damage
Does
to
Azure
pick
Cloud
up
have
the
enough time to
6/6.
queue all of these? Because if he does, he's got
I
it.
hope so.
Oh yeah, he's got plenty of time. He can queue these attacks. It's nobody's business.
Alright. Perfect.
Is Azure
Doesn't
Cloud
mean 9.
about to take it back? What a start!
Damn.
What a first match! The one looking so good after the first 2 games had 3 chances to win with Discard Dragon, but Azure Cloud takes it back, winning 3 games against Discard Dragon in a row, really proving that he is definitely one of those players to look out for the rest of the day. That was a big set to start off the day, I think.
Yeah, Azure Cloud make me eat my words. That's crazy. I was like, there's no way
I
the
heard
one is
you
gonna
guys.
lose playing Dragon for 3 games. Like, this is gonna, yeah, you could lose the first, but you'll manage to find it somewhere along the line. Azure Cloud was like,
Yeah,
hell
you
no,
guys were
bro. You
bad
think you-
mouthing my dude, you know, my dude Azure Cloud. Yeah.
No, I was like,
Yeah.
bro, he was down 2 games. I was like, all right, the age of Azure
Yeah.
Cloud might be over. We might be looking at the one's new generation here, but no, Azure Cloud's like,
no,
nah,
Azure
don't
Cloud making us
forget
eat
me.
those words. Yeah.
Yeah. But we saw, I think we saw a lot of both players preparing against Dragon very well, and Azure Cloud had a very hard time getting his, I think he lost the first 2 matches, and then the 2 meta decks, you know, and overall there's a lot to be talked about in that match, but yeah, it is entertaining to watch from the back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely a very fun start to the day.
yeah, like that's what I want to really highlight. Like, to start off the All-Star with that set, that was pretty intense. Like, being able to see, you know, especially like the one was like his wins were clean, especially like the sword one. I really like, you know, being able to find that bare amount of sustain just to stay in there. Like, it was barely snuck by, bought enough time to just find the quick blade or lethal there as well. So for the one, you know, it's not all out. We're not, you know, you might be thinking you're watching the stream, it's like, oh, somebody lost on the SVO stream, that means their journey's done. No, this is day 1. Swiss. These players get plenty of chances today, and of course, if you lose one set, doesn't mean anything yet. It does mean if you lose another one or another one after that, it might, you know, accumulate. But for the start, if you drop a game, it's fine. Make that reverse sweep and continue down the line. But for Azure Cloud, that is a very big sigh of relief, getting the first win down as well. And so, that is going to conclude our first round here for the All-Star. And we are going to go for a short break as we get our players ready for round 2. And we'll be able to see, you know, how the bracket's been developing and how these players have been competing as well. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, everyone. We are here once again for more All-Star goodness. And of course, we are getting ready for our round 2 as well. But some pretty interesting results from round 1 already for the games that have finished up. From the top of the bracket, we had Hishiro beat Kuzom 3-1. Pain take it over Samsung 3-1 as well. Suya take it over Rudo for 3-0. It's pretty huge. And this is one that I really would have loved to see. Osaf beat Kyo 3-2. That must have been a very intense set.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking through some of these games, just looking through the tournament page, and a lot of players not pushing through with Dragon sometimes, and yeah, definitely people are prepared. So I think a lot of these matchups are very, very close. It might depend on your preparation, it might depend on the luck of the draw as well, of course, a little bit. It's a card game, of course, but I think preparation and everyone's prepared against these top decks for sure.
Yep.
Yep. And
100%.
the round is still raging with just Mana Surge's Charm and Sonar Vive's Bima still fighting it out. But in terms of the other results that we do have in Illumina from Team Rev did beat Buttercup 3-0. Disastrous KSLVD took 3-1 against Team Enmity's Xanarek. And Twilight Knight's Sad Feeder took it 3-0 against SS's Reed.
Yeah, so some pretty impressive showings, and we had like 3-0 sweeps. And of course, quite, a couple 3-2s between the game we saw on stream, and I think this last one between Charm and Bima finishing up is also looking to, go into the latter half of the match time. But pretty exciting, honestly. So from the players succeeding so far, we have Hishiro, Pain, Suya, Osav, Illumina, KSLVD, Sadfeeder, and Azure Cloud, and then of course someone between Bima and Charm. So it's gonna be interesting to take a look, maybe at someone like Hishiro next round, to see what they're bringing to the table. I think their deck lineup, if I'm not mistaken, was something along the lines of Control Forest, Earthright Rune, and Discard Dragon. So actually the same as Azure Cloud's. But I wonder, in the card lineup department, in the actual deck list themselves, what Shiro's bringing there.
Yeah,
And in terms
Shiro, really great control player, I think, with the slower decks. I think he's had success with like slower Haven decks a long time ago. I'm not really sure, but yeah.
Yeah, and in terms of our SEAO versus West showdown, in terms of who's taking it out, looks like we got 5 wins on the West side right now and 3 on the SEAO. Just to keep a little counter on that, not throwing any sort of judgment against any region or another, not playing favorites, not just keeping you guys all aware of what's going on. Keep you up to date on.
Unbiased information here from your 3 West casters.
Yeah,
I mean,
I really think it's
there.
interesting. The last match, I really think the reverse 3-0 against Discard Dragoncraft is very interesting, and I definitely have some opinions on the Dragon Mirror. I played pretty much mostly Dragon all the way to Grandmaster this past week, so I do have some opinions on Dragoncraft and some plays, and Earthright Runecraft has been around for a while, so I definitely have opinions on most of these decks. I played a little bit of the Quick Later Swordcraft as well, so yeah, we'll be digging into that, I think, and talk more about matchups and talk about the specific game plans for each deck. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
While Washer is just like sitting there, he's like, please, let me talk about these games. Let me talk about these games. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting because like the meta is honestly like we have a very established, like very top layer. I think it's quite fair to say that Dragon, as well as specifically Dirt Rune, are kind of the most expected to do well decks, right? I'm gonna kind of put it that way because of that kind of upper echelon, everyone is prepared to beat those decks as well and be able to fight in a meta where they are there. So that kind of prevents them from being the best decks necessarily because everyone's kind of gunning to beat them, right? So as a result, you have like all these kind of control lineups coming in. I think Force especially is just really well positioned in this format as well because you're able to shut down a lot of that burst damage. You're able to kind of heal out of range against some of these decks. And then, you know, that's what we were talking about before the broadcast too. Like, what will these players prioritize? You know, are you going to go for the more aggressive lineup, you know, to try and just basically rush down your opponent and be able to beat them and just kind of feel safe about the fact that you have this specific game plan and you know they have to do A, which leads to B, which leads to C? Or are you going to go for the more control heavy lineup and just deny your opponent and then kind of like scale them out of the game? Which is, of course, can be a little bit more difficult to pilot, especially like in a best of 5 setting. You're playing a lot more games on average than in a typical SVO. So it really is a lot to consider. And I wanted to ask you two, you know, if you were going into this tournament, what would actually be your lineup here?
I would say Discard Dragon is really hard to not bring, and I'm comfortable with the deck, so I definitely bring that. Earthright is a difficult deck to pilot, I think, and has some very tight games, so actually I might bring something like Control Forest and third deck. I actually kind of like the aggressive Shadow deck, so that was a deck I was looking at, and yeah, that might be kind of a sleeper pick. We don't see it here today, but maybe something on the easier side. I definitely I was going to college during this expansion and not playing as much since the very beginning of the expansion, so and just coming back to it, so I think I've tried some decks that are on the easier side to pilot. Yeah, overall.
That's very valid. Very, very valid.
Yeah, I have also not been playing a ton this past couple of months. Had a very busy work life and such. So I think what I would do is I'm gonna take a look at our Battlefy page and I'm just gonna take the best performing decks, you know? So I'm gonna run you through those. And so my lineup would be Puppet Portal, Control Forest, and Dirt Rune, because right now we have a Portal Craft at 100% win rate. 2 out of 2 games played, both won by our Portal players. So very interesting that that's doing so well. Also Puppet Portal and Dirt Rune are both very up my alley in terms of decks that I like to play. I'm also big lover of Forest, so very happy to kind of see these kind of panning out. I also don't have a lot of dragon cards. My dragon collection is really bad, so even though Discard Dragon is the deck right now, I don't think I would bring it because I don't have the vials to practice with it.
There's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Quite a lot you need to build it too, huh?
The Dragoncraft deck actually has a 38% win rate out of 26 games right now, so the most played deck, and winning one of the least. So yeah,
it's not looking very great for Dragon today so far. Forest is doing well at 67% out of 12 games. Dirt Rune, the second most popular deck, got a 65% out of 20 games. Unfortunately, when it comes to like picking classes that I love, Blood is doing really bad. It played 3 games.
0% win rate. Give it up for 0%. Let's go.
And only one player brought Blood, so that means, unfortunately.
Don't say it, bro. You don't say that. You don't say that. We already know it's at 0%, baby.
I didn't find out what happened to the Blood player and what they did round 1. Here, we've got our last game in. We can see who all won their first rounds here in that Charm versus BMA round that we were waiting on. Charm took it. So that's another one for the West. SEAO, you're on the back foot.
Pretty good indeed. So these are 9 players that won round 1 And now, of course, you know, this amount of players with undefeated records is going to get sliced in half after this round, but it's going to be interesting to see who is going to continue their path to greatness in today's tournament. Of course, we have 5 rounds total. It's going to be interesting to see how we will be progressing, but I'm excited to see how round 2 is going to go down. Of course, going to be a lot of really top tier players fighting for the top spots, and looks like the bracket is actually up for round 2 as well. So we're going to be watching a pretty exciting game here. Hishiro against KSLVD is the matchup I think I'm going to try to feature. So then this is where team kills start to happen as well. Oh my god, there's actually Osa versus Azure Cloud. That's an actual team kill. Oh no.
And the SS boys are also against each other this round. As you said, the team kills are coming out now.
Every
2
bracket.
of them now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're finally starting to mix the West with the West once again. The SEO with the SEO. The split has now been broken down, and yeah, with Hishiro and KSLVD both representing the West, will be hopefully
very
good to
interesting.
take a look at that.
KSLVD actually, I had an impression of him as a swordcraft player, playing sword a lot, mid-range sword, but not bringing quick plate or swordcraft. So bringing Earthright, Discard, and Control Force Craft, the same lineup as Hishiro. So it's going to be a mirror matchup. I think we're going to be taking a look at Forestcraft, maybe, as featured deck. I'm not sure, but very interesting. Mirror lineups, and both playing the top 2 decks plus Control Forestcraft, so maybe the top 3 decks of this tournament.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that this was also the lineup of Azure Cloud. All 3 of these players, of course, winning their first round, so looks like a winning lineup for a number of our players here.
Yeah, so they actually have the exact same lineup in terms of Hishiro and KSLVD, and here we have, of course, Hishiro's Control Forest. And Paul Washer, what are your thoughts on Control Forest? You know, we've got to see it in action already, but how well positioned do you think it is in this current meta?
Yeah, I think it's a great deck. I'm really surprised to see that in this meta, Autumn Leaf Man is a standard pickup, but it is maybe to be expected since Earthright Runecraft and Discard Dragoncraft are both very, very prominent decks in the top 2 decks. Autumn Leaf Man used to be a very, very niche tech card last expansion if you're facing against Earthright Runecraft, I believe. So some players were playing that in Control Forestcraft, but now Discard Dragoncraft, we saw it do a ton of work. Azure Cloud's Control Forestcraft, the Autumn Leaf Man against the ones, the Lumiore really got shut out, so only dealing a little bit of damage and having to play some non-discard cards along with it to just control the board, clear out some of the cards, and we saw a really aggressive Control Forestcraft coming out from Azure Cloud, so I think that was really interesting.
Yeah, the bad B putting in that little bit of work to help push damage there, and the cards that we couldn't see there, of course, more the new cards. We had the 3 of Benevolent Elf and 2 of Olivia and Sylvia.
Yes, the Olivia especially.
Cheers.
Such a good card. Like, that is such an impressive new tool that, you know, Olivia and Sylvia coming through, giving you, like, basically everything that the deck would want. It's like, oh, you want to evolve more to get more health and to get more effects? Here, have some ego points.
Have all of it.
Like, oh, you need to recover play points to do even more. Well, here you go. Have some play points. And it's like, oh, and here's a ward on top of that because you're a control deck and you can sustain now and not have to worry about it. So that's another really amazing support card. And Benevolent Elf, it's more so of a benevolent elf. Because, good God, why does this thing take out boards just like that with absolute ease? It's crazy. Forrest got some really
How long have you been holding that one in?
I stole that
bit
from
of
you.
violet. Oh no.
I stole that from you.
Hi, Igni. Shout out.
Anyway,
A
though,
good one though.
we have
Let's
a list from KSLVD as well, which is actually going to be the
Mhm.
same control force because you want to compare, take a look at some differences in the lineup. And I'm not seeing too much. I think the Yggdrasil was what, a one of in Hishiro's list.
It was. Also, we've got 3 and 3 on the Benevolent Elf and Sylvia, so compared to the 3 and 2. I think Hishiro also had, in terms of.
Hishiro's
Angel
actually
and,
playing a Glistering Angel, so that might come
Yeah.
into play in the mirror matchup. If you can predict which turn the ultimate Bahamut is going to invoke, if you can get the Bahamut out first, that's a huge advantage in the mirror.
Yeah, and Hishiro also had one of Floral Breeze, which returns an ally follower or amulet and restores 1 defense. So that one of
Oh, wow.
bounce. Maybe he just likes the art because the art is really cute. It's got a little teddy bear on it, very adorable. I can understand putting the cards in just for their art.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think
actually
KSLVD
bounce
is more
the
focused.
Glistering Angel, so I guess
Mm-hmm.
Control Force doesn't play the bounce as a standard card anymore. The 6 cost, I forget the name, but there is a bounce
The one with
card
the
that
Uma
used to
Musume
be
alternate
played.
art.
Yeah, Woodland Pest Control, but playing
Yeah.
that heal instead.
Yeah, it's definitely
It also
very interesting.
manages the hand a little bit better. Instead of drawing an extra card, maybe it's there to kind of manage hand size. Because so much draw available to
Yeah,
Force
the
player.
Triple Angel's Blessing is easier to activate with the Olivia and Sylvia now, so a lot of synergy coming in, and I guess the extra draw also enables you to play tech cards like Autumn Leaf Man. That was really hard to fit into the deck list before.
Mhm. But here we go. We're heading into it. We've got 2 of those big decks. We've got Dirt Rune into Discard Dragon. Pod, give me a little rundown on what we can expect out of this starting hands and matchup.
Yeah, so we saw the one immediately, the one against Azure Cloud was also this exact matchup. So generally, this first matchup, I think we're going to see in game 1 a lot of people play either Rune or Dragon, depending on which one they feel is the stronger deck overall. And so we kind of see some personality already of which deck do you think is stronger, and just see that played out.
Mhm.
And Rune is
Yeah.
going first? No. So KSLVD
Dragon.
really holding on to the Angel's Blessing going first with the Oracle to try to have some more resources. So the probably set keep with the Dragon Oracle. Yeah,
For my people.
very nice play. The Dragon deck really runs out of cards very, very quickly going first. So
Yeah, I can appreciate Dragon wanting to draw cards. And Shiro found that Ruler Rubble and immediately slammed it past it, ready to go.
yeah, the Runecraft side doesn't have a lot of the cards you want in the early game. I think Hishiro passed up on their copy of the 3-cost stack card, but is able to go wide with this pickup. So early game, if you can line your 2/2s up, Dragon does have a really hard time with this until they get to the Lumior, but until then, Dragon can only clear about 1 card, 2 cards every turn, so just lining up these small dudes on curve, I guess they're not dudes, they're ladies on the board, but the small followers on the board can really add up to a ton of damage and maybe lead to an early lethal. The Astrological Sorcerer, not only is it a good card to draw a card and put an extra stack, that 1 extra stack consumed actually lines up very well in a lot of circumstances, and so you only need 3 more stack consume in order to get straight to the superior contractor, so Hishiro is really looking at maybe a turn 5, turn 6 kill already. Yeah, maybe not turn 5 with this hand, but very, very close already. And the Riley activates next turn if you just want to cycle it as well. So I think the cards are moving. It's very playable.
Yeah, as you said, looking very good on Hishiro side, and KSLVD kind of in a hard place here of like what to do about all of this good momentum from Hishiro's side.
Yeah,
Dragon
you still
wanting to
have
just
the
ramp,
Gilnelys,
but
so
losing away from the
yeah,
process.
and Feline
Yeah.
is another key card in this matchup. It almost always saves you a turn. So if you can just survive one turn. We saw a heads-up play from Azure Cloud, I believe, in one of the first games, Runecraft against Dragoncraft, where Azure Cloud, I think it was Azure Cloud, was just shooting off Crimson Sorcery very early with a Acid Golem plus Contractor in hand going into turn 6, and that was a interesting play since it played around the early Feline coming out and stuff like that, but very, very aggressive play coming out from Hishiro, and the stack isn't fully consumed because of the evolved face. That's a very, very effective play and sets up a ton of top deck lethals, so that's very cool.
Yeah,
I guess only Acid
I like a
Golem.
good aggressive start.
Wow. 2, 10, 13. You can go up to 13 with Sealong plus Gilnelys and Full Clear, but that takes up 6 mana, and then you can't drop a Feline, so there is a trade-off here. You could play Feline and then save the evolve by... No, you can't save the evolve. So either Feline and heal 3, or heal 9 and full clear, but no Feline. I'm pretty sure their KSLVD is going to heal 9, though. No, I mean 7. Heal 7.
Yeah, for the full clear. Here, we'll see how he's gonna go, starting with that Gilnelys.
And there were options to either leave the 4-1 on board or trade it away. Maybe it was a mistake, but yeah, chooses to make this board instead.
Levi off the top.
Shiro is playing 1 copy of Earthen Fist, so that'd be a good card. Draw
Really not
2.
really
Oh, is that
what he was looking
lethal?
for.
It's close. 5, 10, 12. Very, very close to lethal. I believe their stack consumption is at 6 after Levi Evolve. So, next turn there's Juno, Contractor, if they're not at 7 already. And that's going to be theoretical maximum of 12 damage, which is a little bit awkward.
Especially since Feline is now coming down.
Yeah, and now we can see you can't play the Riley or the Contractor while getting to 7 stacks, so the top deck is going to be really important if... but luckily, KSLVD is not pushing damage yet, otherwise, or putting too much pressure down on this turn. It's a little bit of a slower Dragoncraft hand, I think, compared to average. So, a lot of the times, you'll have to heal while clearing board, while the Feline's down, or something crazy like that, and instead, we see the board isn't going to be too strong, I think, from the Dragon side. it's very wide, but you might even be able to just ignore this entire board almost.
I'll make you
I don't know
shivers.
if any of these
It's a
followers
concert
on
for fun.
KSLVD's side are
Clara.
really threatening. There's just one attack followers out on board, and if, for example, if you pass here, if you trade away on board lock, for example, just the theoretical thing, then you can shoot Crimson face and then set to 8, and if there's no Feline, then they're at 8, and if they play Feline, they only have 3 theoretical heal and stuff like that. So there are some weird board lock kind of moves here as well. There's a lot of crazy plays here, actually. I actually kind of like trading the 2 on in and just shooting base or something. It's very weird, but you can definitely ignore this entire board. But leaving up board space, this is actually maybe better. This might be, like, playing out the followers might end up being better for KSLVD in this situation. It's a really difficult call, honestly.
I'll be back for round 2.
Okay, so we'll be opening up a little bit of board space here. And getting to drop the Lumior.
My golden roar will reverberate in your bones.
And then
Someday.
That Noir and Blanc that he drew off the top before, also very, very great top deck into the turn. Into the Argent, like, KSLVD's deck has got its back.
yeah, Ishiro chooses to consume the 1 stack and gets the 7 to play around the Feline, but it opened up board space, so that trade-off happened. It's really tricky. Is that lethal? Shoot, hit, board, 5. It might. It's close. If you attack in 5, I don't know if there's enough board space. 1, 2, 3.
I hear you.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think there might be enough board space here.
Yep, the double
Yeah,
Noir
you
one
need
made
to
it a little
deal-
bit difficult, but Hishiro can maybe get through?
Yeah, you need the 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 4, deal 6 damage.
Luminous gates. Eat it away.
And yeah, that looks like lethal.
See that? Not bad.
Luminous
Yeah.
gates.
So very, very tight lethal.
Ishiro got
so
there.
playing out
There's truth in
the Juno last turn
Tastes like tea.
really got through, and the extra, the 3/3 putting in a lot of work. So yeah, very quick game 1. I think good hand, but getting to 7 stack is so important in the matchup. And if you can't, I think Hishiro kind of struggled with getting to 7 stack, but KSLVD on the other hand, like, struggled with putting pressure before Hishiro got to 7 stack. So that kind of back and forth was a little bit of a tight game there at the end.
Yeah.
Gorgeous
I think we're getting a lot of very like interesting games where they're not very one-sided on the broadcast today. Feels like a lot of back
Yeah.
and forth, a lot of tension in these games. And you can see it in their
it
faces,
felt
just like the focus.
Yeah. Forestcraft. I believe Dragon's favored in this matchup personally, but a lot of people have brought Forest, of course, and I think Forest is better against the third decks and better against Runecraft, but we'll see how Hishiro pilots this.
Yeah, I mean, we did watch Azure Cloud take the control force against Dragon in the first round, with a Metatron going second, and Hishiro has the same here. So we'll see how it plays out.
And the Metatron into the Happy Pig, Giant Happy Pig Evolve is a nice 4 to 6 curve. And turn 3, maybe play Bellringer Angel, something like that. It looks like a pretty clean start so far. Metatron plus the Lunarian is very annoying as well.
Yeah, a lot of stats, a lot of ward.
Yeah. So we saw in the Azure Cloud was playing Metatron and then actually traded a 2/2 to leave their Metatron at 6 HP. So 6 HP is actually a very important cutoff against Dragoncraft in the early Evo turns. Dragoncraft pretty much only wants to evolve Sealong. So just playing around that, it was an interesting choice from Azure Cloud, I think.
Yeah. Very heads up line of trading.
Yeah, and no
And there's
ramp
Bad
coming
B.
out from KSLVD. So a lot of pressure and no ramp on the Dragon side to kind of make up for the lack of pressure, but luckily it's Forestcraft. We did see the aggressive Forestcraft pull through from Azure Cloud, but I think for the most part, Dragon will be able to stabilize. Even if you take a couple more damage, the Sealong will pull through.
Yeah, but that Bad B on the top for Hishiro did help to push a little bit more than the Bellringer that would have been otherwise played. So Hishiro getting in where he can, but of course, KSLVD clearing it out.
Yeah, an alternative play on that previous turn was Dragon Oracle. You get to 6, and then a common play you can do is to Sealong Evo, and you're at 7, and then you can play the Worm to discard your Fist. Is it the Fist? The 2-cost card? And you're in Overflow. So if you can get to 6, and then Sealong Evo and activate your Overflow effects, that's a pretty efficient way to do stuff. And you get the 3 damage from the discard effect, and you get the extra card, so that was another option, but I guess there was the threat of Gilnelly's Evolve for 7 damage, to set to 9, and then up to 12 with the Sealong. I don't know, it's very tight, but chooses to just immediately remove the Gilnelly's, and this 3/6 is very tricky to deal with.
Yeah. And it was paired with the Bellringer rather than the Lunarian. But, of course, still a lot of wards. Is it coming down?
Yeah, the only issue with Forestcraft has had a really excellent start and has a really strong turn 6 with Giant Happy Pig, but what do you do afterwards? And I think the lack of resources in the Forestcraft hand, the lack of draw, mainly, I guess, the Angel's Blessing, excuse me, going second, is so important. So, you can ramp
More
again
Happy
with
Pigs.
Olivia, but I don't know if you do that. You could evolve face with Ding Dong, Olivia, and then trade the 3/6 and go face with 4/6. That would be an interesting alternative play. But I think, yeah, resource-wise, this is probably better.
Yeah, Happy Pig, very big.
And this
Big
creates
pig.
more 6 health cards, so, but going to prioritize that over ramping again. Castle VD under a ton of pressure. If there's a Leaf Man on a board like this, it's just over, right? But Lumiore, and then maybe Conductor evolve will easily full clear. Mousing over the Argente, so that's not going to full clear. That's not even close to full clearing. That's... Going to leave 3 things up, and then the ball likely coming out, but let's say you remove the 3-2, and then you get hit by a Piercy or something. That's almost lethal, I think. Okay, yeah, leaving the ward at 3 health is a smart decision, but Piercy, how much damage does Piercy do? 9, 6, 10, 12. Not quite, I guess.
More pigs.
9. Yeah, interesting. The Dragon Slide didn't actually push a lot of damage there. Used Evo. I really would have wanted to see the Conductor come out with the Worm and try to... So the Dragon Slide, the issue with this and not drawing more cards, well, there's a difference of 1 extra card, I guess, that you see, but there aren't any plays anymore. Oh, and healing back up, 6-8, wow.
Yeah, that's a board right there.
6-6. And no second Lumiore, so this is gonna get punished really heavily. Plus, the ramp is gonna come out too from the Metatron. So ramping all the way to 9 next turn. So Gilnelise is in play for sure for Hishiro side.
Yeah, very rough game for KSLVD here.
Yeah, he's just getting smashed. The Metatron really putting in a ton of work. The Bellringer Angel, very, very annoying. And after this last Evo point is gone,
healing everything up. Yeah.
Yeah, this is very bad. I'm going to evolve first. I think he could have drawn, maybe try to find Uranus, for example.
But he's doing the dragon player thing of not drawing first.
Draw last.
Yeah. Really showing the true
he just has to
dragon
top deck
mentality.
a Uranus here, and he's good. No. Unlucky. But if this Metatron lives another turn and ramps Force Craft to 10, then the dragon player might get Gilnelise. So Hishiro has to watch out for that. That's really strange, but it could happen. Like Dragon getting Gilnelise first against Control Forest. Because Metatron ramps 3 times. That's really weird. That's really weird.
Yeah.
But it could happen.
I think Hishiro is aware of run that trade.
So Happy Pig will clear both of the Noir Blanc. That's an option. And then on 9 PP generally, Forest is very close to invoking, but this is a pretty specific case, I think, with Metatron double ramp. I don't think 50 play points are going to be reached yet. Benevolent Elf. Oh, trade first and then Benevolent Elf. Super heads up. So he sure knows what's up.
Yeah.
yeah, playing around the Gilnelise, I think in a tournament situation, it's so easy to forget, and then you see the Gilnelise just pop out from your opponent's deck, and just you just scream, right? I've had it happen on ladder, at least, but
Here we are.
and I'm very
Slamming it.
sure Baja's probably coming out next turn. Gilnelise is invoking next turn. Castle VD. Is he playing a Glistering Angel? Castle VD is playing 0 Glistering Angel. So I think that's going to be very difficult. Maybe Piercy might be lethal. We'll see.
Seven is
It's
not
actually
very
really hard to
healthy.
deal. Yeah, it's actually hard to deal 2 damage though.
To consume me.
Dragon might have one more turn. And then... But even double Uranus doesn't quite win.
Thunderbolts shall guide you. If they don't kill you first.
Wow.
The back and forth continues.
Back and forth, it's...
On prevailing wings.
I don't know
Well.
if you can call it... Yeah.
Yeah.
Our paths may differ.
Stuff.
And then how many?
Hishiro
5
continuing to
damage.
have.
And then the Leaf Man's gonna come down. There's enough Evos. Yeah.
Hey there, Autumn Leaf Man here.
Not going to play Katha? Oh yeah. There's the Invoke Baja, of course. I always forget stuff like that. Yeah, super
Hishiro's
heads
not-
up from Hishiro. Yeah, playing around the Gilnelise last turn, playing around the board space. Yeah, he knows how to play the deck. For sure.
He is
Very
continuing
very
his tear from the
solid.
year.
Yeah, just solid plays all around, and you see why he's winning so much. He doesn't make those small mistakes. I might have lost the game in a few different places there, but yeah, that's very quick game coming out from Hishiro, and it's 2-0.
But we saw 2-0 last round go into a 3-2 for the other party's favor. So Hishiro, if he wants it, he's got to clean it up. He's got to show that not only does he know how to play against Discard Dragon, he can play it well himself as well.
And KSLVD
Oh, yeah.
just dropped 2 games with Dragon, so that's another thing. This lineup, it
Continuing
seems like
on
Dragon is... Yeah, it's a hard deck to push through, I guess.
Yeah, the Dragon win rate continuing to plummet here on the broadcast. And Control Forest having a 2-0 representation here as well on the stream. Looking
Control
good in the
Forest
matchup
doing
so
really
far.
well. Yeah. I think KSLVD was under so much pressure early on, and the big stat lines, like the 6 health, is really an annoying cutoff for Dragon. So in a board matchup, you might see the Conductor come down to contest board, but going to prioritize the draw instead. The Orb Cancer gets an extra card. I personally like getting a dude out on board and putting a little bit of life pressure early. I personally a fan of that, but it's the resources are just as important, and especially going first, I think their resources are often more important.
But yeah, it's very Dragon Mirror things happening here. Ramping, discarding.
Yeah, very Dragon Mirror-esque to have the player going first just get all the ramp, and then the player going second just scrambling. Really, it's a pretty common sight this expansion, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about the Dragon Mirror is the Gilnelis is obviously a very, very powerful card, but it's hard to play around, and there's multiple ways to deal with it. You can either ramp to 10 as soon as possible while the opponent's floundering, and then you just push through with Lumiere, something like that. Another option is to ramp to 9, just threaten to go to 10 on the turn after or something, and then one of your best clear cards is Sealong, and Sealong kind of forcibly ramps you, so or you use an evolve point. So you can kind of pressure your opponent, and they either have to use an evolve point, or they have to like ramp to 10 or something. You might be able to pressure them with that, and overall just ramping early is very, very important, and it's actually not as devastating as it seems to get to 10. Some people hold back on some ramp and only don't ramp to the maximum, but honestly just ramping to the maximum works out a lot of the time.
And the ramping isn't stopping, of course. We're just gonna keep on.
I'll have to write a score for this.
Wow. You can go to 10 and play the Noir Blanc this turn, but don't know that'll be the play. So Hishiro only has 7 play points, and then the 6 health before the turn 10 and stuff like that is really hard to deal with. Of course, there's a Uranus, so it's not as bad this time around, but might also depend on the discard count for KSL VD. But Argente just procced, so I think, yeah, definitely above 4. Yeah, and not ramping to 10 immediately. It's already ramping to 10, but...
Yeah.
And then Hishiro, if he can ramp one more time, it threatens the Gilnelis on the following turn, so that's probably going to be the plan. So sometimes if you can, for example, play out the Noir Blanc last turn, by playing discard Noir Blanc plus Sealong Evolve, then it's really hard to ramp twice from Hishiro's side, and then Hishiro has to spend a turn on turn 9 and not get the Gilnelis invoke. So there are some like very tight kind of back and forths in that regard, but then you use up an evolve point, and that's really important going first. So it's really close to call.
Turn the noise into harmony.
Instantaneous
The
victory!
third Noir
And
Blanc
Gilnelis
there, the
invoking-
conductor.
Yeah. Gilnelis invoke plus the Uranus means that you can go Lumiere plus Uranus plus Gilnelis evolve, and you still have 2 play points left. So that's pretty good too. And sometimes you want to hold on to cards. You don't want to draw to the maximum playing in the Dragon Mirror, because you draw into all your Gilnelis and then you're not able to invoke. So sometimes there's a back and forth Gilnelis as well, and that's something to watch out for. Try for the discard. Not going for Lumiore this turn. Interesting.
Well, it can still be played at this
Yeah.
point if he wants.
Maybe... Were they at 3? I don't think so. Oh, wait. There's 3! There's 3 on the board.
More blocks? Yeah.
Yeah. That kind of changes things.
Norm blocks everywhere. 6 total on the
Yeah.
board.
Wow. And then probably
Hold my splendor.
Uranus coming out.
Fight for any devour everything.
See that? Not
So
bad.
that's full HP. And you have triple Noir Blanc. Wow.
It touches you gently.
But
Very intense Shadowverse.
Castle VD
I've got a plan. Noir, I've got
has a Noir Blanc on the board
a plan.
and might invoke this turn.
Yep, he's
Yeah.
invoking himself.
It comes to
And
So
has
on
the
deck.
Uranus. So is that lethal? 9. It's close, it's close. If you can draw another one, it's definitely lethal.
touches you gently.
Ooh. Man. I wonder what's left in the deck.
Yeah, there's
You could go-
only 2 left.
Yeah, Uranus Blessing, and then if you can get through...
the clouds. Godly, no.
Has he discarded? Oh, there is another copy, so that's gonna be... Wow!
Godly, no.
Bringing it back in the last moment. Wow.
Not bad.
I do not taste like chicken.
That's no one exact. Well, I don't know if he knew exactly what was in his deck, or if he's just like, well, I gotta see. But
Yeah, Uranus is one of
A
those
tight
cards
one.
that you keep track of how many
Yeah.
copies are left. So yeah, wow. Going to 0 cards left in deck. Very, very tight.
finally got a dragon win. Now let's see if KSLVD can get
And
the same
Hishiro
wins against
doesn't
dragon
have
that
a dragon
Hishiro
win.
had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous and
Man, dragons having
Rune-
a time today.
time to shine.
Rune is going first, which is very good for Rune as well. And I never know what to do in the Earthright mulligan. Yeah, I think that's a good... I think that's a good mulligan, but you want to play 2 2/2s going first, I think, into Juno. I think that's the best hand. Even the magical reserves, that's one considered the best turn 3 play in a vacuum, but against dragon, I think playing a 2/2 out can often be stronger, so
Mhm.
that was a difficult
Finding an acid
mulligan.
wall.
Right, I think you have to get the reserves out of your hand somehow, so... But this slows down Rune quite a lot.
Just more oracles? Or is he gonna
Is
play a
that-
conductor here?
Is that 3 Oracle?
Yeah. That was Oracle into Oracle Oracle.
Oh.
Very iconic dragon play right there.
And there's an Angel's Blessing in hand. That is, that's something.
Yeah. But let's see what KSLVD is up to on the other side. Drawing all of these magical
Wait.
reserves, probably not exactly what he's been wanting in this matchup.
Yeah, not a great card in the matchup. Sometimes you can play magical reserves and evolve something over Noir Blanc to get rid of a Lumiore board, but it's, yeah, not what you want to see right now.
Look up.
maybe
Slamming
playing
an acid
magical
bomb.
reserves plus 2-drop on 5. But the blessing. Ooh, and the Gillen Elise. Discard count is 0. So Pneumatic Conductor Evolve is something you want to do, but it doesn't quite
also
work here.
Yeah.
I wonder if you ever leave a 2/2 up while you're at 2 health. But you do ramp to 9, and you get to 3 discards. And you have 2 draws for the discard deal 3
Greed.
if you Pneumatic Conductor Evolve.
Blessings be upon you.
Better see Gil Nice. Come on
I
down.
won't leave a bite for any devour everything.
Gillen Elise.
With freedom to wander among the clouds.
And wow. Yeah, holding onto the conductor. Yeah, I think I like that. You have to get the discard off, and if you just toss out the conductor, for example, Gilnelise, shoot the 2/2 and trade into 3/3, then and play out conductor plus Feline. That seemed like a pretty straightforward line, but if you do that, then your discard is only at 1, and you have Argente in hand, and you can easily just run out of cards. So super heads up from Hishiro. I think these are the plays that make him really, really consistent and just so solid of a player. He just doesn't... He plays around those small cases and plays to his hand, but I think really well played so far. This entire set, honestly.
Turn the
Yeah.
noise into harmony.
No, he's getting that discard
Wow.
up now with that conductor he saved. Really showing. Awesome.
Yeah, and Feline is so strong in the matchup. So I like this here.
Silver radiance dazzle you.
I wonder if we see Conductor Evolve to just draw more cards. There's 2 free Evolves in hand, but your hand is pretty bad, so yeah.
Show respect. It's a concert if we're having fun.
How do you deal with this? I guess you have the magical reserves. You can deal with it.
Top deck, Riley. Yeah, Feline really showing her strength in the matchup
Shall dissipate.
in terms of making that hand very expensive, but
So
strange game.
Conductor. It's hard to get through the conductor through past the 6/6 ward after a while, and you just want to burn out your opponent, but it's not that kind of hand for KSLVD, so it's hard to say. It plays straight into something like the C-Long we see, and for example, you deal 5, set to 13, and you just C-Long, you're at 16. Oh, gets rid of his card draw. Just to see the card. I can see what he's trying to do. You really can't use up your Riley, but I don't know if you can use up your card draw either. So
You ready for the
it's really difficult.
Yeah, rough position to be in, but Levi doing a little ping in here.
10, 12, 15. So KSLVD has 15 in hand, so just pushing the extra 2 just to make lethal a little bit easier, but C-Long's probably coming down. And not a lot of pressure otherwise.
Another Feline.
Honestly, with caster vision, Dragwood Evo and just pressure a ton might have been No, not that's not true either. There's double Riley, so I don't know what. Feline. So 10, 12, 15 in hand. 15, 2, 3. 3 mana, 15 damage. So if he can draw Fist. Fist doesn't work.
Beg my forgiveness now.
Fist is not lethal.
Double switch not really helping here. Not doing the most.
Yeah.
I know the unseeable.
That is a card you can fuse off. Oh, now you can just ignore the opponent's board and just drop the Astrological Sorcerer, get an extra card draw as well. Or you could drop the Juno. What do you do here?
Sis,
This is the only opportunity to drop Juno for sure. Oh,
stare
he's going for it.
eyes.
Bone?
That's it for today.
Huh.
And then
Fuse.
Luminous gates.
Nope, and another conductor.
Stare truth in the eyes.
Where is he going?
Trade?
Split this way.
The stars will forever.
We have
Ooh,
time.
the order is not the optimal order for... Okay. If you rope, you want to play the card... You want to play out a card from your hand last, if you're just dropping a follower. So attack first, and then drop. In general, to prevent timing out, but...
Caster, spectator, rope is always a little bit hasty on the calling it.
Yeah. So close. Ceylon can clear 2, but that's not enough. Dragwood can clear 3. You know the opponent has a Crimson Sorcery in hand, so if you leave a 2/2 up, that's 7 damage shown.
Blessings be upon you.
And all it takes is like an acid golem there. So many other options.
Yeah, honestly, I think the cost up doesn't matter that much at this point, so I'd like to see Angel's Blessing, honestly. Or,
Goes.
what, 4 damage? I don't know if this is a winning line. Obviously, it's caster vision to say that there's no lethal, but there's been 2 contractors, and what deals 4 damage from hand? Well, nothing deals 6, but 6 is 2 times 3, which is the same cutoff, I feel like.
I know the unseeable.
But very close.
We're always looking for new crew members.
Okay, so VD getting the card draw back. If he chooses to play it.
Today's the day I become a witch.
So many Rileys.
Don't look up.
What?
The Ceylon
Okay.
on board can be evolved after a Tidal Tyranny, but I don't know if that's something
Don't look up.
that's really scary.
A perfectly concocted elixir.
No evolve? Yeah, especially
Not
with the
to?
timer. Top deck. That's not it. Doesn't dig for the Lumiere with the one draw. That was another option. Evolve first, trade 50-50. It's not 50-50 because the Bleen 1 damage.
Oh, they'll be mad.
But is this a winning line? We'll just have to see. Is this a winning line? And then, is there enough? Is there enough cards to go for Lumiere? You can't really play. Yeah, setting to 5 cards. Man, I think Hishiro might win this. It's really close, but now there's just so much damage.
My masterpiece is complete.
Oh, is that
There's
like a
another
5,
conductor.
8, 10, 5, 8. I don't think it's lethal. 5, 8, 11. 11, 5, 6, 7. It's close. Oh, 1 off? I think the 3-4 evolve plus the contractor trade makes it 7, 10, 13 damage.
Yeah.
That's 1 off.
Very tight spot for KSLVD.
Luminous gate.
Contractor. You don't want a Riley
Okay.
here.
For my people.
The other question is if you want to leave an empty board. It seems like the answer is no. Fist! Oh, that's... Ooh. It's too late. Going to trade? Yes. Going to leave
See that? Not bad.
13. Ooh, there's 2 things on the board. But that's not going to be lethal. 9 plus 4. You can play Uranus plus Noir Blanc this turn, push 13, and then play Lumiere next turn, and you don't deck out. So that is the alternative play. And then you'd be at 16. I kind of want to see that more. I think that was the better play. Oh, I think this is a losing play. There's not enough damage.
Noir, I've got a plan.
I think that line. I think KSLVD wins.
We're looking at
9. 9 plus 6, 1 off, theoretically lethal 4, 7. Yeah. It's not lethal, but Dragon can't win.
And with the deck so low, all KSLVD has to do is survive.
Yeah, I think it had to be Uranus plus just run the 4/4 out.
Me? I'm just a cranky old fart.
Even that might not have been enough, but
Impressive hit.
wow.
Going beyond
Very long game, but there's no way
Yep.
to deal 17 damage.
See that? Not bad.
Sets to 4. 9 plus 5. Gilnelise.
There's
What's the
Gilnelise.
last card?
To consume me.
Gilnelise.
Oh.
Clouds. God move now.
So this deals damage first, but 9 plus 5 is not enough.
Touches you gently.
Just a little bit short there at the
Oh.
end.
Tastes like
I think if it was the other
man.
way around, it's only 3 more damage, right? So if you played Uranus first, plus the Noir Blanc, that was close. That was I'm really curious
Yeah.
to see like how that game would have turned out. Wow, another game 5. Wow.
Mhm.
And Dragon taking 2 losses.
So many
On each
losses.
side.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Just
Only
Dragon
Dragon has
the worst
lost.
time today.
And going up against
Very
Forest.
interesting. I didn't catch if KSLVD is going first or second here. He's going second. Is he gonna get the Metatron going second in the
Get the-
Forest versus Dragon
Metatron.
matchup?
Yeah, going second seems nice because of the Sylvia Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
But you do want to go
turn the
first, I
noise
feel
into
like.
harmony.
Yeah,
I'm
going
not
first is usually good.
sure. Yeah, going first.
I
is
just like the
usually
story
good.
of every Dragon versus Forest. Forest goes second, Metatron evolves and wins. But we have to see how each game plays out. Standalone.
Yeah,
little things.
Metatron, definitely a key card in those previous games.
Mhm.
So far, no ramp coming out from Hishiro. Most likely the earliest ramp going to be
Be with you.
on the turn 4, maybe?
Louder, clearer.
So a little bit slower. But, going to play out
Turn the noise into
some
harmony.
more followers. So there's 2
Happening
ways to
forward.
play against Forest Craft, like a control deck like Forest Craft. You can either choose to go more resource oriented, so hold on to the Orb Dragon. I personally like holding on to Orb Dragon, just trying to ramp a lot and hold on to resources. And I don't think the early aggression really works, but we'll see. For example, here you deal 2 damage and then Benevolent Elf just clears.
Louder, clearer.
So I'd rather have the extra card personally.
Mhm. Maybe he's had that bug of Metatron evolved 6 health line just stuck in his ear.
Yeah, Metatron
But yeah, the
definitely
Benevolent,
kind
very
of punishes the slower play. Yeah, and KSLVD did lose against that kind of line of play.
A withered life can no longer tell of its plight.
Hey, let's play. Yeah. Sirs, heat up.
Evo the elf?
Blow. You
Yeah,
shall
you just
fall.
have infinite
I'll have to write a
evolves,
score for this.
Mm-hmm.
but no Metatron.
Did choose to trade out the fairy rather than have it bounce back to hand so that he can draw a card.
The world is within my
Blessing
clean.
be upon
Yeah,
you.
core. Beg my forgiveness.
Clearer.
Now.
The words escape me.
Keep
I'm just
him
getting
quite
hiccups today.
wholesome.
I don't know.
They need to do something terrifying, just like make a play that you would never agree with, just to scare at you. I don't know what that would be right now. Maybe just like double lunarian, just like what would that be? That would
Double Lunarian. Yeah.
that would be pretty bad. I don't think KSLVD will be doing that. But we will see. He has the option. A lot of cards in hand, not a lot of room to draw more.
but not a lot of options that can clear a 5/5.
Be with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bellringer Angel can go up to 5 attack, I think.
Yeah, there it is.
So I wandered here. Ding dong.
Ding dong doing it.
I've had enough of this.
And then that's a lot of health. So we keep on talking about the high health followers early on against Dragoncraft, really annoying to deal with. But Sealong double title is going to clear, I believe. So if he hits the 50-50 on the 5/9, then the 5/2 will survive. That's not going to happen. But that's still not a bad clear at all.
Drown!
And then the discard count, I think it's getting to 4. If it's 4 already, we might see the worm kept in hand. So against Forestcraft, you play with your entire deck. And so you do need to pace out a little bit slower than you would against some other decks. So just holding on to that discard in hand and not drawing too many cards.
A super-sized
Yeah, we saw the Yugu burned out. Not too bad of a loss.
happy tummy. Happy.
Yeah. Luckily, we
big.
already see 2 Yggdrasil in hand. No, that's not Yggdrasil. Wait, Yggdrasil is the...
My golden roar will reverberate in your bones.
1 up,
Yeah.
2 drop, 2 ward can
Two-
also use it. Also nature.
Victory!
Okay.
We got 3 of Peeps things in hand.
Instantaneous victory!
Yeah. Although Forest has infinite evolves, the Angel's Blessing does come online with this.
If I turned tail and ran, I wouldn't be a dragon.
Instantaneous victory!
Set to 12.
I've got a plan. Noir, I've got a plan.
Oftentimes you can also play Noir Blanc, and I think Hishiro was looking for Feline. So you can Jupiter once, but I don't think you can Jupiter twice the same turn in some turns. So that can really make stuff difficult. And KSLVD used the Evo points early, so even though there's a Piercy that you could enhance for 6 for the Evo point, you can't combine it with the Jupiter. So going into this turn 7, it's effectively like by all-inning into the turn 7, it's almost like putting a Feline. Turn 8 or later, you do want to use a Feline with a large board like this if you're playing the dragon side of the matchup.
Yeah, KSLVD having to stare down those Noir and Blancs, and at 7, very
16.
difficult here to...
2, 4, 6.
My thunderbolts shall guide you. If they don't kill you first.
do.
How do you deal with this? Oh, that's good. Oh. Then
Top of the deck,
that will
helping out.
clear.
Yet our
I'll
will
be
be
back for round 2. So I wandered here.
Full clear.
I've got you.
It's not gonna leave much on board, but
Impressive hit.
10. Second Lumiere.
My golden roar will reverberate in your
Use a clear
bones.
out.
Victory!
13. Yeah, he sure really needs to start worrying about decking out now.
Radiance dazzle you.
Yeah,
Instantaneous
not a lot left in there.
Jeline versus... I would probably be afraid to discard more, draw more cards. Huh.
Maybe in his mind he's only got
Ooh,
one
this
turn
is-
left anyway, so just gonna do it.
Yeah, this is tight. So you do have 2 turns, and you have a very strong play that doesn't require an opponent's board with the Captain Dragwood, plus Feline or something like that. So I think it will be okay. Jupiter. I think Baja. I don't think you can play around Uranus. Let's say you Jupiter shoot the 5/5, and then trade into 6/6.
My thunderbolts shall guide you, if they don't kill you first.
Leaf Man doesn't help. Do you dig for Gionelese? That doesn't help. Let's say you draw Gionelese, but there's the 3/4 on the board, so I don't think there's any outs. Ball.
Very tough set.
See that? Not bad.
And you're at 10, so that's just going to be lethal. Yeah.
Yeah, she has got this in many ways. Well, different
Very-
situation, but
Hold my splendor.
yeah, very tight game from Hishiro. The last bit of damage they're paying off, but one card left, and Dragon finally getting a win. That was tight.
Very tight match. Hishiro finally gets the win off with the Dragon deck, but not before suffering 2 losses. So yeah, Dragon really struggling on stream so far, and Dragon also with a pretty low win rate, I guess overall. We'll have to keep up with it. Oh, but Dragon, the win rate has improved, I think. If you check the stats, it went from like 38 to 45% win rate, so kind of
It's getting some wins
interesting.
now, a little bit, yeah. And Rune down to a 50% win rate. Portal though, at still 100% win rate. Portal's tearing it up somewhere.
I'm just saying, if you pick Portal for the tournament, apparently did something right. But wow, looking at that from the side, like, I saw Hishiro up 2-0. I was like, alright, this is looking like a... You know, I didn't expect it. KSLVD is like a player of such high caliber. I was like, I didn't expect a 3-0 sweep. But then, you know, you see the slight comebacks, and then Game 4 was kind of just a little bit... Oh, just a little bit of that overdraw. Just a little bit of that kind of overextension, maybe. But... You know, it really felt like such back and forth game. Like there was so much back and forth, and again, it's that Dragon that ends up kind of choking time and time again. We see it's like you think it's the undefeatable best deck, but when everyone's prepared to beat it, and it's the deck that everyone wants to beat, that's a different story.
It's also a deck with a lot of decisions to be made in terms of what you're discarding, how much do you want to extend, how many cards are you leaving in your deck, keeping track of everything. So I think, again, at the start of the day, the pilot experience is definitely like, how well can you pilot this deck? How well can you play Dragon and against it? Definitely a very key factor in determining who will come out on top today.
And
Yeah,
decklist
exactly.
decisions matter a lot for Dragon as well, since you really go through the entire deck almost every game if you're against one of those slower decks. So every single card matters, and definitely the Uranus putting a ton of pressure and forcing KSLVD not to make any board, and then pushing the Captain Dragwood through. So it's like, what do you play around? And then if you play around one thing, then they have the other thing. If they didn't discard it, and it's interesting because you're not hoping for the opponent to not draw it because they always draw the card, but you're hoping that the opponent like accidentally discarded some of their win conditions or something when you're facing against dragons. So it's a kind of a different thing. That's a new feeling, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that was actually the last of the games for round 2. So in order to, let our players get ready for round 3 to keep on going, we're getting to that halfway point just about now as well. We're going to go for a short break as our players get ready for round 3, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. It is the halfway point, everyone. Round 3 of 5 is finally here, and I think we can take a look at some standings right off the bat, take a look at how our players are doing, who's undefeated still, and who is struggling in that 1-1 spot. We have Suya, Hishiro, Illumina, and Osap as our only 4 undefeated players already here going into round 3. Momo, as well as Paul Washer, what are your thoughts about our players so far?
Yeah, so 2 SEAO, 2 West players undefeated so far. But
that's what I was gonna point out as well.
Okay,
Happy to see my boy Suya at the top. I mean, not playing favorites. But Yeah, we'll be looking, I believe, at the SEAO versus Illumina in the next round here. I think I can't play favorites too much because you two will be taking over talking about that one. But SEAO is bringing that Portal Craft, which is still undefeated right now at that 100% win rate. So very interesting to see how well that's doing for him. Maybe we'll get to see it win some more on broadcast, or maybe we'll encounter its first loss. But how are you guys feeling about the day so far?
It's good. It's been exciting watching all the games on the side. And of course, we're going to get to see a bit more variety in this next one as well, as we're going to get to see one of those undefeated Puppet Portals, which I'm pretty excited about. That's a deck that I personally really like myself. And I just want to see like what's different. I mean, it's a deck that people, I feel like, weren't too happy with, looking at beforehand. Just going into the mini, like everyone's like, whoa, Dragon, whoa, Dirt Ruin, it's the best decks ever. And Puppet Portal's a thing of the past. But clearly not the case, as SEAO here in our feature match is going to be bringing it against Illumina 666 from Team Revelation. Of course, on Illumina's side, a lot more of the standard lineup we've been seeing so far. Control Forest, Dirt Ruin, as well as Discard Dragon.
Yeah, Puppet Portal
also hitting
pretty
us.
much has no new cards, playing a single copy of Sylvia Sylvia. Is the Japanese version Sylvia Olivia? No, Olivia Sylvia. Okay.
I'd have to
My
check.
bad.
But might be.
It's Olivia Sylvia. Yeah, but almost no new cards, but can put pressure early on aggressively and kind of aggro out. Or if you draw Lashana, you can kind of play a longer game. You can Lashana for the 10 destruction effect. If you played something like the Blossoming Flower Doll early on, then you can easily get to Lashana on your maybe turn 5, turn 6. You can get to 10 destruction very quickly, and then that's hard to deal with. If you're playing Runecraft, if you're playing Dragoncraft, if you get both of the new prayer and new destruction out at the same time, then that's really, really scary. Double Lashana on your first Evo turn, and then get to 10 destruction, play another Lashana. That's a ton of pressure. And let's say you heal for 8 health every turn with double Lashana against Dragon. Dragon can only do somewhere around like 10 damage every turn, 10, 12 damage maximum, until you get to the Uranus. But you might be able to kill with the Orcus and put pressure on before that. So even in a long game, you can play Lashana. In a shorter game, you can tempo out with your 1 cost, start with the early curve and play Wield of the Cosmos to kill, or the Orcus can also deal a ton of damage early on in the mid game, and kind of pressure out with the mid-range curve. So the first real kind of mid-range deck coming out.
Yeah, that's right. Like the only change that I guess I've seen to the list is like the Licht, I guess, to an extent. And of course, one thing to keep in mind, the Absolute Chastity here, that 10 cost is not the case. The card has been nerfed. It does cost a lot more than that, but even then, it's still being played as a 2 of in this list. Now let's take a look at Illumina's side as well and see what is one of the decks that they are bringing to the table in just a moment. I think we'll take a look at their Discard Dragon here. So of course it is the pretty standard list, but honestly at this point I'm just thinking, how does this deck keep choking? So far today I feel like, it's a lot of people are prepared for it, but sometimes it feels like some players don't find the right tools to find lethal. Sometimes you just get these clunky draws here and there in the early game. Sometimes we see like crazy ramps early, but then kind of run out of gas in the mid game. So I wonder how things are going to go for both of our players, because I'm pretty sure they're both bringing Dragon in their lineups. Yes, so yeah, also has it in as well, instead of the Control Forest, which Illumina is bringing.
Yeah, it's so hard to balance the resources, the discards, and then the healing, and putting pressure on the opponent, like all those elements. And whenever you discard a card, you can't use that card again. So you really have to keep track of your entire deck. How many Felines do you have? How many the Uranus do you have? How many of Lumiore or Gilnelise is another card that you could discard, but then you don't have a Gilnelise, and just there's so much to keep track of, and each one of those small decisions can really add up over the course of a longer game.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the triple Gilneys here as well. Sometimes you do see two, but honestly, like, I find myself drawing into that thing way too early all the time when I'm playing this deck, so I honestly do feel like 3 is a pretty good number. And of course, it's as you mentioned, right? Sometimes you just have to make this the tough call, like, okay, what am I going to discard? And sometimes it's like your hand is, you have like your one, let's say like Argente, that you need to ramp, right? You need to ramp, you need to get to that kind of like the connective tissue to the next play. But the stuff you'd have to discard is like so heavy, but it's not really something that's playable right now either. So like there are a lot of tough calls to make for this deck, and honestly, practice is rewarded very much so, especially when you're playing Discard Dragon. And it goes for a lot of decks, but Discard Dragon in particular, as we said earlier, is very much execution heavy, and knowing which choice to make at which time, and especially considering the fact that you will see the entirety of your deck list throughout the game.
I also like that in his the picture, Illumina's got that Moe Moe Kyun going on, the little heart pose.
Yeah.
I always appreciate spicing it up on the profile pic. Maybe he'll hit us with it on the live camera if he gets some wins. I'll be looking out for it.
Right. The good pop off. That's what we want to see. Strong pop off from our players here. And of course, it's gonna be pretty exciting to see how round 3 unfolds in general. We have quite a bit of the sort of, the matchups across the table in terms of, players that are playing across regions. I think we don't have too much team killing going on in this round 3, luckily. But we are seeing a bit of that kind of, West battles, Azure Cloud versus Pain is happening in this one. Bima versus Kyo, that's an SEAO matchup that's happening down there as well. And then Chrysome versus Sadfeeder, that would actually be pretty cool to see as well. That's both players from Malaysia, and I think they might be the only ones representing Malaysia today as well.
We're jumping into game 1. So again, a Runecraft against Dragoncraft. I said this in the previous match, at the start of the previous match, but honestly, I think a lot of these players have an understanding of, I think Rune is favored, I think Dragon is good, and just is playing accordingly. Like, I think the Dragon matchup is pretty close. I think it's very close to, but it really depends on the Rune draws, it depends on the amount of ramp Dragon has. It's a very difficult matchup.
Well, we got ramp, we got some discards, and honestly, both players are kind of finding everything they need. Like, you got your stacks going on, you've got a little bit of burst damage here and there, you got good curve. Feels like for both players, they'll be able to actually execute to the full extent here. Alright, Orb coming down, drawing into more ramp. Another Dragon Oracle, gonna cash it in. Go 6 play points, while your opponent's on 3.
That's going to mean that this Sealong is going to get a free evolve. So that's one thing already. But already running out of gas, Suya. So we'll see if he can draw into some card draw on the next turn. And Illumina has a difficult decision of, do you get the stacks early with the reserves, the magical reserves, or do you get out the Broom Witch for more draw and more board presence?
You got 5 stack already. Like, that's going to be such big burst. If you kind of like find an Acid Golem off the top, that's a nice burst as well, quite quickly too. So honestly, it's looking to be pretty good. On Suya's side though, that double fill-in isn't really doing too much right now.
Yeah, it doesn't do much, but it's online the next turn immediately, and it's such a strong card in the matchup. But do you want to get rid of oh wow, going to get rid of Sealong. So Sealong is really interesting in that it adds a card to your hand, so basically you just get a free tempo 3/3, and you're discarding a card, but you get the heal, you get the body, and you didn't reduce your hand size. So just going for more resources and making the judgment call that Suya does not need any more ramp. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if there's ever enough ramp, but yeah, that's a very close call. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, we'll see if it pays off or not for Suya, but again, these players are both undefeated so far, so they're doing something right. But
Yeah.
for Suya here, this
That's
was
kind of a joke
indeed the
with
question.
the enough ramp, but it's a really close call. I think you could definitely play either way. So
That's right. So now it's time for Illumina to do his own ramping of these stacks. Stone Bullet, of course, can take that out in one fell swoop. We're at a 5-stack already now, but sadly no more play points, no more things to do, no more swings to make. But that's a lot of damage in that hand already. Like, you've got triple Levi. That's just at least 9 damage sitting in that hand that you can just burst out on your opponent. And plus a lot more.
Contractor, yeah. So we did see one astrological sorcery saw the Broom Witch come out. So is it 3-stack consumption? I think 3 stack.
And
then
I believe so.
Levi Evo is going to be 4 more. So we are seeing like theoretical 7-stack on turn 6. So good pace for Illumina, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
And
7-stack.
and honestly, like that
Suya.
turn 3 reserves is really showing up here as well. Like being able to, push out that stack in anticipation was definitely the right call instead of choosing to develop board or other things. And we see here for Suya starting to run out of gas a little bit, and maybe, choosing not to ramp. Is it coming back to bite?
Ramp, if they were at 9, then you could play Dragwood Evo to put some pressure from 9 and then get the 2 Wind Flame? I don't remember the names of the token cards, but the Captain Dragwood. But it's a really close game, honestly. Looks like Suya is going to be slightly unfavored at the moment. Illumina just has all the damage in hand, plus has the Riley for backup. So, looking pretty good so far.
Like this, the slightly expensive Levi is going to come out here. Stone Bullet plus Crimson Sorcery is still going to be clean. You get a nice amount of burst damage here as well. Let's see if the Crimson Sorcery is going to come through or not. Illumina's really pondering about it.
So Illumina's dealt more than 3 damage, so a Ceylon gets full heal value. But a Gilnelise Evolved 6 would not get full value. So it was a kind of a close call there. But
it's a bit of a greedy decision. And speak of the devil, there is Gilney's, but no targets to attack into due to the board wipe, so gonna have to be waiting until at least next turn. So here you might as well continue if you're Suya and keep pushing that damage here. You can also ramp to 10, so that if you find your next copy of the Captain Dradewood, then that gets you onto 10 right off, or you'll be on 10 right off the bat.
Yeah, if Feline is not played here, I think there's just lethal with the Earthen Fist plus Levi Evo. If there's 3 heal, there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. Ooh, Argente, that's gonna be... That's gonna be game.
Suya, be careful! Suya, watch out! There's a lot of damage in that hand! Ooh. Oh no! You went for the big place!
5, 6... Yeah, Levi just gets through everything.
Levi the god, the absolute goat.
But
coming
Suya,
through the burn damage left and right.
Yeah, it's like that if you do, that if you don't. I'm not gonna say the other word on stream, but I think either way on turn 7, they're in a very
Lumina
bad
sees
spot.
it.
So
Lumina knows it. He sees the line, gonna deal the damage to the board, trade this in, and now we got the Earthen Fist for 3. Superior Contractor push out another 5 damage plus
lethal.
this. We're exact lethal, and Illumina's gonna take it. So yeah, it's gotta feel a certain way, you know, when you know that just healing even 1 health would have changed the outcome of that match.
Yeah,
It does hurt a
but
little
the
bit.
next turn, Suya didn't have any other plays, so I think it was the right call. It puts more pressure on the opponent, and let's say you draw into more damage, then I think you need to go for the win. I think Suya made a line that a winning line, and not necessarily the line that survives 1 turn.
Get out of my way!
That is true. That is true.
And graceful.
Oh, we can see the forest queue in here. Alright. So yeah, is pretty stubborn here. Wants to win with dragons. Like, alright, this is the easy deck. It doesn't choke. We're gonna get this win. But so far, the tale of the day is, I don't think so. It's been a little bit of a troublesome path for Discard Dragon today.
Yeah, but Suya with the turn 3 Argente lined up with the Worm on 1, and then Orb Cancer or Pneumatic Conductor on turn 2. Feline is pretty good on turn 10, but it is a long ways away. So yeah, choosing to discard it early.
May happiness be with you.
If Illumina passed the turn, I think Orb Cancer was a pretty easy decision, but not going to.
Not
going for the
developing
conductor.
any kind of board here is quite interesting. But next turn we do have some ramp, and of course the Norm Blanc as well that can come on out to at least pop the Bellringer shield at the very least.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that some of the other Dragon players had today was not going for enough resources against Forcecraft. And let's say you're against Swordcraft or something, and they play Ding Dong, they play the Bellringer Angel on turn 2. Then you kind of want to contest it with the 2-2, and go into the 3-3 the next turn. You can get some chip damage on the shield, and you need to contest the board a little bit. But against Forestcraft, just choosing to draw an extra card with the orb and getting an extra card with just getting the extra cards, I think is a good decision overall to what is he doing this turn? This is
Illumina out here praying. Illumina out here praying, trying to see this thing not hit the right target, but Oracle, all right.
Okay, so the discard count
That's
is
a lot.
3. Discard count is 3. There are 8 play points.
Well, that's pretty huge then.
Yeah. The Benevolent Elf already procs on this turn, so we could see just Benevolent Elf evolve base and get a little bit more extra health. We do see the Piercy in hand, so that is going to be an extra evolve, but going for the extra resources.
Bonus card draw, find Gilnalese.
And more damage as well, so kind of aggro control forest coming out again. There is a full clear with the Lumior. Guaranteed full clear.
Well, let's see it.
This duty brings
We're gonna do
Blistering.
Blistering first.
That might be lethal for Forest. with Piercy and then maybe Bellringer Evil Base or something like that.
Yeah, let's see what sticks
Yeah,
first.
maybe not. Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay. Bellringer's out
5,
of the equation.
7. That's close. That's very close.
Yeah, like hovering at 10 is not exactly a comfortable position. See, Long gonna try to put that range a bit further away, healing down to 13.
Yeah, okay.
This is gonna
No
be
chance.
a almost full clear.
No lethal chance. Wow. Very nice in-between play. I really like the kind of threading the needle of Force really doesn't have much pressure. And we saw Force kind of push through with the Leaf Man and stuff like that, but without the Leaf Man, it's hard, and Suya is really playing to his win conditions. I like it.
My sweet little sapling.
Well, we have to
But
see.
3 Gilnalees
how-
in hand, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I've been looking at that for a little bit, and it's just kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's that chance of the invoke is gone. You do have your emergency healing available to you when necessary, but for the time being,
Yeah,
it's just kind of sitting
there's
there.
no discard enforced either. Maybe just get it out of your hand to get
Right.
one more card with the Katha or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Lumina's pondering. Definitely thinking about it. Suya's gonna have quite a lot of damage coming up next turn. I believe we did get that last discard last turn.
Yeah.
So now
So
the effects
let's
are
say
live.
you evolve a 2-cost next turn and then play Katha and play the spell. Then that uses 6 mana and it gets your hand size. You start the turn at 7 and then you go down to 6 and then you go up to 8, but then you get the Yggdrasil, is it Yggdrasil? Draw the next turn
Yeah.
anyway. So I like reducing hand size, personally, I think. I think you're going to be close to overdrawing, at least in 2 turns.
Yeah, that's for sure, but I think Suya's trying not to think of a next turn. Pushing out that damage, getting the triple Noir and Blanc. That's gonna be so big.
So holding, yeah, just holding onto that Lumiar, and now he's pushing his win condition, and this is just too strong.
Yeah, like this
Yeah,
is
really
very
playing
hard
to
to
the
clear.
condition. Yeah, the threading the needle with the low HP. It was almost lethal from Illumina, but yeah, in the end, it's not close.
Yeah, there's not much else you can do. Suya's gonna take game 2 here in a convincing fashion. Of course, you know, there was some card choices here and there, but in the end, they paid off tenfold. Being able to find the board that's just impossible to clear and deliver lethals. Now both players are tied up at 1-1.
That's more like the dragon. I know the dragon force matchup. Yeah.
That's for sure. Alright. Let's see what Suya's gonna bring into this next one. It's gonna be Ruin, alright. Teasing us with that portal. Gonna go first with Ruin though. That's pretty good.
Yeah, is Portal
Alright,
gonna
we
get a
have-
win off though? This is gonna be interesting.
Well, gotta get through the rune first. We have the stack generated already, which is good.
Yeah,
Of
and not
course.
having a turn 2 against Force is not too bad, is what I was about to say, but there is a very, very good turn 2. Probably the best turn 2.
Arguably the best, and a good turn 3 follow-up as well. So yeah, definitely is trying to stay one step ahead.
Yeah. So the goal for Runecraft against Control Forest is generally going to be either aggro early. That usually doesn't work out too well. You can just kind of deal with it. Yeah, and so already the aggro plan, even though Suya is going first, they push 0 damage. You know, and it's just not gonna work. But the second plan, the main plan, is gonna be to kind of gather resources and then try to win over the course of 2 turns. So try to deal maybe 15 damage, or something crazy, or try to deal 20 damage. But 20 damage isn't enough. So that's the issue with this matchup and what makes it so hard. And so looks like Suya is using damage early, using stacks early, maybe looking for trying to finish the game while the Forest Craft player has 20 health points. But I don't know if it's gonna work out, since there's the Angelic Blessing. That was a huge punish, I think. And
Yeah, like
now,
this, once you start limit breaking that health total, it becomes a bit of an issue for a lot of decks in this format, and that's kind of why this deck is quite favored right now, and why we're seeing it as the third most represented deck in the tournament. Just
a
because,
very jank but interesting play is Bellringer Evo and then Fairy to leave a 5/7 with a shield, and then Rune actually really struggles against that. But going to hold on to the Forest is the Fairy is very good with the Piercy as well on around like turn 6 or whatever. So maybe holding it for that. But the 5/7 has a lot more outs. Yeah, overdraw doesn't matter too much for Forest. Even if it's Baja. I don't think even the Baja on the draw matters too much. Even if you burn the Baja.
Right.
Suya's just going in.
Yeah, trying to
Interesting.
make some damage, push in some of that advantage while still possible. Especially because, like, look at Suyu's hand. Like, there is a lot of damage in that hand. And if Illumina underestimates the damage potential and doesn't start playing a bit more defensively, you're just gonna, get bursted down immediately. So Illumina has to think, why is he aggressing?
Yeah. I think an interesting alternative play for Suya might have been to trade away the 4/4 before playing one of the spells, and so that would prevent the Gilnelis and put more pressure on the opponent. And you technically have Acid Golem plus Fist plus the plus Contractor or something is a possible lethal. So Acid Golem and then Contractor trade, and then Acid Golem Evo would proc it. That'd be like 6, 10, 13 damage. At 14. This one off. 3.
Doesn't look too pleased. I'm gonna just play the Bellringer and pass.
It might get shot again.
Yeah. What if it was the Angel's Blessing that he was maybe still debating on, but that would have overdrawn. But even then, let's see, how can Suya respond? You got big damage potential, but there's still lots of healing in this deck. It's basically, that's one of its best attributes.
Yeah, you really can't deal 20 damage without a Contractor.
Yeah.
That's
still missing in action.
Yeah. It's the main card to look out for.
Yeah, definitely on the search, but not really able to find it on Suya's side. And we're getting close to the bottom 20. Ooh, Riley on the Bellringer. Interesting.
Jupiter. So there's been an evolve on 4 and 5, and then there's the Fairy. So if you do the pig evolve and then Fairy Jupiter on 7 will proc the Jupiter. Alternatively, you could go Olivia evolve plus maybe Breezy Elf or something, and that would also, I would assume, proc. Yeah, that would probably proc as well. I don't know. I feel like you want 2 evolves at the very least, and have a fairy in hand. So
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty awkward. You get to clear the board here in a pretty convincing fashion, but you're not exactly putting up the biggest threats either.
yeah. Okay, so Lumina's at 4 evolves, has the fairy on deck, so Jupiter is active.
Ooh, that's
And leaving
a lot of magical reserves.
one evolve point. I think the previous match we saw there was an Olivia in hand maybe, but just using up all the evolve points, and then that you have to play Olivia to get an evolve afterwards. So even though evolve wise that might be the most efficient when you're going second, sometimes that's not always the best play.
Yeah. Alright, well, I think I like the Juno option. It's like you are going to have consistent damage output, consistent bodies on the board on top of your existing damage output in hand. So
it feels like Suya has been consistently dealing damage and then consistently getting healed off, you know? And
I mean, that's kind of how this matchup goes, right?
Well, you don't have to deal damage and you don't have to use up your stacks. Yeah, I'd rather see something like 2 burst turns in a row, and your Juno turn against Forcecraft is pretty important in setting up OTK. So 12, 15, 18, 20. There is theoretical lethal with double Acid Golem plus Fist. That's 12, 15, and then with the 3 cost 3/3 evolve, that's a total of 20 damage. But I mean no ward is not gonna be a thing, and Illumina knows that this is a key turn.
Yeah, the third Acid Golem. Oh my god, the pickup. Cemetery Spirit Contractor finally coming out on the board as well. That's gonna get that extra storm damage.
Yeah.
Really committing with the Evo point too.
Yeah. So there have been 4 evolves. I think Olivia evolve will be 5. So Olivia is free, and you could play double Jupiter with it, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, right, yeah.
There have been 4 evolves, I think, and then Olivia evolve, Blessing, or Jupiter, second Jupiter.
My thunderbolts shall guide you. If they don't
Alright, looks like we're gonna get double Jupiter going, potentially.
On prevailing wings, by condemnation's blade.
I think I'd rather see Blessing.
Our paths may differ. Will be done.
Or why not
I think
both?
this is gonna be...
Why not both?
Yeah, just run it in, heal back as much as possible. Ooh, Babacar. Pick up as well.
The Katha as well. Oh, Baha might be proccing.
Yeah, honestly, with like how things have been played out, Baha might come out. That'd be huge in this matchup too.
Oh, he draws the Bahamut. Yeah, that might have been 50. So
yeah, I feel like that might have been, honestly. Was pretty close. And buying that extra turn here is going to be a different story. Speaking of stories, Look at Lifetime picked up. Riley going to go
using up all the Riley.
Yeah, this is the last one, huh?
Yeah. I think Suya's just been playing out a lot of cards. Obviously, you need to play cards, but did he play too many cards?
Yeah,
Maybe.
that is a good point.
Me? I'm just a cranky old
Liba gonna come down. He's gonna get that Crimson Sorcery. Will Suya in his usual fashion just commit this?
1821.
No evil
He
points
has
left.
21 in hand, but
Yeah.
5, 6. There's not nearly enough stacks. So if he didn't shoot the fist like 5 times, then it might have been like triple acid golem plus crimson.
Yeah, that would, that's just it.
Honestly, that
You got your
yeah,
21
that
damage.
might be. I think if he didn't play like one more fist, then he would be at 7, and you could fuse. But I think he just played too many fists.
Yeah, just kind of kept like trading the board. Just a little bit too
Yeah.
much.
If there is a 7, 8, I don't know. I don't know what Suya could draw. Contractor, I don't know.
Oh, pig coming
It's not
through.
a
This
full clear?
is.
Wait. That's not a full clear, right? Oh, yeah. It is.
Yeah, we'll get the damage ping.
Piercing on the board. 23.
And most importantly, the heal up to 23. It's no longer enough. And of course, Bahamut gonna come down and basically burn out some of these key pieces from the deck. 4 cards left. This is looking like an Illumina game to me. Alright, just committing the double acid golem. This almost feels like a kind
the
of concession
contractor
commit.
was kind of early. I think it was. Yeah, I think that was the classic ladder runecraft
Alright,
that you
Illumina.
face is forest, and then you start to believe that forest is favored against rune when it's actually very close. It felt like that kind of game. That was kind of a maybe a pretty BM way of describing that, but that felt like, yeah, I don't know about that gameplay. That I don't know about the game plan.
Ooh.
Right there.
But going into this one, we have the portal. The 100 win percentage portal is finally here. Let's see. Oh, but with that opening hand from Illumina, double Oracle already.
Okay. He has the turn to win condition. So if the Kasim lives, it might be GG. Oh, he's going second
Some
though.
updates
Never mind.
From the side of the other matches as well, Buttercup took it 3-0 over Reed, and Sadfeeder took it 3-0 over Chrysome, and the one took it 2-3 over Charm from Team Manager. So looking like a very exciting bracket so far. Just in terms of, looking at the games going forward,
Illumina
looking at the
with
games for the remaining rounds as well.
Illumina very happy about the pass on turn 1. When you see the turn 1, it just deals so much damage. Just deals so much damage. But how do you deal with this?
Yeah, this is a scaling disaster waiting to happen.
Early C-Long is an option. It's the nuclear option, but that is an option. Just play out the title tyranny, and then that also removes
He's gonna do it.
the 3/1 from Merciless Voiding. Is it? I feel so unsure of the card names when it's like a little bit blurry in the spectator view.
Off of this.
Alright, well.
Yeah, just going to save the health.
right now. So he has some pretty good tempo plays. And we're seeing, a little bit of puppet generation here and there as well.
Ooh,
What's a big
second
pickup
Ceylon.
right before the 7 play point turn too.
Metatron.
Metatron gonna help ramp back.
My wings are righteous fire.
Pretty strong on both sides. But
I feel like here you want to.
Suya has not been able to push any damage.
Do you want to cash the spell in here and just make the puppets? Looks like that's gonna be the case. If we start fusing up, that is the first fuse, I believe.
Early Orcus fuse. So the benefit of that is that you get one more destruction count compared to double fusing later on. So there is merit to that. I'm not gonna count destruction, but there's Kasim, right? And then there's the 2 from the Merciless Voiding. So 3, 4, 5. I am gonna count destruction. That's like 5. 3, 4, 5. 5 destruction. And then Orcus is gonna be +3, so 8 destruction. Early Noir Blanc. Interesting. Just really Illumina really wants to deal with the 3/6, and I think Suya's play was to hedge against the Ceylon. Yeah. Very cool play.
Yeah, although didn't quite hit the right target there, but it's not the end of the world.
There are answers like Feline. So it's hard to say, but
God, there's really not that much to do here, though. Like you're basically gonna play out. Oh, play out Orcus. All right, only 2 fusions on her. Important to keep in mind. And we'll be able to trade off.
Yeah, Evo. It's strong.
You're gonna come through for Lloyd.
The immediate turn is strong, but I don't know if this wins.
Yeah, we're trying to think way farther into the future here. Ooh. But that being said, Illumina's not been discarding that much so far this game, huh?
Yeah. So there is a full clear with Lumiore plus Pneumatic Conductor Evolve. It's not great, but it is a full clear.
We're gonna have to take it if it's being offered. But Lumina's thinking about it. We're gonna actually commit to Lumiore. Was this the line you were thinking of?
Yeah. Blessing. Oh, going to toss the blessing.
Choosing to say we don't need that healing right now, despite being on 12 health.
And the cards. And the cards. Caster vision, we can see that. Yeah. Cosmos.
Oh!
Not bad. Not bad.
Lumina felt that.
Custody. I don't like this evolve.
Yeah, I feel like it could have been saved a little bit.
I think that's. I don't. Ooh. Silver Uranus, 6 damage, 6, 7. So max damage is 7. Not gonna be.
Nice stealing. Coming through.
Not gonna be
Oracle
lethal.
drawn.
Tyranny first.
Nice.
It's usually, yeah. This is fine. 15. Suya. the blessing, the angel's blessing.
A big loss like that. Tossing the blessing
Yeah.
does mean you're basically shutting off your draw power, your recovery for a little bit. That will help recover some draw power.
Feels bad. Oh,
It's a bit late though.
Oh, you have to toss something. Illumina has been tossing the card draw, but not going to.
Yeah,
this
this is
time.
your only way of clearing. It's really unfortunate, but you have to do what you gotta do. You get to pass on a 6/6 that's immune to effects. So that
What's
helps a
interesting
little
is
bit
that,
at least.
Noir Blanc actually blocks the 8 cost. It blocks Wielder of the Cosmos
Oh,
very
yeah.
well. So yeah. But next turn, pretty good. Is that enough? For...
I think with all the debuffs,
Ooh.
we'll lose the puppet there.
Oh!
Hold on. Yeah, that's
Oh.
hold up. That's
Is
not
that-
quite enough.
Yes,
Illumina.
that is
Hold up.
lethal.
Yep,
Oh.
Illumina sees it. This is it. Dragewood coming down.
And-
Gonna be able to
And
summon
the
out
top deck
10
means that it
damage.
would've been lethal from 13 either way.
Illumina is able to close it out. 3-1 in the series off the top with the Dragewood.
Ooh.
Sees that SEAO is not able to clear out the threats on the board and finds it. Illumina gonna remain undefeated here. And for SEAO, is gonna be saying, hey, that's a nice little win rate you got there with that portal craft. Not anymore, baby.
Ooh. Yeah. Not going to keep the 100% portal win rate. Ooh, well played by Illumina. Well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well played. And I think just to look at our bracket so far as well, there's only one game left for this entire round. So currently, we have KSLVD that beat Rudolfar 3-0, the one that beat Charm 3-2, Pain beat Azure Cloud 3-2, Samsung beat Xanaric 3-2, Kyo beat Bima 3-1, Buttercup beat 3-0 set. Illumina we just saw win 3-1, and Sad Feeder beat Chrysolm 3-0, and now Osa versus Hishiro is the last game, and they're currently 1-2. So will Hishiro be the one to close it out with a 3-1 record, or will Osa make the comeback? And as we've seen on stream, the comebacks are definitely very real in this tournament.
Yeah.
You cannot rule it out whatsoever.
Very sad to watch that. Portal rate dropped to 80% now. It is now lost again.
Oh no, what will the Portal community
Very
do?
sad. I don't know. Mourn this loss forever.
That's true. It's interesting. The classes with still positive win rates are Rune with 53%, Force with 55%, Sword is like right on the dot with 50%, and then Portal with 80%, of course, out of 5 games. On the other hand, we have Blood at 0% out of 4 games, so that's
Rough day.
paints a
Blood.
bit of a picture.
But Dragon is on the rise now at 47. Previously, the day at 38%. So Dragon showing that it can win some games here, and Haven is sitting at a 40% win rate with 10 games as well. But the best 3 that I picked out after round 1 are still technically the best 3. So
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw Forest win twice against Dragon, and then we saw, I think, Illumina have a... Was it Illumina? We saw a very strong Dragon against Portalcraft. No, that was Suya, right? With Dragon against Forest. And if you look at the win rates, Dragon has a 60% win rate, has won 8 out of 13 against Forestcraft. So yeah, I think I'm not wrong in saying that the Dragon can Windows pretty. I think it is at least slightly favored, but not
Yeah.
how it's going today on stream. We saw the aggro control voice graph come out, but it doesn't always work.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. And right now, Illumina is currently standing as the only undefeated player, but between Hishiro versus Osaf, we're going to get another undefeated player. So basically at the end of round 4, there's either going to be one or none, which is pretty exciting. You know, like all of the people that make it to day 2, we have no XOs. It's possible. It is definitely possible, so we'll see how it gets played out. But with that, we are going to allow for this round to wrap up. Between Osaf and Ishiro is also coming close to an end. And as we wrap up on round 3, we'll be getting ready to get into round 4 next, which will be super exciting to take a look at, you know, how things will be developing and which players and which decks are going to be still standing. You know, we've been seeing some Havens doing pretty good, but the Havens haven't really been popping up on stream too much. So I want to see if that's going to change in round number 4. So with that, we're going to go for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Alright, welcome back everyone. We are here still in round number 3, but I think I've heard we can catch a little bit of the end of it to see the matchup between Osaf and Hishiro. They're 2-2 in score right now, rounding out round 3 here. So let's take a look. We kind of know what was Osaf's deck lineup actually. Let me quickly have a look and check. I feel like he was running something slightly different. He was on Control
Spell
Forest,
Boost Rune.
Spell Boost Rune, that's the one. And he's the other Puppet Portal player too. So there is no dragon in his lineup. That's very fascinating.
Well, there had to be some. We didn't have 100% rate of being brought. I don't know how to phrase that properly. But here we go into that final game. As you said, Hishiro versus Osaf. There's the Puppet Portal. Are we going to watch it fall again? A further drop in the win rate? Or are we going to get to witness the Puppet Portal maintain a pretty good run against Urban?
Let's find out.
Today's the day I meet Cold Witch.
Levi and a
Alright,
Burn
so
Witch on the board.
Get the June pretty good. Juno's gonna be nice for just expanding that board later down the line. But of course, for Puppet Portal specifically, that's also quite easily doable. But lacking the Orcus does mean that you don't have that easy way to present a board in return with all the puppets. But instead, of course, Kasim gonna do the job as well. Bit of a messy clear though. This is quite expensive on the hand.
I underestimated you.
Yeah. We do have that draw at the end. A little bit in there.
Shiro's got... It's pretty interesting. So, both players have won with their forests. We've got a Rune win in the pocket for Osaf and a Dragon win down in the side of Hishiro. So now it really is down to the last one. And I mean, these two players are pretty evenly matched. And Osaf has definitely been making a really great name for himself over the last couple of years. One of the players from Poland representing the circuit for, quite a bit of Eastern Europe as well. Eastern European players have been showing up here and there throughout Shadowverse history. But Osaf is one of the most modern additions to the roster here. You see Hishiro. Alright, gonna just put down the Juno and just start presenting Guardian Golems turn after turn.
And leaving up in that process, of course, the Kessim and the Ding Dong. So Osaf has to look at his hand here and see what he's going to be doing. Though it's only 5 cards, a lot of them are playable here, except for the Chastity, so interesting to see where he'll go with his evolves and play.
Yeah, again, I just kind of feel like lacking the Orcus does hurt quite a bit here, but you have a few lines of play that might be a bit greedier, but I feel like using the Inauspicious Puppeteer is also decent here, and we see Osaf is hovering over it. It lets you trade away quite a bit of the board. Yep, gonna commit to it. The puppet being made from this is also gonna be good.
This isn't a game.
And yes, Inauspicious
Alright,
Puppeteer is
Kaniba.
also going to be the vote.
That's pretty good. Let's swing this in. Then Juno goes down to 2-2. And the puppet trade plus, yeah, you can recur it. That's gonna be a full trade, and you also get a bit of face damage.
Another Juno off the top for Hishiro here. not sure what the stack usage has been quite at this point. But only one sigil stack on the field right now.
Yeah, I feel like I might need to force out some of those extras just to get the full board developed, but we will see what the choice is going to be here. Of course, Magical Reserves is a very good card, but it looks like has been committed. Levi is also live. Get the Crimson Sorceries generated. Also, evoing Levi is pretty huge here just because it essentially answers the entire board, so it feels like it was kind of the play you had to go for. Answer this board, even if it is not the most threatening. Clearing it out is going to go very far here. But of course, you're going to essentially lose your board as a result due to the Puppeteer.
This keep
Let's
two
see
forwards
how.
with the way it played out, but choosing to trade in that 1-1. Guardian Golem.
Still comes through. Chastity down to 5 though. That's pretty fast. It's only on turn 5. Mission also picked up. Gonna try to get that full effect live first, and then put her down and get ourselves the triple threat on top of the triple revival here, which will discount all of these costs as well. Ooh, that's a really
the
nice.
inauspicious Puppeteer. Yeah.
Wow, that's a good revive. You get yourself the puppets, which will help to debuff the rest of the board too. The only issue here is that if this debuff hits the 3/2, you know, you're fine either way, right? This is gonna be a nice clear. And I think running in the 1/1 is better, just to start things off. Worst case, it goes to the Levi, right? Yeah, there it is. Even then, you don't mind losing the puppet here, I want to say. So you might as well run it in.
I think it's
full clear.
Yeah, still fine.
Alright, pretty good. So now you have Absolute Chastity, and this is probably 0 next turn after these two are taken care of.
Looking to just
Ooh, Melodious Melody is
get
actually
that
going to
1/1
rock out.
out
Absolute Chastity going to come down.
Yeah.
Or it's going to come down as a big ward. No Evo effect. Saving the Evo for something else here. Also, I mean, you just have a big hand. Like, it's not a lot of, like, non-expendables. You want to keep that amulet in hand as well. You just kind of need more things on board that will offer themselves up in exchange.
And Jack coming down. Bit of it.
It's rough. Gonna start
Yeah.
remaking a stack here.
Well, that's it for today.
That ward in
Still tells me all.
the way of getting quite to the face just yet, so evolving the Covenant Switch, building up that stack, trading, and
Boyfriend.
And also getting the recover, right? The 4 drain is pretty huge here. You know, especially against puppets where
for sure.
you kind of have these like very clear lethal lines that I think most people know how to respect. And the damage over time from the 2 Lishan amulets are going to get pretty annoying too.
Yep. Puppets are assembling. We see Abby, Bob, Catherine. No, not yet.
Alright, we're getting pretty discounted. Almost down to 0. Alright.
Gonna run some more puppets and get there.
There we go. Gonna commit the puppets here. Haven't been seeing any way to connect it to the Orcus. Although, I mean, compared to the other, maybe we're just spoiled, you know? I feel like we see like a Discard Dragon and Dirt Root, just like draw through the entire deck and, you know, see every single card. And you start going to be expecting, hey, I thought everything can do that. But no, this is still have to find those pieces. Bottom 20 is still not that close. And now we get the double amulet play, which is pretty good. You get 5 face damage. Make that 8 face damage.
8,
Hold
10,
up.
Lejana.
Ooh, 12 damage in one fell swoop. Osav is getting close to lethal. Only 6 life left. And I'm not seeing anything but drain at the recovery options with no Evo points.
Yeah, that's very rough for Hishiro here.
And we're going to get
Yes.
more damage down next turn as well. There's double cast him for the pings. The AoE.
For my people.
This is looking good for Osav. Might be able to close it out next turn. Juno going to be fusing down. The ward's going to try to hold it down. Prevent game from happening. Riley though, going to come on down off the top. You know that was a top deck. You can feel that that was a top deck. Of course, it's not going to be finding...
Able to destroy
clear.
Lejana, yeah. But at least
even
it's a
then,
ward to heal.
The ward is important. But let's see how far it can go. 4 damage and the heal. Ooh! Puppeteer is pretty huge here, but let's see. How will Osav sequence this? He got a lot of damage from those chasms in hand. Enhanced Puppet and Puppet gonna come on down here. You just have to clear this
Yeah, that's enough.
ward.
Yeah.
It is
He's-
not
he's
hard.
got
You just
enough.
have to put this down. Enhanced
Ram some
Puppet.
puppets in.
That's right, swing it in. Swing as many puppets as you need until everything is debuffed enough. Even if this misses, it still
It's
misses. The
fine.
puppet is gonna run it into the face, and Lishana is gonna swing in for 8 damage to face, and Osav will take it over Yashiro in 3-2 in the series here as a last game of round 3.
Preserving that puppet win rate. Oh, just a little bit. Like Suya got his L, but Osav keeping it going.
So
that's right.
5 out of 6 wins. That's not too bad. It's really not too bad.
Alright, so with that is round 3 now concluded. So of course, round 4 is going to be coming up pretty soon. And it's going to be interesting to see how, you know, the bracket's going to develop. So as we prepare the bracket for round 4 and see what matchups we're going to show you for the next round, we're going to throw it to a quick break. But we're going to see you very soon as we get started with round 4. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for round 4. Short little break, but we have another feature match for you all today for round 4, the second last one of today, before we find out which players are going to be advancing to day 2. And the match we're going to be watching is going to be between two players that are currently, I believe, X1 in record, that we've not seen one of them on stream yet, which of course is Pain, who's playing against the one that we saw at the very start of the day. And so this is going to be our return to watching some quick player sort as well. But first, as you can see here, Pain is a 2-1 record, and so is the one. And it's now for those people on the 2-1 record that it's really like kind of stressful, right? You gotta make it through, not drop any more games just to be safe. If you do drop a game, there's a chance you won't get in with an X2 record. Whereas for OSAV and Illumina, you're basically, you get one more win, you're chilling, right? And even if you drop 2 at this point, you
still have a
like,
chance.
I feel like your resistance to make it up is pretty high as well.
Yeah, but all these 2-1s, definitely feeling it. They definitely want their 3rd win. Not only does it get them an extra $100, but it gets them into the maybe category of getting into tomorrow. Of course, opponent match win rate is going to matter very much on the tiebreakers. But
Yes.
Yeah, it's a strong maybe
been
though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, with 8
sure.
players and in the top 8, of course, 8 players in the top 8. There are a lot of 3-2s that are going to make it in. Maybe 1 or 2 3-2s will not make it. So yeah, winning early will be very important. But if you get it to 3 wins early, you have to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, I think, overall.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to pace out. We might not even have any undefeated players going into top 8, which is crazy to think about. You know, it's really back against the wall for all these players. And so now let's take a look at the one versus Pain to see what they're bringing to the playing field. And as you can see, they have the exact same deck lineup, and it's going to be another SEAO versus West showdown.
Yeah, not seeing any Forest this time around. Once again, we've got 2 quick blader swords, which I think we'll be taking a look at those lists in just a moment. But yeah, of course, we have also got more Birthright Rune and Dragon as well. Here's the one's quick blader sword.
Yep, that double General Maximus, of course, is the newest addition to the deck. Aside from that, it hasn't really changed too much. Some ratios are kind of like shifted around, but General Maximus is just a good card. I mean, it basically just builds you a board. Really nice. You get the Golden Warrior out most of the time as well. So it's overall just really good. And we can compare it even with Pain's Quick Blader Sword as well to see just what differences they have in between of each other. Because I feel like there might be a few things, especially in ratios in these lists, it's where some players do disagree. And we can see already immediately General Maximus only plays a 1-up.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note the double Suave Bandit for the one, and that's going to be really nice in the mirror. Sometimes you just drop a Victorious Blader and win, but Pain's not going to have that luxury since you know that there are 2 copies of Suave Bandit, so maybe you're not as likely to go for that, even if you have the opportunity to do so. And the one just has an extra win condition because of that. Victorious Blader, very, very hard to remove in the mirror. It's always been that way, it seems like, since the card came out, but yeah, just very, very strong mirror card.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be exciting to see the deck actually, perform. Maybe even see the mirror in action. So I'm excited to see this matchup between the one and Pain as we get into round 4 here and see how the players are going to compete. And again, the win is very vital here. You definitely want to see, who can rise to the top, who can make it out as unscathed as possible. But it's still going to be rough. Like, I mean, it's one thing to be playing in a tournament. It's like, okay, if you go 3-2, you know, or 4-1, you're gonna go up to top 8. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, sure, you know, it's just an 18-man tournament. Sure, of course I can. But then it's like, it's an 18-man tournament of the best players in the entire SE, you know, not SEO and West, but just SVO in general regions. And so maybe an 18-man tournament, but this is this is where the best of the best gather. So it's not easy for anyone. No matter how much you're rooting for your favorite player, no matter how much you think that it's going to be, you know, just a easy path, it's never easy. It's never easy, and it's a pretty rough journey for all of them. You know, even for the players that sometimes would be like, oh yeah, they could win Worlds, they could win at WGP. Can they win in the All-Star though? That's going to be something to see tomorrow.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with card games. It's like sometimes it's just the day, you know, how
Yeah.
cards are playing out, how you're feeling, how the time zones are working out for you, if you've gotten enough sleep. There's so many aspects that go into winning and getting prepared for tournaments, and one who takes it today might not take it the next time if we were to run it back. So that's always a thing to keep in mind when pursuing your card game dreams.
Yeah, but in a tournament, of course, every match counts, every game, and you gotta make it count. And especially in best of 5, it does kind of balance out a lot of the luck elements, and you can, you can draw better, you can play better, but you gotta make the most of it, of course.
Yes, exactly. So it's going to be exciting to see how things are going to pace out in our next round here. Just waiting for the players to get ready, and looks like we're good to go. Pain on the bottom side versus the one on the top side. We're going to start off with a Rune mirror match here, and we're going to see if these mirror matches will continue on throughout the set or not. Ooh, Frost Golem being played here. That's what we don't see that much these days. Forgot about that.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice there. We also saw the Pursuer Golem get tossed back from Pain, of course, and Sorcerer and Juno in hand, in both hands, mirror match things.
Yep. I mean, this is just early turns. It's just set up, farm a little bit, and that's basically what
Sacks down,
both players are doing.
eats him up. Yep. There goes the Astrological Sorcerer, the Astrological Sorcerer. Yep. More sigils. Oh, we see an Acid
Golem
Golem
gonna be good
drawn.
for later.
Starting with the Star Seers, get that burn. Use another one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try this new spell.
At this point, you just want to like build up those stacks. I mean, it is your main vehicle to push out big damage, to keep drawing cards, to keep finding your pieces. And now it's a question of, do you choose to draw cards? Do you choose to keep building the stacks? Is the question this turn.
See Pain hovering that Broom Witch. And
Gonna go for the draw.
going for it. Getting some drawing. Cards on the same. Starseer on the other side. Levi drawn into hand. Also, this Uranus in the one's hand can't be fused into Juno.
Yeah, it's true. That's one thing that the one's list is pretty unique for. He actually plays the Uranus in the list, which of course, as we've pointed out before, cannot be fused, but it's a strong finisher tool, right? Like once in a deck that actually does go down to like very low card count in deck, it's a viable finisher, right? You do actually get to reach that 5 card count sometimes, and sometimes it's just that the one card that, you know, when you draw into by the end, it helps to close out.
Yeah. And Pain putting down his Juno now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Consuming that sigil drawn card.
Oh, hold up. Pain thinking where this is gonna swing. Gonna choose a trade. And then now we're gonna have the Guardian Golem spam coming up turn after turn. The one can technically respond in kind as well.
Also now has his own acid golem in hand.
Perfectly concocted
But yeah,
elixir.
responding with his own Juno.
You like to see it.
Formulas
I think it's
I'll
good.
show
You
them
basically
all.
get to just, you know, respond with the same amount of field pressure.
Got a couple stone bullets in the hand. Gonna add to the stack with
For my people.
the rubble. And hovering the
don't wanna
covetous
burn your-
witch.
Let the drain can still stick for a bit.
For my people.
You're gonna need that recovery option later down the line anyway, and it is gonna help. Another Juno picked up for later turns.
Someday.
Stone Bullet gonna take out one of the threats.
Pew, pew.
Levi picked up 2. That's really good for later down the line.
The scarlet crystal tells
So far,
me
so good.
all. You ready for the good
And
stuff?
going to use the covetous witch now.
We'll be together, my boyfriend.
Let's just take. I wonder why
Heal to 20.
choosing to commit it at this point. I guess you are also developing good board, and now it's just a question of how your opponent's gonna respond to it, and of course take out a lot of your target threats. And I mean, for now, at least we're not in that Levi range of the evolve skill.
Mhm. It would take out the covetous witch, but that's about it. Well, I'd have to trade as well to get some clearing in. So interesting to see what the one will choose to do here. Looking like he's thinking about this acid golem.
Alright, well, let's see here. You've got damage options. Levi's gonna come on down and bring out the Crimson Sorcery. It will get the 2 damage spread all over the board. It doesn't quite clear anything on its own, so you do have to kind of back it up a little bit here. From which gonna come down for the card draw. Acid Golem picked up for another one. Stone Bullet does
Stone
help to
Bullet.
take out a bit of damage. You don't need the 5 here, just a 2 is enough. Double Acid Golem plus Crimson Sorcery plus Levi in hand is going to be a pretty big burst. So we're getting close to having that be important. But
Someday.
the 1, Dyson still on
Having
12
trade.
health.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh.
hold up. Isn't that just 6/6?
Ooh, yeah.
This is just 6/6.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
just-
god. Pain.
Yeah, you just throw down
off
double
the
acid
top.
golems. Oh man.
The 6
Yeah?
stack for the double Acid Golem
Ooh.
off the top. Pain. Secures game 1 in a very, very
Mhm.
quick fashion here. Looking pretty
Pain.
good going forward.
Bring in the pain.
That's right.
Also, look in the hair. It's like very, like almost white. I don't know if it's just like the lighting or if he's like toned it down to white, but very hard to get that color.
Yeah, it's my hairdresser always tells me how much money people spend to like bleach their hair time and time again.
Yeah.
It's like 30k yen. That's like $250 every month just to reach that specific color. I'm like, good god.
Yeah. You spend so much and it fries it, but man, does it look cool.
Yep. Alright, well, for Pain, enough about hair compliments. 1-0 up in the set. Looking good. Now it's time to, let's see what the second deck is going to be. Are we going to be on Quick Blader already? Yes, we are. Oh, in Pain with that.
Moving over to quick
Official
play.
check mark. We have a few check mark players in
Here
today's
comes
tournament.
my magic.
Ooh, Bumpkin Recruit, turn 1. Pretty good.
Good. Luckily, in this mirror lineup matchup, neither player has to worry about having to queue sword into control for us. Not a concern here. So,
Yeah, that's a relief.
yeah.
Let's try this new spell.
But looking like a nice starting hand on the 1 and Pain side. Getting some 1, 2, 3s going.
Steady. Swing.
Alright. Pain gonna just push in that damage bit by bit. All the one, it's time to start
that
setting up.
art
He really wants to get
so
that win with Rune too.
I just love when Astrological Sorcerer has those little stars come out. So nice. Nice little touch.
That's true, that's true.
And we see Pain hovering that Golden Warrior.
Just for the spell
Looking
search,
at his
honestly.
hand.
It's
Yeah.
definitely gonna need it sooner or later. Alright, quick blader. Is it
Looking
time
at
to
quit later.
chuck it to the face? Or are we Golden Warrioring?
Opulent. The options, they're abound. After that first quick win on that first game, Pain has decided to just take a little, chill a little bit. After a quick one, just give himself the time to think, go through his options.
You're still way too slow.
Oh, he's gonna chuck it down, alright. Just push that
Oh
damage, get the
my.
rally count up as well. I think that's the most important part, is that the rally count is kind of struggling right now, so at least the two bumpkins will be drawn into, you know, more cards. Keep that aggression going, keep that rally count going as well. Are they gonna come down?
And Riley.
What will it target? Well, it looks like it's a bit too early for that.
Oh yeah. Only a couple of stacks have been consumed at this point. Juno fusing into another Juno.
Steady.
Ooh.
But yeah, here we see some bumpkins going in, drawing some cards. Victoria Splitter can help with that rally. Of course, drawing some more. Got Bellringer Angel now.
Yeah, you've got ways to generate rally counts. Got ways to search your spells. So now it's a question for Pain. What is the path forward? The one does not have too much press damage in hand. So also Juno that's going to come down and be able to help out a lot in, you know, spread. Went for the wider approach to build that rally count.
This Levi is going to devastate this board. So
Yep.
if he trades with the quick fighter, knowing that Levi will in fact devastate
Smart.
this board.
Me? I'm just a cranky old fart.
There's the old man himself. Slammed on down.
Still good.
The greatest magic known to man.
Today's the day I
And there's Apron, which to draw some cards as well. Getting eating up the rest of those sigils.
Alright, here we have... Could it be finally time for Golden Warrior to start searching? You don't really have good combos for the strategist, so you need to find some good spells. Ward Ignoring is not exactly the one you wanted to see, but Golden Warrior gonna summon out the Arthurian Light Amulet.
Yep.
Don't see this too often.
It will be eating up that board space, but every now and again the one drops in the deck will be getting some storm. So that's, and you'll be getting a 1/1 at the start of each turn as well. So kind of a dual-edged sword with the Arthurian Light. Acid Golem
Only
coming
for
down.
4 damage though.
Yeah,
Contractor.
not the full
This is
six.
actually live now, yeah. Get the full effect, you get full clear, and you're also pushing 7 face damage, so the one trying to equalize a little bit here. Saying, alright, I know we both play the same deck. You need that extra little bit of time to find the pieces and set up. And I can tell that you're not quite there yet.
Yeah. Bad B off the top. Interesting to see where these will go.
The problem is that even if we clear all this without healing, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, there is that Gilnelise in hand as an option for some healing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, going for the strategist. It's not quite it.
It does present a little bit.
Our supply lines have been reinforced.
Of heal potentially here.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to again. Whether you can answer this board or not is one thing, but whether you can survive the onslaught of what's to come is a whole nother question.
I'll win with wealth.
For sure. You definitely don't want to run out of time here either.
Mighty flare, be my sword.
Evolving
I'll save you. No one gets past me.
over the 2-2.
Estimated
Yep,
heat.
leaving that 1-1 with the Evolve.
Luminous gates, eat it away.
Will they find another one off the top? That's some big damage. And that with the Evo will be
Yeah.
enough.
Don the
The
cloak and
one
steer true
is gonna
to
even out the
sun.
set here, 1-1 in round 4.
Both runes getting their win. I wonder if the one will move to sword and we'll see a sword mirror next, or how these players will queue up their next choice. Is this just going to
Alright,
be
let's see.
the match of mirrors, or will we see some different queue strategies here?
Yeah, I mean, we have potentially double mirror left. Both sword and dragon are up for both players. So they're really pondering about it. Choosing what to bring going forward. Oh, we have an update that you might
Also-
be pretty happy about. Krizom actually took it 3-0 over Xanaric in this round, so
Oh,
still
nice.
sitting at a 2-2 record.
Hoping on that going 3-2, seeing how it shakes out.
Mhm.
Also, the one has hit his GM, but Payne is sitting at a Masters, hasn't done his GM climb. Maybe all of his practice has been in private matches,
Perish in my flame.
as most practice tends to
Won't
be.
suffer even in
Yeah, as most practice tends to be, especially when there's this much on the line. You want to keep your tech hidden and, find the spiciest tools to succeed at the big stage.
And we have moved to the sword mirror. Got Erica versus Nahato. Nahato is not.
Mm-hmm.
See Payne.
It's hard to say which
milling out.
one of these leader skins is better, but I've put Not as my default for everything, and I've been happy ever since.
Yeah, I just love the primo leaders like treatment with the customized evolution boxes and frames. They're very nice, very hard to deny.
They've been going
Yeah.
really extra with them lately, you get the whole, animated background and everything.
Let's get this party
Mm-hmm.
started.
I like it. I like them pushing what they can do in this little circle.
Mm-hmm. For sure, it's definitely come a long way.
Be dazzled by my brilliant blade.
Golden Warrior on 3
Night.
this time. Not gonna
Steady.
hold it on for turns and then evolve it this time.
wounds here to warrior.
Bop.
Ooh, that's big.
Slam Bob.
Bapkatha.
Having fun yet?
Yeah, it's the +1 to
Going
everything. Gonna
face.
just swing it face.
Trading is not for the one. Nope.
Face is the place for him. And he's going right there directly. Now it's a bit of a odd question. Do you commit the strategist? I feel like it's...
Yeah, definitely tough.
There's no
With two
clean
of them.
or clear or anything. You're just kind of going for the Evo potentially.
I'll be winning with money and resources.
And playing the strategist here to, of course, or playing the royal summons to evolve the strategist. Yes.
You know, which finds a quick later too, which is nice, but gets you the early. You know, you kind of have to like respond to the Vedkada. You know, buffing up your stuff just so you can push and set up a pretty good board too. There's no Levi here to take out this board. Gonna have to fight it a little bit harder.
Bless your heart.
The Guild Melee is definitely helping with that, and if the one chooses to, there's still that hero of the hunt that he could commit, and he does.
But it's a gold card.
Pain drawing his own Bob.
It's pretty good. Still though, against this board,
Yeah.
you cannot allow for the Guilnies to stick around. You gotta take it out. Gonna Evo to trade it off just to get the card draw as well. Try to find more pieces. I mean, that's kind of the story of the deck is
Continue.
trade, find pieces, and push bit by bit until you finally manage to find your combo. And then just end it in one fell swoop as we've seen in the Swiss brackets earlier.
That goblin's coming down. Rally? Question mark? Yep.
Catch it.
Alright, here comes Golden Warrior coming down on the one side for that search. Can actually commit to the Evo
And
to
another
get the amulet out.
evolve.
Power only money can
It's pretty big.
Legend will rise again.
Oh,
So
and
many
just
Golden
passes.
Warrior
Okay.
balls.
This does give some time to Pain to set up here. Gonna trade in first.
The bumpkin off the top. Bell ringer. And we get some cards a glowing. Rally's getting up there.
Mighty flare.
It's good use of that Evo. Get more card draw. Build towards your Freevos that you have coming up too. Which is so far so good. Speaking of which, strategist coming down. What will she take? She takes the free one-cost spell generator, which will evolve her.
Our supply lines have been reinforced.
There we go.
Now, how's Pain gonna trade?
Ding dong punch.
Ding dong. Pop the shield.
gold card.
Alright. Couple of 5 defense lines to get through. The one's own strategist not at that rally 10.
Resources. Our supply
Yeah,
lines
it's not
Graceful
too great, but you
maneuver.
do get the full board clear here, which is good. Takes out everything. Does use up everything in hand as well, though. Or, well, everything in play points.
No one gets past me.
15
Just a little 1/1 no
life
fix.
left for the one. Hmm.
Not quite enough damage yet on Pain's side.
Sorry?
with money and resources.
So, not quite there on getting to lethal for Pain yet, so going with a strategist.
Yeah.
Our
Basically, just
supply
want
lines
to
have been
have the good
reinforced.
trades. You can swing this into the 1/1, and you're basically chilling. You've got quite a bit of cheap spell generation, so you can actually push out all the effects that the strategist has here. Maybe develop a bit of a board so the buff up actually does something too.
Come and get it, losers.
There's the Brave Vanguard.
Mm-hmm.
Priceless.
Land the
Ramping
Goblet
heal.
to get some draw.
There's General Maximus, our new card of the deck.
Win with wealth.
It's trading out, nice and healthy.
Still kind of unfortunate that it had to do the full trade, having to lose the follower itself. But yeah, so far this feels like like a chicken game in a way.
Victorious Blader just boom
Ooh, okay. Right now there's
off the top
no
slammed.
real answer. Evo's it. Wait, let me check Pain's list real quick.
Pain got his own Victorious Blader.
Hmm. Ooh, interesting. So there is actually no real way to answer this Victorious Blader in Pain's list. So I guess that's the upside of open deck format. You basically get to just continue to push up and, push up big threats. But then if you run some Bane, you have an answer to it. Whereas now they're going to be it's going to be just Victorious Blader duel on both sides of the field.
Poking at each other. But this one's got a necklace on, so a little bit more damage at a time. Able to get that one out of there.
This is still potentially clearable. You just need this to be 5. Like the strategy needs to be 6/6, and she does clear. Do we find the buff spell? We got the healing one, and this is the buffing one on the side.
Summoning first, making sure.
Oh, the Bane! The one! Does run the Bane, but sadly overdrew it. Would have loved to see it though.
Let's get this party
Huh?
started.
Tatsumi does it though?
No one gets past me.
Making some board space.
Yep.
Now this is what I call a good time.
Shield's ready for action.
Pen. Pen with Storm.
You love to see it.
Hero of the Hunt,
It's
gonna
not.
clear it.
Yep, build a necklace.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah, this can go phase 2.
Trade.
Alright, there we go. 7th base. Down to 12 life. Which basically means that you are within quick blading range, Pain. Gotta be careful. It's time to make a big comeback.
His own Taketsumi now drawn. Kind of a rough spot. Being at 12. General Maximus. Getting Golden Warrior, Taketsumi, and a Vanguard.
Yeah, fighting in the right targets here. Such a good card. I mean, just being able to push out so many cards off the deck. Just like that.
This is what I call a good time.
But it's not looking great for Pain here.
Yeah, the stat lines are really annoying, and you're still at 12 health, which means with these 2 play points, I don't think you can do too much. This heal will be nice.
Now's my time to shine.
Yeah, you can actually clear the whole board, but it doesn't change the fact that you're still within death range. There's a quick blader and 2 buffs, which even when you heal from this Wayfaring Goblin, lethal is still there.
You're still way too
Here
slow.
comes the quick
Yep.
blader. Angel's Grace for +3/+3, forge weaponry for a bit more, and now you have your 18 damage ready to go to the face. And with that, the 1 is going to be up ahead 2-1 in the set. 1 game away from winning it all with the dragon, but we know that the dragon has not been the best for the 1 in today's tournament.
Very curious, actually. I'm gonna go check the stats and see what Dragon versus Sword has been looking like throughout the day. It looks like Sword has been taking it over Dragon more often than not, with 8 wins out of 13 going to Sword's side. So
Gorgeous and graceful. The
We'll see if Pain can take this favorable matchup, bring it to that 2-2, and then to the Dragon Mirror, making it a very much mirrored match whole way through.
Yes.
Seeing every mirror
the one-
possible.
One's going first and has a discard on turn 1, discard on turn 2, and then it's just a question of what is top decked.
Yep.
Preparing for the
What does he
draw.
have from there?
Next turn, Victorious Blader gets to play out 2 things as well. It's pretty good. Nomadic.
Goodbye,
Coming
Angel. Don't need it here.
Mhm.
Very easy discard target.
Victory is all that matters.
Yep, both players getting the counts that they need up. Rallies are going up, discards are going up. Ramp is now happening.
Damn. Saw the Argente right on time.
Silver radiance dazzle you.
We love to see it. Gets the big draw and the ramp up to 5. Lots of plays for next turn available now as well. Where's for Pain? We're still in that farming stage.
Yep. The Bob is tempting because you've got the board, but it doesn't help trade out to this 3-3.
Wounded warrior. Seek succor here.
Move out.
Alright, gonna push the numbers up just to be able to trade away the 3-3. I respect it, although you do open up your 2-2 to get traded off just as easily. Alright, the orb. Let's see what it's gonna discard. Ooh, alright. Infinite Flame, the one-up has been found for later. Committing the earnings here for the early banish, really just trying to live and die by board space and board presence.
Yeah, keeping it very, very clear board. Second Victorious Blader drawn here.
Hmm.
And considering, yep, going for it for that rally up.
Come forth.
Getting a nice Hero of the Hunt to hand.
What I call a good time.
And Deuce to clear out the board here.
I'll have to write a
Just both
score
players making little boards, clearing out boards.
Mm-hmm.
The world is within.
Lumior. Ready for next turn with this Shion.
Blessings be upon you.
Beg my forgiveness.
Drown.
Alright, Silong.
You're kidding me.
Gonna do the thing. Evolve, get that extra play point, and now we're also getting pretty close to some pretty decimating turns here for the 1. Now, I honestly don't know if Sword can keep up with this. It's, you know, we're not at the right rally count yet. Royal Summons isn't fetching anything, and Strategist is still a bit away from the right rally count too. So, we're still kind of far away. Whereas the 1
Yep.
is trying to chase victory in the next turn.
Let's see. Trying to think on what this rally count is at. Gonna draw with Babketha first.
Come and get it, losers.
Great Anger gonna come in. That is a 1. They can just trade. But he's trading really enough right now. The damage is lacking. The pressure is a little lacking too. Pain just needs to keep collecting cards and finding the pieces.
No one gets past me.
Ooh, what a good top deck. Noir Blanc coming down here. This is going to be pretty huge. Let's see who we draw into. Another Noir Blanc, but we do have the discard. You want to keep that for next turn though. But not seeing any kind of ramp. Angel's Blessing, can it find it? No, but that's a good follow-up play for next turn. Some big board clear and damage, but this gives a bit of breath of life for Pain. Basically seeing like, okay, you didn't actually do too much with that turn 8.
Greed.
So now, a lot of it is riding on whether it can draw a way to ramp next turn.
Pain finally at his rally 10 where he wants to be. Going straight for the skill release, evolve, trade, get to heal back up to 20.
Impressive hit.
That heal's very important. It's gonna go a long way, especially with how this hand is looking right now.
Yeah. Heal is also cheating, by the way, in case anyone forgot. But all players today have been doing a lot of healing conduct that I do not condone.
Not the
nor
healing
promote.
conduct.
Yeah, can't believe it, really.
Not in
we
my
are coming-
Shadowverse. Come on.
I know. I want some good, fair, no healing Shadowverse, but doesn't not the meta for that. No ram.
Ah, doesn't find the ram. That's so unfortunate.
I mean, he can draw a little bit more here. If he so chooses, maybe find an oracle. Oh, he's dropping it, looking for it, doesn't find it.
Ah, so unfortunate. There is technically another shot. You can discard one here, draw one, and then Evo. Or will he get tempted by the Fellain to buff up the hand? Gonna go for that instead, but it's risky. Committing these two here feels a bit early. Feel like you could have set up an unbreakable board potentially. Golden Warrior can be played out for the search. Opulent Strategist can also be played out for the full board wipe as well. Doesn't feel too good right now.
Yeah, that was rough top decks on the one side. Committing that second Norm Blanc really just like deciding, I'm gonna get it. Like he felt it, but deck did not comply.
Part of the cards did not respond, unfortunately. Okay, so maneuver.
And then Paige is
This will
going with the
be
graceful
the board
maneuver to
clear.
clear this out. And evolving another Golden Warrior? Okay. Is he?
Are we still doing it? Yes, we are. Okay.
So many
One
Arthurian
time
lights. These sword players know something that I don't.
Alright, Morocco. Let's see here. We're drawing into potential. I don't even know if we can call this potential lethal. You got quite a bit of discard synergy, but you're not quite there for the 5 or less. But you're getting pretty close, actually. There's a 4. Yeah, this discard 2, that's another 4. And then you're drawing 3, that lets you... Oh, you're so close to it.
Conductor.
Wait, you have the evil point. This is enough.
Yeah, he's got the
Evil point, exact lethal. The 2, and discard. The Norn Blanc, why not? And then that's the final 2. The 1 manages to find just the right amount of lethal off the top here and deal that final 2 damage.
Are you prepared?
Very close match here. Pain felt like he was just this close to finding those last points of lethal. But the 1 this time shows that the dragon does not choke. The dragon finds the game off the top. And the 1 is now going to be at a pretty solid scenario here with the current standings. So, pretty good. The 1 right now takes that over Pain, and man, it's the 1's playing from Singapore, and like, in case, you know, it's like you're basically seeing the comparison here, where we have the West, you know, we're all casting from West, but I'm over here in Japan. So all my friends in SEAO here, we're all going through. It is 5:30 a.m. right here, and for a lot of the players, it's like 4:30, 6:30. They've been playing through the night. Imagine playing through this time zone debuff and still performing like this. I could never.
Well, we don't know his lifestyle. Maybe he's nocturnal.
My hat's off.
Maybe
anyway.
this is the normal for him.
I don't need to know his lifestyle to have respect. That is how I feel
that's
right
true.
now.
But I respect all of these players for making it here today. Truly the all-star lineup. The one taking it over Payne, who has been a long-established player. going to World once upon a time in years long past, and always showing around, having good performances.
Yeah, I think
So-
he's gone to Worlds twice. So
Yeah.
yeah, it went to 2020, 20,
Mm.
yeah,
Mhm.
2020, 2021. Yeah, that Worlds as well. So
Yeah. Really not long past, but it's been a long year.
Yep. So, we still have a couple of our games that are being played out. It's also crazy how different some of the scores are. We have Samsung versus KSLVD that are at 2-2, pretty close, and then 07 and Illumina are still on their third game. So we'll see how that is going to continue. But round 4 is coming to a close, slowly but surely. You know, we've seen some pretty crazy games. Finally, some Quick Blader again. I feel like that's a deck that we expected to see a bit more of, but definitely it's been kind of missing in action. And just, you know, not as, you know, respected, question mark. I mean, Sword does have a 52% win rate out of 29 games today at the tournament. And right now, Portal starting to slip down to more reasonable rates. 63% win rate. Haven at 38% win rate out of 13 games. But then still at the top we have Dragon at 48%, Rune at 53%, and Forest is currently second with the highest win rate at 54% out of 52 games. So pretty good. The top 3 decks are, of course, doing pretty good. Dragon dropping more games than you expect, but maybe after this round it'll even back out to closer to 50. So we shall see how it's gonna go. But Paul Washer, any kind of like thoughts after that set? I feel like one really looked pretty solid.
I think, the one, especially in the first games, I think when he finds the winning line and grabs onto it, I think he's had some the key turns. I think he has some really strong plays, and for example with the Earthright rune, he just had like the devastating wide board against Swordcraft, stuff like that. I think when he finds that winning line, and with the Swordcraft as well, just slamming the Victorious Splitter in the mirror, stuff like that, he knows his win conditions, and when he sees the win, it seems like it's very strong, and he finds the lines. So that stood out to me.
Yep, couldn't agree more.
Definitely
honestly, like
looking
once
for it.
he sees that line of play, finds the line, and really follows it, doesn't kind of like back out midway, the one feels borderline unstoppable, and that's been really good to watch. But with that, we still have a few more games to finish up for this round, but we're going to go for a short break as we prepare for the end of this round and the start of round 5, the last round of today as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a short break, but after that, we'll have round 5 hopefully ready for you all to watch soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are here still for round 4, just finishing things up with all 3 of us here. But this time we're going to see some more OSAV action. This time against Illumina, 2 players that we've seen before, but they are actually both undefeated and in game 3. So it's going to be exciting to see. I think it might be one of our last games of this entire round, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to take a look at how things are going between them. So, any thoughts going in? We know both players are bringing some interesting decks. OSAV's got that spell boost that we haven't seen yet. At all, actually.
Yeah,
the whole
I hope
day.
we get to see it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he hasn't already gotten the win on it and we get to take a peek at him piling in it.
And
I'd love to
Illumina
see
is
it
playing
portable again, maybe.
Control Forest, Earthright, Rune, Discard Dragon, and OSAV, not OSAV I mean, is playing Control Forest Craft, Spell Boost, and Puppet Portal. So
Yep, so he's the
okay.
Puppet Portal man himself. Oh my god, 26 health. Alright, I want to see what kind of miracles OSAV is going to try to pull over here. What is going on? 4 cards in deck for OSAV of all people. Oh my god, paralyzing a Bahamut. What are we tuning into here?
Yeah,
Crazy,
there is,
this.
a wielder in hand, so I think it's according to plan for OSAV still.
Red Pierce cleaning this up.
The only issue is that wielder might not be enough. 5, 7.
5 cost wielder. The second wielder.
Oh,
nice.
the double wielder.
Oh, an order.
That's huge.
Order. Oh no.
It's more.
Okay.
Okay.
OSAV must
If you got a
protect that
2-drop
three-board.
wielder.
Eve on one of them. Oh
The
my
7
god.
didn't draw.
That's true. 7 damage,
But,
still
yeah.
13 left. Uh-oh, here. Ah, that's not good. Although, is it not good? You're gonna just draw into more, right?
Yeah, there's just gonna be more wielders. That's, I think, all that's in there, maybe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This duty brings only despair. Let evil burn.
Invokes.
Fires of righteousness.
This one Lumen is just pulling out everything.
Brilliance.
I'm gonna find a way to draw through everything. Ooh, Leafman comes
Autumn
through.
Leaf to keep it
That's
all
pretty
safe.
big. That's actually really huge. 4 costs. Not perfect, but let's see. Draws into a 6.
6.
And a 9. See what the 8 can do. Deal no damage to anything, but
This isn't a game.
managing to get... Actually gonna get to clear most of this. It's pretty good.
All for naught. Yikes.
Yeah, straight into everything.
The tribulations continue.
Although I feel like... I guess you're at low enough power they kind of have to. Oh my god, another Gillenlease. Doesn't really matter, you've got just more ways to refill this deck anyway. Good god, what is this game?
Sylvia Evo. Yeah, we just walked into some craziness.
Oh, and the rune he already won with too?
Oh man,
And here, just like that.
wanted to see that deck.
Alright, Wilder for 9. But there's another Autumn Leafman. It's kind of hard.
1-drop wielder.
This is my will.
Replenish the deck one more time. Don't let it stop.
As long as I have these wings.
A withered life can no longer
But-
tell you shall fall.
There it goes in the elf. Yeah, I think this is enough. Yeah, we got the Evo and yeah, with the sweetness.
Devour everything.
Yep, this will be enough damage with the sweetness coming in. And Lumina will be
Oh, and there was
2
another
games
Morgan
up
as well.
ahead.
Yeah, it was Luminous there, getting that forest win.
Yeah, so the Gilnalese card deals damage and then draws cards. So if you're playing Dragon as well, that's much more common of the scenario. But Forestcraft with the Gilnalese still in the deck, that was very clutch.
Alright, that's gonna be interesting.
Yep.
We are gonna see the Rune versus Forest. Of course, we've seen this situation again where, you know, the Rune players already have to be careful to not overuse their stack for like the big damage pumps that they need to do at the end, especially after a lot of the extra health has been added.
We're seeing a lot of Sorcerer on too. Very, very consistent.
Yeah, it's important to maintain stack size, but also Forestcraft has the Autumn Leaf Man and stuff like that, so if you leave just too much stuff on board, that can be a huge issue.
We see some damage come through, take out parts of the board. Angel's Blessing though, gonna heal right back up. Metatron gonna ramp to boot. Osav is not gonna go down without a fight. Trying to stay afloat in this matchup. Doesn't want to give Illumina the game.
Of course, and here we got Lumina doing the Coveted Switch Evolve here. Getting some stacks. The heal not being most important in this matchup, I think. Unless Force is going super aggressive, they're doing the control stuff and healing themselves. I think that bit of an uphill battle maybe for Dirt to push through the damage that they need. But Sorcerer coming in with another telescope.
That's good. Stacks are building up. We got removal. Big burst of damage coming is ready, honestly, in handle for coming turns.
Yeah, the double acid golem is a
We've
lot,
seen that finish
as
games,
we've
right? We've
seen.
seen that finish games, but
Yeah.
Benevolent Elf gonna keep raising the limits further and further beyond. Already at 22, can actually go even further. That's not good. That's a 23. Big banish. It's looking rough for Illumina. Big stack goes in. Make it 6. Gonna punch. Story of a lifetime. Draw more cards. Draw more cards. Levi's good. This actually takes out quite a bit. But do you want to use your Evo point on that?
Don't want to use the last Evo point.
Right.
Going with Northern Fist and just gonna fuse into Juno, make some room in that hand.
Yeah, you always have to deal with the looming threat of the Autumn Leaf Man, so that really changes the dynamic of this matchup pretty significantly,
Yeah.
it feels like.
It's like, it just forces this pause that you have to either win before he gets there, but it's like if you aggress early, they're gonna just drop it. If you don't aggress, they might drop it in expectation. So it's pretty rough.
Yeah, it hasn't been drawn though. And it's hard not to overdraw here for the Force side. Evolve count, I'm assuming, is it around probably 3, I guess? All 3 Evos used, and I don't think anything is used.
Olivia and Sylvia here to help out with that Evo point situation. That's
Yeah, if
fine.
you play the Piercy and just don't have any more Evos after your evolve count, again, you're kind of open to, you're more vulnerable, but if you get the Olivia out, then
Let's play. Ugly
It was
things are
just
not
a
so
theory.
you do have more. Oh,
You're done for.
Ooh.
do have more options the next turn. 4 or 5. Olivia is free though at this point, so I guess it's not too important to play out the Olivia early. And there's no blessing on the side of Runecraft, so you don't have to worry about keeping Evos up either.
Mm-hmm.
I know the unseen.
Really gonna come on down for some removal.
And you really want to hold on to the Pursuer Golem for Autumn Leaf Man or maybe Bahamut, something like that. So I wonder what the game plan is. Is this the turn where Illumina just does 10, 15 damage and tries to kill on the following turn? It looks like there is
You
a good
have
amount
to.
of damage. Yeah, 12, 16,
I don't think you have
17,
any other way around
20.
it at this point. Just pray that
Yeah.
Osef doesn't have
For my people.
a way to stall or recover more than you can afford to keep up with. Juno's decent. It'll
And
give you
Bullet
some
is
extra
also-
beaters, but
Rise again.
ooh, down to 7 stacks.
Levi maybe coming down?
Me? I'm just a
Yeah, looks like it is.
12, 16, 17, 20, 6, 10. On turn 10, there's 23 or something close. And with Pursuer Golem, it might be.
Kill you first.
It's close to 26 on turn 10. Very close.
Mm.
It might actually be 26 on turn 10.
God,
Especially with Juno.
the fact that it's still possible.
Yeah, just the board space. So
Yeah,
Juno, Golem. If you play out the Juno, then you can deal 26 while using Evo to Evo clear. And then you might also see some adjusting of the count, the stack count, to kind of eliminate one board space. So this next turn for Illumina, it's going to be setting up turn 10. This is very doable. But I'm pretty sure Bahamut's coming down, so
oh,
I
you're
don't
right.
think-
We're almost there, huh?
Only despair.
yeah,
Almost
and
have.
that would mean this
Ah, there it is.
It is.
has to be
Seeing
used
a lot of
this
pieces
turn.
and parts flying out.
But if you use up the Pursuer Golem, I was gonna say then that eliminates the OTK, but this seems like it could be. Yeah, it's very
be something.
likely lethal on 10.
Just gotta make it there. That's seemingly tall ask right now, though. Seeing the current situation of the board.
So Pursuer Golem can hit into the 6/8, and then you could use up one contractor. That doesn't seem great. You could leave something up. It's really awkward. Something's gonna survive, and it uses a lot of stacks. So, but if
That's the
you
problem,
use
right? That's
damage now,
resources.
Yeah, if you use damage now, it's probably not great either.
Push in the
Ooh.
6 damage here.
Okay, sure.
Oh, no.
And
Luminous
tapping.
says nope. He doesn't see a way.
Yeah,
to make it
if
out.
Riley was held on to on the previous turn, I think could have held on to Pursuer Golem and maybe dealt 26. That's crazy, but it
Yeah.
was very close.
But yep, now both sides have that forest win. And now we've got Rune into Puppet Portal.
I still see that portal.
Again, it's a pretty interesting card, especially second against Portal. Sometimes you want to hold on to it so that you can deal with the Orcus, but I think in general you want to just get to 7 nowadays and deal with it with the Riley or something like that. I think in the previous expansion you could hold on to it in this matchup, but both decks are a little bit faster now, and maybe you just need to get going with some other cards. Metatron going first obviously is not super strong, but the 1/4 can block a lot, quite a bit, and lining up things, I think one thing Pain did really well in the Rune Mirror in the previous match was Pain lined up a bunch of 3 health, 4 health. They had the Juno, they had the Golem. If you line up bodies of more than 3 health, the only way Rune can deal with that is going to be just the reserves, the magical reserves. So that's going to be... Metatron is one of those cards that you can't get through, and then if you play, for example, Licht into Metatron plus something, where you play Metatron on 3 into maybe play... if you can get the Lashena down uncontested, you play like Metatron into Lashena on 4, and 1/4/2/4 sometimes is very difficult to deal with, and you have to commit a Stone Bullet or something. It's not clearable with Levi, basically, so there are some times to do that, but OSAB chooses to play out the 2/1, 3/1, and deal a lot of damage. This is also very strong, so a lot of different game plans against Rune, and it's been pretty developed. I think at this point, it's the matchups are... people know these decks, you know.
Yeah, that's for sure, absolutely. And we see here pretty good, pretty good setup overall by OSAV. They definitely tried to push good numbers, but unfortunately, all it takes is one Levi to answer these boards. But you've got Orcus in hand, you've got yourself one of the Lishan amulets as well for some big damage coming in as well. You're going to have some passive damage coming through turn after turn. And for Lumina, you got to fight that somehow. And that Juno is going to have to make it happen eventually. Oh, more puppets. That's going to make it easy to pick off the Levi here by just fusing if you want. You don't have quite enough yet for the triple bonus from Lashena yet. I wonder how far OSAV is off, though.
Yeah, New Destruction is just so powerful, and Rune really can't sustain off that much damage. With the Orcus coming up, I think the young Threadmaster draw was also pretty clutch to set up triple fuse. I believe there haven't been enough fuses, so I think OSAP needed that extra fuse.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
But which one do you pick? So New Prayer will heal 4 every turn and deal 4 every turn if you get all the effects, but New Destruction deals more damage immediately. So there's a trade-off there.
That's a tough call.
Looks like
And then
the prayer was
not
chosen.
going to get the destruction down.
It was just a theory.
Yeah, I think that's fine for now. You're gonna be able to play out a
Yeah.
lot more
I think
later
if
down
you
the line. You're gonna
sequence
get that
it-
skilling damage.
Yeah, if you sequence it differently, you can get that new destruction down, but then Orcus... Oh! No way! Wait,
Oh my god, that's just lethal. That's actually
Rip.
just lethal. Even Lumina sees it
Wait, did they
immediately
just
on
draw
turn
another?
5. 18 damage comes down here off the top. Illumina
that was off
manages
the
to
top,
find
right?
it.
The second contractor?
I want to say so. At least
Or-
one
no,
component
the-
was for sure.
Oh, actually, the contractor was in hand. Yeah, the
was
sack...
the second one?
Yeah, I think... Yeah, I think both are in hand. Wait. It might have been hand.
Well,
Yeah.
regardless, that was
Yeah, I missed that.
very,
Wow,
very
that's-
impressive. Managed to
Yeah.
see it
That
Managed
is
to
so
just
much
get-
damage.
in there.
That's crazy.
That was very good.
Uh,
So Illumina is now our undefeated player so far. Will he get to maintain that going after the 5th round? We'll see, but he is locked in for tomorrow and top 8.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically,
sure what that
congratulations
was.
to Illumina
so
for
the astrological sorcerer really enables that turn 5. It used to not be possible to get to 7 stack very easily, but the 7 on turn 5 is very doable now with that. So yeah, that was crazy. I did not expect the 7 coming out already.
Yeah, honestly. Very, very, very impressive. But with that, that is the end of round 4. We still have one more round to go, and some players are already confirmed for day 2. But with that, we're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we're back, we're going to show you the players that are looking to be pretty likely to be making it into day 2 tomorrow, into the top 8, and of course, watch our last game of the Swiss rounds. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the last round of our Swiss rounds. So this is day one that is coming to an end here. And of course, it's going to be exciting as we have two players that have been performing well. We have Hishiro and on the other side, Sad Feeder. But before we take a look at that, let's take a look at the standings that we should be having updated for this next round, because I think it's pretty exciting. We have one player undefeated, which is Illumina666 from Team Rev, and then you can see the players that are fighting for their lives to stay afloat. Osaf, Hishiro, KSLVD, The One, and Sad Feeder are all kind of in positions where if they win, they're definitely in. If they lose, they're likely to be in. So we're gonna have, from these 5 X1s, only 2 or 3 of them will remain X1. And then from the X2s, it's going to be coming down to those tiebreakers and seeing who can carry who up into the top.
Yeah, a lot of 3-2s will make it, but some will definitely not make it. So we'll be taking a look at Sad Feeder against, who is it again? Hishiro, yeah, and one of these players might be just going home after day one if they lose, so there is a lot on the line. You want to guarantee that day 2, guarantee the prize money, you get the mat, you get the play mat, you get more stuff, you get the physical cards, of course not evolve cards, but so you can't play with them, but they look very nice for sure.
Yeah. Be very exciting to see who can make it out. And of course, even if you're not looking to make it into top 8, every win matters, right? You can, even if you're X3, X4, just getting that extra win is a bit more cash, right? Get your hands on that prizing no matter what you have to do. And I think it's gonna always help to take one extra step forward. And so I think for all the players remaining, all the best. I think it'll be fun to see. But for our side, let's take a look at Hishiro and Sad Feeder, what decks they're bringing, and how they're doing so far here. So of course, both players actually have the same lineup in terms of Control Forest, Earthright Rune, and Discard Dragon.
We're going to be
the
taking a
lineup
look.
that we've been seeing so much of today.
Yeah, be taking a look at the Dragon deck and the Rune deck. We've seen Rune perform pretty well, I think, but struggle against Forestcraft. We've seen Dragon not perform so well, but sometimes do well. There's a lot of Dragon is decent against Forest, and then Rune is good against Dragon, Forest is good against Rune, and then maybe is Dragon the weak link is kind of the narrative of the stream so far, I think, but definitely close matchups, and you can win with any of them, so it's very close.
Yeah.
I also want to report that the Bloodcraft player has gotten a win. There is a win on Bloodcraft now.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
That's the biggest highlight. Let's go. He's done it.
Yeah, 17%.
Let's get it.
But yes. We unfortunately won't be checking out their game, but we will be seeing this Tempest and Hishiro. And as we were talking about, like that standard lineup, the top 2 decks of the day are like the most prevalent decks of the day, I should say. Discard Dragon here is one of them, definitely the most brought. Yeah, it had definitely a rough start, as we saw on the stream, with a lot of losses, but that win rate has only climbed and improved throughout the day, now sitting at a 48% win rate out of 90 games, because everyone's playing it. And if everyone's playing it, everyone has more opportunities to lose with it. So maybe that's why we saw that dip in performance at the start. But here's Hishiro's list, pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Not playing
Pretty
any
copy-pastable.
blistering.
No.
Yeah.
No blisterings here.
Neither Dragon player is playing Glistering, so that might be a card that might have been interesting in the mirror, maybe against Forest a little bit, but
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, have a straight Duke out, but hopefully not deck outs. We'll see though.
Yeah. And then, of course, on Sapphire side, we also have the Earthright list. I think we just kind of wanted to see, like, the two decks that are by far the most prominent. You know, we started the day with them, and we're going to end the day with them, right? It is definitely the two decks to remember from this event, and they are the ones that are most prominent. And Sapphire actually plays one of the Frost Golems that I feel like we've seen here and there, but not that much, and only one Earthen Fist as well. So ratio-wise, there's definitely some stuff that is a bit different from your traditional list that we've seen from some of the other players.
Yeah, and both players are playing 2 copies of Pursuer Golem, so that's a great card against Dragoncraft, especially. You get it down to 3 costs or less, and then that can clear over a Noir Blanc, and that's one of the only ways to clear 2 Noir Blanc in a single turn. You play Pursuer Golem, and then you play Riley, and then Evolve Riley, and that can get you to remove 2 Noir Blanc. So that's one of the few ways to do that.
Yep, so we're going to see if that's going to come into play or not in this final match of the Swiss brackets. And of course, for a lot of you at home, you've been able to watch and see all the different decks that the players have brought. And of course, going into tomorrow, you get to see them again perform in the top 8 bracket. Of course, we'll be just featuring the lists during the start of the top 8 as usual. And then it's going to be best of 5, just like today. A whole top 8 bracket, semifinals, and finals to crown our champion. So, you know, it feels like day one's a bit more relaxed. We're just like kind of scouting for data, information, seeing, you know, who's really playing the spice, who's bringing what, and seeing, you know, which of these, like, we see all these lists at the start of the day, and then which ones are going to be the ones at the top. Well, we're going to find out after this round is done. So now let's just wait until we see what the players are going to do once they're ready, and who is going to make it to day 2. I mean, for these 2 players, I feel like both of them should be relatively safe. Like, the one that loses, there is a chance that they don't.
The one that loses, the opponent is, at least one of their opponents is 4-1. So that's going to increase their opponent win rate for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So, and there's people like on the border. We didn't see on the ladder, on the ranking, but like Rizome is 10th. So right behind Kyo. So both of them are also pretty close. Like if they win their next match, and the people that are above them lose their matches, that's a pretty high chance of going up as well, because I know that, for example, for Chrysome, his tiebreaker is like, one of them was Hishiro at the very start, and the other one was Sadfeeder. So literally it's this matchup is his tiebreaker, so that's a pretty good one, although I'm not sure who you want to root for to win this one then, if both of them are your tiebreaker.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a very key round to see how things shake out, who gets their wins, who will be sitting at that 3-2, biting their nails to see how their opponents did.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. At least one player who's 3-2 probably will not make it, but we'll just have to see.
I also want to highlight that there is a team kill. I don't know if this was already highlighted, but there's a team kill this round. We're not watching it, but Sonar 5's Azure Cloud and Bima are fighting it out. But they're both in that 1-3 zone.
During the deck talk, I mentioned maybe Rune is good against Dragon, Force is good against Rune, so Sadfeeder goes ahead and queues Force first. We haven't seen any Rune players beat Force so far on stream. I think we saw it with like some of the kind of quick matches spectating at the very end of a round, but I don't think we've seen any wins from the Rune side so far. So it's a nice read from Sadfeeder.
Yeah, the Q strategy definitely not slipping here at the very end, but he is slipping out of frame, feeling the weight of thought and probably tiredness at being awake for so long into the night. Getting to him.
Do you know what time it is in Europe? I think Hishiro's from France.
I think he's chilling. I do believe they are some amount of time ahead of us. I
Yeah.
think it's like nighttime. I think it's prime time for tournament
Okay.
for Europe.
So
I think it's
Europe favored a little bit.
yeah. Early start
Netherlands.
here in the States, midday start in Europe. Late start in SEAO.
Yeah, it's so interesting to have players from all around the world. We really don't see that outside of maybe World Grand Prix or something. So yeah, it's a
Yeah.
really cool tournament.
I mean, the more casual experience of Shadowverse weekends can go across different
Oh.
time zones and have
Mhm.
um, that openness.
You ready for the good stuff?
But yeah, here we've
Sure
got
is.
Levi.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's gonna commit the evolve, so that's a big deal. Yeah, Rune really needs their second evolve for lethal, I think. So you do need to pace it out a little bit. There are a lot of Crimson Sorceries coming out.
But
24
Force
health.
is just gonna heal, yeah.
Ooh. That's a lot of damage, but that's also a lot of health at the same time. And not a
Hashira
lot of
needs to eat
stacks.
these stacks, yeah.
Yeah.
Very
I was
requisition.
not paying attention to the stat count. But I think Levi evolved, and then there was a Levi on turn 2. So 1, 3.
We'll be together
Oh,
soon.
last Evo committed.
My boyfriend.
If there's no
Yep.
stack on the board, then that stack is not going to come back. And then maybe Giant Happy Pig next turn. This is looking really good for Sad Feeder, I think. Yeah, Hishiro realizes and does not commit the Fist. So there was an option of throwing away the Fist by playing Fist first,
Coming together.
but not going to do that.
May happiness be reunited.
Bellringer gonna be another 4/6. Very tough to deal with. Gonna cycle a little
Yeah.
bit. I think that's one of the few
Only despair. There.
card draw cards in hand, so just gonna draw first. With a control deck, it's important to have enough resources at all time. You might have to commit a lot on a turn depending on what your opponent does, and then you need to commit a lot the next turn again, and you just run out of resources on the second turn. So instead of going for Happy Pig and then maybe facing a strong turn, like a few strong turns in a row, see the Bellringer come out, and that's going to be a lot more solid. And now I think Sad Feeder is pretty much on cruise control.
Yeah, Hashira's finally finding some stacks, but a little late. And again, as you mentioned, those evolutions being consumed in those earlier turns. making it
Yeah,
very
now we're gonna
difficult for him.
see aggro control, forest come out, something like that. Can even hit in the pig to heal up to close to maximum. Put a lot of pressure on. 26, and it's not even full health. 24, is it 27 max? I think pig is +3.
Yeah, I
Wow.
think pig is +3. Yeah.
Will forever circulate.
If the sorcerer was here last turn, then it would have saved maybe 4 health, but unfortunate. And Rileys were committed, right? I think there was at least one Riley played already, so
Yeah.
just not lining up for Hishiro at all. So now, Sad Feeder Game 2 has Rune or Dragon, and Hishiro might commit Forest, and Sapphire could read that and try to get the dragon out against it. So there's kind of another mind game going on, I think. But that's gonna be lethal
Yeah.
in many different ways. Yeah, Sylvia.
By condemnation's blade.
Trade?
Upon the wing.
I think he missed lethal?
Yet our will be done.
I do believe he did.
Yeah.
Unless he's...
Oh, Kappa.
Oh, that's
is
enough.
gonna
That's not...
be
He's fine.
9 damage. It's 50-50.
Oh.
Misses the 50-50. I don't think it's gonna matter. 9-10, so one off. Oh, it's no. Okay, never mind. Sad Peter did not have lethal at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
there's
been a
reason-
long day.
Yeah. Yeah, he did not miss lethal.
As long as I have these wings.
That's a lot
But
of damage.
28 is very... Yeah. A lot of damage, but 28 is very healthy.
You do have to commit a conductor, I believe.
Luminous gates.
Uh,
Get it away. Stare truth in the
trade.
eyes. The righteous path.
I think the sorcerer is gone. Yeah, just going to... Yeah, that's not going to be enough.
They're coming together.
And I don't think there's another astrological sorcerer either.
Ugly things are not welcome. Be united with the wind.
Even if
Yeah.
there was, there's
Smile or
lethal
Ooh, you got the stuff.
through that. Wow, quick game one. Sad Peter getting the good matchup. I think it's the most polarized matchup with these two lineups. With the standard Forest, Rune, Dragon lineup, I think it's the most polarizing matchup. So really nice snipe from Sad Peter.
Yeah. Very heads up queue order. And let's see how they queue into the second one. Rune into drag.
Again, I think Sad Peter is happy to see the dragon. But who knows? Pursuer Golem early is pretty nice in this matchup, but no early game pressure, so might see a slower game coming out from Runecraft or not with the Boom Witch. We'll have to see.
But
And
there they go,
Hishiro-
starting their game plans. Yeah.
Yeah, Hishiro has the Argente lined up for turn 3, so not a bad start either.
What
Yeah,
did
and
this
Tutu
card-
contests Tutu, so that's very nice pickup as well.
Yeah.
What do you think about this matchup so far with what you've seen today and your personal experience?
My personal experience is a little limited, but I would say that it's looking like it can really go either way in this matchup, depending on how the cards fall out. Like going into today, I thought it was more of a 50-50, but so far it's been not very Runecraft favored, but it is showing as a 67% win rate for Runecraft throughout the day against the Dragon. 14 wins out of 21. So I feel cards can fall in a lot of ways.
Let my silver radiance dazzle you.
Definitely not an
And
easy
Hishiro
match for either
has-
side.
Hishiro just has so much ramp and has a good board state as well, so looking really, really solid for Dragon. Has high health, has ramp, just doesn't have a lot of draw, but has the second Argente, so you can assume that we'll draw into something. sure will draw into something.
Blessings be upon you.
This past week, I've been joking that Dragon just goes to the moon every single game, and then once in a while, they'll go to Mars. Like, it's not the moon anymore when they ramp, like, 3 times by turn 4, like you see here, you know? I don't
Yeah.
think this is the moon anymore. Like, this is... Yeah, especially going first. Yeah, I don't think it's the moon. That's no moon. But yeah. Pursuer
Gonna
Golem.
fuse the Pursuer Golem?
Wow. Pursuer Golem, the cost isn't going down this turn, so that's probably why. But eventually, you are gonna regret it, I think, if you
Okay,
You do
do
fuse
want to
it.
check to see how many Sad Feeder
And then-
has.
Sapphire, yeah, what's the stack? Broom was played on turn 2, I think, and only
Yeah.
got 1 stack.
I underestimated you.
17, 4. I don't think it's 7, but you never know, right?
Yeah, very hard to keep track sometimes. As we're watching the game progress, all 3 Gilnalises have been drawn.
Wow. And going up all the way to 20, and then we might even see another Argente or... Has there been... Yeah, I think there have been 4 discards already. So, not going to play that, and instead just going to hold on to cards. If you start with 10 play points, it's really nice because you can Gilnalise evolve first and then play Lumiore Argente, for example, and heal 6 while dealing a lot of damage and stuff. Oh my god! It's
in fact
whoa,
at
it's
7.
active already. Wait, then that must be lethal. Oh... 10, 14, 15, 16. Oh, wait. What's that? Huh? I don't think... I think that could have been lethal.
It all happened so fast.
Yeah, that was very fast. Didn't rope that at all. So 10, 14, 14... 10, 12, 15... It's close. 12... I would have counted for sure.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Levi Evo, you can't suicide at all. So it uses up just way too much board space. That's the issue. Oh, Feline is probably going to guarantee another turn. There is an Acid Golem. How much damage is that?
Golem.
So, fuse, you get to 4. And then you can Acid Golem, Levi, Crimson.
But Feline wasn't played.
Yeah, fuse. And then 4.
That's enough.
That's enough. That is enough.
Yep.
Wow.
Just a cranky old
Maybe
Wow.
SF slammed it the way he did because he knew that it
He
wasn't
knew.
quite enough last turn.
Yeah, but the...
I do not taste
Yeah. A lot
But
of
wow.
damage coming out. Very
Yeah,
quick.
we're seeing these 7 stacks getting eaten up real fast in some of these
Yeah.
games.
And another thing is that the contractor, it's actually much harder to push the contractor through after the dragon gets the Noir Blanc out on 10. So yeah, it is pretty common to throw out the contractors pretty early, but even then, that was very early and that was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
gorgeous and great.
Just very quick commit to just, I'm gonna throw these out. This is what I'm doing this turn pass.
There was no hesitation on that turn. Just slam and playing out the reserves. So I was surprised about that part.
Yeah. And now we get to see him play it from the other side and see how each of these players will do playing that same matchup but on the other class.
We've seen Dragon get reverse 3-0'd already, but we'll have to see. Oh,
Top decked Oracle on 2. That's some skill right there. I'm gonna touchy. Wow.
Rune has a pretty good hand as well.
Mhm.
Whoa.
Silver radiance dazzle you.
Going to discard. Sad Feeder is not playing games. He is playing the game, but he is...
But very seriously. He's playing the game very seriously.
He is going in.
Me? I'm just a cranky old
Levi. I wonder if Shiro... Wow! Immediately shooting...
The 3-3 wants to go face with the sorcerer.
Yeah, just putting
Those
a little
stars
bit of
are so cute.
pressure. Yeah, this is a chance to push somewhere around 9 damage with Levi Evo. Oh! But is Sad Peter gonna be able to top deck out of this hand? There's been one discard. There's been the Argente. There's been the one on turn 2. So Dragonu is number 3, I believe. It could be wrong. I feel like you have to respect it. I think you have to respect the...
You ready for the good stuff?
Yeah,
Formula's ready.
the Uranus, the Uranus.
Don't look
I think scientists call the planet Uranus or something, and then
Mm-hmm.
the average person calls it Uranus.
Yeah. I think that sounds right.
Feline can clear 2.
And a little more expensive.
Going to play out the ceiling. Wow. Sad Peter is just playing his hand. Does that mean Lumiere activates? If Lumiere doesn't activate, I don't think you do that.
I think he might have gotten a discard on 1.
Yeah, there was a discard on 1.
And
So probably trading the 2-1 would be my guess. And then playing out, for example, the Covetous Switch Evolve will use up 4 board spaces and you still get the 3-3, but does this Lumiere proc? Will it be able to discard? That is the question. Is it glowing? Is the card glowing? No, it is not glowing. I didn't count wrong.
yeah,
Ooh.
just the warm played out.
Hishiro might have turned the corner with that. Sad Peter does not have anything. Played out the cards very aggressively and now in a rough position. I did not count stacks. Yeah, I don't know the stacks. Don't know the stack count. Oh, it's 7.
Throwing in the contractor now. Get that.
What does Sad Feeder need to top deck? Because even if you draw a discard, it's not going to discard, and it's not going to proc the Lumiere. Yeah, that's not good enough.
There it is.
That's not a bad card.
Helps.
That will clear all the important cards, and Luminar does proc, but is that enough damage from hand for Hishiro? It looks like it. So, yeah.
I'll stare truth in the eyes.
Trade, play the second Golem.
I do not taste like chicken.
Wow, Sad Feeder playing very, very quickly and burning out very, very quickly. But that matchup, I think Sad Feeder isn't too upset about losing. It's yeah, it's the reason you bring the Rune deck to try to win that matchup, I think. So
Yeah, both players having that win on
Gorgeous and graceful.
Rune into Dragon, and here we have the Dragon Mirror, both
Ooh.
using
Before my wrist
the Resplendent Phoenix Leader, who I
and
haven't
neither
been, though.
player
So
is
cute.
playing Glistering, so this changes the matchup up quite a bit, I believe. If you know the opponent isn't playing Glistering, then that means it becomes more of a ramp race, and if you get to 10 first, then you can pressure with 10, the opponent gets to 10, answers with the Gilnelese, and then you can answer again with the Gilnelese. So going to 10 first is generally favored, I think. So even though you play out the Gilnelese, if you can invoke Gilnelese on the next turn, then it's definitely good enough, and you can Gilnelese and just draw into a Lumiore, for example. Or like a Captain Dragwood plus Uranus, or Gilnelese
Shiro
into...
not liking that off the top of the deck, getting all the Norm Blancs so early.
Yeah. Sad Feeder is going first and has a lot of ramp.
Yeah, that's
Can
the
even
third
ramp to
Oracle right
10.
there.
Yeah.
Turn the noise into harmony.
Talked about winning that ramp race. Mr. Sad Feeder currently looking to take that one. And Hishiro discarding one of the Noir Blancs now, having a handful of them and not needing all of them right now.
But Sad Feeder is out of cards again, and that could be really bad. Even if you Dragonoots Might, is it Might? Yeah, Dragonoots Might into Ceylon, for example. At this point, it does use Evolve Point, so
Blessings be upon you.
Sad Feeder is just going to Gilnelese.
Score for this.
See that? Not bad.
Both
Yeah, I'm
players
kind of
now-
surprised to see that.
Ice and snow.
It's slightly stronger board presence, but it's not hard to deal with, and
Blessings be
very,
upon
very resource intensive. If you draw a discard card, you could have easily discarded that Gilnelese from hand.
you. Hate shall dissipate.
I think when you have so few cards, sometimes... Oh, wow, that's a good top deck. That's a very good top deck.
Yeah, very insane line. Hishiro
Wow.
reeling a little bit
Oh
inside
my
of it.
gosh.
That's a board.
Yeah, now we see Sad Feeder just pushing really, really hard. It's out of Evolves though, so it's still up in the air a little bit. As long as the Ceylon effect doesn't hit the Noir Blanc, so maybe you even evolve first and trade. Oh, okay.
I'll make you
Hishiro will risk it and be okay.
Forgiveness.
10?
I've had enough of this.
See that? Not bad.
10 damage, and then that's just
Noir
going to be
Blanc.
lethal for Sadfeeder
Yeah.
with the next copy of Noir Blanc. Yeah, that's not enough. Wow. Just ramping really hard and getting that Captain Dragwood off. Wow, that was fast. That was powerful. And yeah, you see the power of ramp. If you can ramp a lot early, it's very powerful in the matchup.
Yep. SF went right past that moon as you mentioned, and onto
Yeah,
the
that
most
was-
likely.
Yeah, that's Mars. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's somewhere else. That's not in Earth's vicinity. Yeah.
Maybe straight to Uranus. Actually,
Yeah.
Mars isn't that
straight
good
to
right
it.
now.
Yeah. That was actually our final game. So Sadfeeder is going to be guaranteed to get in. If we look at the standings, they're not updated yet, but we'll I'm guessing
Read off
that
the
we'll see
battle flag.
Hishiro again. That was
Mhm.
that was a very quick was it 1-3 game, but very quick games. Sadfeeder just going in very hard, and almost all those games. And I think Hishiro's opponent win percentage is 67%, so very high. I think
Very safe,
Hishiro is
yeah.
guaranteed. Yeah, I will say it right now, he's guaranteed to make it. So if you're rooting for Hishiro, I think he's still going to make it. But
Yeah.
Sadfeeder is guaranteed, Illumina is guaranteed, OSAB is guaranteed. And
Yep.
we'll come right back and look at the standings more in detail, and hopefully we'll have more games finished and we'll talk more about that. So we're going to
Yeah.
head to a quick break.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are in the midst of our final round of the Swiss rounds today. We've had a lot of exciting games. Some players are finally locking in their spots for tomorrow in the top 8. We're going to be peeking in on 2 players still trying to fight it out, seeing which one will get their slot, because only one of these 2 will be moving on to tomorrow between Payne and Rodolfer. We're going to check in on their games, see how they're playing out. Both players are 2-2, so again, only one can make it. And even if they, depending on who wins and what their opponent win match rates look like, they might not make it tomorrow, even if they do win, but there's still money on the line.
They do have to win now. To have a chance.
Yeah.
Come and get it,
And
losers.
we're hopping right into some Sword of the Dragon.
The tribulations continue.
Victory is all that
Glorious Blader.
Be my sword.
So Dragon has a hard time dealing with wide swords early on in the game. So Payne, putting on the Payne. I'm sorry.
No, I've done that today, so I understand.
Okay, and has the Quick Glider lined up for a lot of damage, so going for the aggressive game plan, and Rodolfer going to go for Argente instead of going for something like the Uranus, so going to leave 4 power on the board. That's actually a significant amount of damage. Penguin Guardian, that's not 10 rally yet. Quick Blader.
But the Quick Blader
was that 10? Yeah, so I
Finish you.
6 trade 12. I think Payne.
I think that was
lethal.
lethal.
Yeah, if you trade
looking
in
like
the
it.
3-2, if you trade in 3-2 and then buff the forged weaponry, then that's 12 damage, and then yeah, the 1-1 as well. But very strong turn from Rodolfer. Wow, double Uranus. I wonder, do you push 2 damage by trading? I feel like the 6/6 body is so good against sword. Of course, the Taketsumi, Taketsumi can shoot for 5 damage, so 6 damage is a really big deal. But there is an answer with the strategist. It's really interesting how now almost everyone just plays strategist for the first effect now, and instead of doing the full damage.
A 1/1 buff spell is pretty nice, so getting that one and a little bit of heal also helps out, so you can see why it's gained some popularity. Rodolfer putting down another...
Rodolfer is up to 17. Oh! 19! Rodolfer is up to 19, and Payne can only deal 18 damage. Oh, wait! No, there's
double
a ward.
forge.
Double forge plus Angel. Oh no! Double forge plus Angel's plus. Wait, that was lethal, right? 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
That.
I think Payne missed 2 lethals.
8.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, double forge weaponry plus the ignore ward. 8, 9, 10. Wow, what a disaster. Yeah, I'm making all the puns. Yeah, disaster Payne. The Payne. Wow. Yeah,
that's
shocking.
I wonder if it's been a long day for him as well.
Yeah.
Like he's in the good time zone, but who knows what he was up to before the tournament started. It started midday. Who knows when he woke up, like what he's running on, how he's feeling. So many aspects go into a Miss Lethal, but
Yeah, was that the last game? It's that Udover takes it 3-1 against Pain. So that's
Oh,
that's
man,
it for Pain. Pain is not making it top 8. Very unfortunate. And we still have 2 more matches left. Yeah, sorry.
Rough ones for the ones playing in it. It looks like the 2 left are the team kill of Soda 5, Azure Cloud versus VMA. That's like the only one left. Chrysome and Kyo were fighting it out, but it looks like Kyo took it over Chrysome 3-2. Very rough for Chrysome. Not being able to make it to tomorrow. But yes, we do in fact have, because Azure Cloud and VMA are both 1-3, they don't affect our top 8. So I think we might have standings here pretty soon, but we'll get back to that. First, we're going to take a quick little break.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Our last round is finishing up. 5 rounds of Swiss, 18 players, and we're going to be chopping that down into just a top 8, just a little bit. How are you feeling about the day, Pat?
Yeah, it was a long day, early start, but we made it through, and some of these players are making it through, some of them are not. Long day for a lot of the players as well, of course. And yeah, I think the players we have guaranteed so far with 4 wins are going to be Sad Peter, KSLVD, OSAV, and Illumina. So we saw all these players on stream, I believe, and we saw Sadfeeder really pushing it hard in that last round. Oh, no 5-0 winners. So Illumina did lose to OSAV maybe in the final round. So I'm not sure who he lost to, but
KSLVD.
KSLVD. So no players with a spotless record. We have 4 players at 4-1, and we will have 4 players at 3-2, and there's 5 players total who have a 3-2 record. So we'll have to see.
One of
but
them.
yeah.
Well, we'll see their cut in a little bit, but first we're gonna show you their lovely faces. Once again, let's see the players who were fighting it out today. Of course, from Southeast Asia and Oceania, we had Twilight Knight Sadfeeder, Mana Surge's Kyo, Team Entity's Xanarik, Dawnbreaker's Suya, Illumina from Team Rev, Samsung, Sonar 5's Bina, and Dawnbreaker's Chrysome all fought it out today. Let's see who is from the West again from today.
From the West, we have Hishiro, Tempo Storm Hishiro, Mana Surge's Charm, Pain, Buttercup, SS Udofer, Disaster at KSLVD, Sonar 5 OSAV, and SS Reed.
And from one each, because of how just things shook out from that wild card last week, we had the One and Azure Cloud, who started us off today. Azure Cloud took it back in a really amazing comeback at that start of the day, but he is still duking it out with Bima, I think, right now. But either way, he'll either be coming out 2-3 or 1-4, and the One is sitting at a 3-2, one of our potential top 8. So that just goes to show, like, that first round, it felt good to get the win, but you still got to fight it out for the rest of the day. You never know how it's going to go. Can't rest on the laurels until it's all said and done.
Yeah, so in the end, Illumina, I know Illumina Hishiro had the and Sadfeeder had that dragon, the forest dragon rune lineup. I think KSLVD I think he had the same lineup as well, or KSLVD had Portalcraft? No. Yeah, I think KSLVD also had the Control Forest, so Control Forest, OSAV had the Puppet Portal and is making it through. Oh,
We might get, we'll see a spell boost tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we might see a spell boost, yeah. We definitely will cover OSAV, and hopefully OSAV plays his rune deck, and we'll get to see that. And Kyo is also 3-2, so we might see that might be another spell boost representative as well.
Yeah, would love to see them pilot it. Love to see how it plays out these days in the hands of our all-stars. Very sad that Blood had such a rough day. Let me check back in on how Blood finished the day out. That's what I want to know. Blood didn't get played, it looks like, in these last games. It is won 1 out of 6 games. That hasn't changed at that 17%. And no one today brought Shadowcraft in, unfortunately.
Yeah, but most of the other decks with roughly 50% win rate, very close across the board. Dragoncraft with 48%, Runecraft 51%, Swordcraft 45%, Havencraft 43%, Portalcraft 54%, very close overall. And then Forestcraft really with the highest win rate of all, 58% win rate. So it ended up being 50-50 against Dragon, almost 68% against Runecraft, and 60% against Swordcraft. So very, very strong showing from Forestcraft today.
Mm-hmm. looking at some of the stats, it looks like Portal's early win rate was due to just some really good queuing, because it looks like it's got 100% win rate against those third decks like Sword and Haven. Got 4 out of 6 wins against Rune, but struggled against Dragon at 1 to 4. Probably one of the reasons it has fallen off in popularity is that rate against Dragon and Dragon's prominence here today.
Yeah, we also saw Portalcraft, even in the late game, after getting the Wielder online, lose against Control Force. So that was really surprising when we switched right to that game and saw the Wielders come out. And then I was surprised to see 2 Gilnelys pop out from the Forest side. A little bit lucky, I think, and to be able to finish out the game. But yeah, very, very close match. That was very, very close match. And the Wielders not pulling through. I think the holding on to that was a really interesting match. Holding on to the Leaf Man until after the Wielders started popping off. So that was really interesting. That might be something people need to look out for on day 2. I've never seen that before, but I've also never really seen that. I haven't seen Forest Craft.
Yeah, gone to that game state.
Yeah.
But while we are still
really
waiting on that last match to finish up, let's take a look and talk about the community support program. So if you are a content creator for Shadowverse, you have the opportunity to earn rewards. If you are a streamer, YouTube creator, article writer, whatever you produce content for Shadowverse, art, Twitter, create that content, go to svo.gg/CSP, Community Support Program, and then submit that content to receive some rewards. You will be getting, of course, some card packs for the next upcoming set. So submit that content, earn some packs. The 27th card set is coming out soon. Get those your content submitted by the deadline of Christmas, Sunday, December 25th.
Yeah, the new expansion was just announced, I think yesterday, maybe. It's called Eightfold Abyss Asphalt. That's a little bit hard to read. Asphalt. Yeah.
It's a prison theme, and I've seen people going crazy over some of the new class representatives, like the girl with the mask. I'm really loving the art style of a lot of these new characters. Whether they'll be leaders or not, we'll see how Cygames decides to release them out. But probably at least story mode leaders. And well, actually, will they be, or is it more like a Coliseum?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a story expansion or not. Who knows? Looking forward to seeing it nonetheless. They look cool.
Yeah, I don't think it's a collaboration expansion.
No.
I think we had some like Uma Musume stuff. We had the Shadowverse F collaboration cards. We have like Grand Blue Fantasy and like Princess Connect and stuff. A lot of collaboration expansions, but it doesn't seem like it so far. I haven't looked at all the new cards, but yeah. So we'll get some new cards, I think, and new characters, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Can't wait to see what sort of traits or keywords might be coming in, whether
I think the first expansion of the year, they usually kind of spice things up a little bit with card effects and try some new things, I think. And there's like a general idea. Oh, and we're going into the final game that's going on right now. Azure Cloud against Bima. It's a team kill, and they're fighting for maybe some prize money, maybe not. I think they are playing for some prize money, $100.
Yeah.
So money match right here. Money match as well as some bragging rights.
So maybe they put up leadership of the team up here. He was like, "You win, you got this. Sonar 5's yours. Who knows? Let's raise our stakes." Here at the end of the day,
Huh.
probably not. But
Wait, that wasn't that. Huh.
Hmm.
There's no
if it was,
board
he might be
space.
feeling it.
Oh no. Azure Cloud. That. Yeah.
Throwing
a
down the
long day.
sorcerer, very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what? It dealt.
Some sort of
Wait, is there a
effect is
card
not.
effect? Oh,
Yeah, I
there
don't
must
know
be a
what's going
Greater
on with
Will,
Haven these
Greater
days.
Will.
Yeah.
I think it's Greater Will. Greater Will. So 5, 10. Yeah, I don't think there is lethal then. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Should have believed in my boy Azure Cloud. Yeah, he would never
Miss
make a mistake
Lethal
like that.
on broadcast.
Yeah.
Going for the Angel's Blessing. Gonna heal up a little bit. Draw some cards.
This is a tough position,
Young
but
Lace.
Bahamut might be coming out soon. Turn 8 might be a little bit too early. Probably turn 9 would be my guess.
Greed. It comes to consume me.
Evolve.
The end is nigh.
Maybe blow.
Fight for anyone else.
Oh, creates a 6/2. Huh.
Wants to heal.
So leaving the 5/2 on board, healing +1. Oh, the Bahamut. Okay, it's coming out on this turn,
Oh, they'll be mad.
and this is a good, strong position from Bima.
Azure does have a lot of damage, but don't.
Not quite enough
Believe-
damage through the Saint, probably, but it might be. Stone Bullets? There's no targeted removal in Azure Cloud's hand.
Seize the future.
I'm really surprised to see that Azure Cloud is not drawing cards, but maybe it's already lethal. 11? That's 1 off.
Going beyond dimensions.
That is 1 off.
Now he's
Telescope?
drawn the card.
Luckily, Bima is probably not threatening lethal very quickly.
This cannot be.
Do you push the damage through, set them to 1 this turn? The next turn, Bima's gonna be at 10, and then Gillian Elise is most likely gonna come out, so this might be one of the last turns for Azure Cloud. 1 damage off. The Crusher can heal 6, and then another Crusher might come down. The first Crusher is definitely hitting a 4/4, but I wonder if the second one is as well. Yeah, Bima's just going to try to
That's it for today.
win through attrition and keeps the HP of the wards as high as possible. We didn't see any targeted removal the last turn, like Riley, anything like that, so he's gonna try to win immediately. But that's the last Evo point, so I'm kinda surprised. Yeah, again, no removal.
Yeah, ruler of
Maybe.
off the top. Not very impactful here.
I've actually played the Ruler of Rubble against decks like Dragon a little bit.
Mhm.
That's not a bad draw, but it's not enough. But it does get an extra draw. The reserves, it'll deal 6 damage, and then the fist can remove. Azure Cloud.
The stars will forever circulate.
Huh. There. Huh?
Just
Oh,
decking
he's
himself
out of
out.
cards. Oh, he's coming for the fancy self-lethal. Okay, yeah. Okay.
You didn't kill me. I got it.
Okay. And that's gonna be
Making a
win for
statement
Bima.
to his teammate. Mhm.
3-1
Yeah,
victory.
Bima taking it 3-1. The 2021 MVP of the Shadowverse Open SEAO. And that's the
Yeah.
last game of the day. All in. Gonna get that scoring all calculated, all situated. See how that affected any opponent match win rates for our cut. For those 5 3-2 players, we'll see which 4 will move on to tomorrow and which one is not.
Ooh, so I don't think. Yeah, the standings have updated, but I don't think the 3-2 players faced against Azure Cloud and Bima, maybe. I don't think the rankings have changed significantly. And so we'll see the bracket soon. But again, our guaranteed players are 4 players at 4-1, Illumina, OSAV, KSLVD, and Sad Feeder. And then we have 4 more players from 3-2 that we'll announce shortly. But before that, we're going to go to a quick 3-minute break.
Hello everybody, welcome back. All of our games have now finally concluded and we've reached the end of day 1 of the 2022 Shadowverse Open All-Star event.
Yeah, we do have the top 8 finishers, and we're also going to get the bracket for tomorrow. So every single match tomorrow, I believe, is going to be streamed. So we'll get to cover all 7 matches, best of 5 matches. We'll be here all day. But yeah, that'll be exciting.
Yeah, it'll be a long one, but it'll be an exciting one for sure, like you said. But yeah, we'll be covering the entirety of top 8, the whole single elimination bracket, which we will hope to show you. But first, let's show you the Swiss standings from the end of today. Here we go. There is our top 8. The one just barely cutting out, and Kyo sliding on in at the 8th mark. 7, we got Suya, SS Rodover at 6. 5 is Hishiro, and again our 4-1 players, Sonarfives, Osav, Revelations, Illumina, Disastrous, KSL, VD, and Twilight Knights, Zapheaters ending the day at that top seed.
Are we sure that this is the final standings? Actually, on Battlefy, if you check the rankings page, you can see the opponent win percentage. But it might be possible that I'm not 100% sure about this, but yeah.
So our 8th and 9th here might be a little...
Yeah. It might be different. We'll have to get an update on that. But one of these 3-2 players is gonna end their journey here at day 1. But it could be the one. It could be Rudofer.
Could be Rodofer. And if we don't know exactly where this cut will be in the next couple minutes, you can always follow us on Twitter, or follow Shadowverse Open on Twitter to get all of the latest updates, see how everything is playing out. If you missed out anything today and you want to see highlights, clips, make sure to check out all of the socials. Sorry about it. Back.
Yeah, we're checking, with the standings. Oh, Battlefly uses a different tiebreaker system, so, I think it might be a win percentage instead of opponent match win percentage. Very interesting.
Battlefly.
Okay. So that explains the discrepancy. So yeah.
And there'll be a lot more close. Shadowverse tomorrow. Yeah, very close day. Very, very rough for the 3-2 players. And for everyone who didn't make it till tomorrow, thank you for playing. I hope you have a good time with that cash money that you're still walking away with, and your in-game prize packs. And we'll have a lot of Shadowverse for everyone tomorrow.
Yeah, it just goes to show how close it was. If it was a different tiebreaker system, someone else might have made it. It's so close. But congratulations to I think Ishiro, Suya, Kyo, and Rudofer are the players from 3-2 for making it to top 8. And yeah.
So, chat, again, make sure you follow SVO_esports on Twitter to stay up to date with everything that's happened. If there's anything confusing today, it'll all be cleared up there on Twitter. We will be showing you a bracket here shortly to see how top 8 is looking. Actually, here it is. Top 8 for tomorrow. This is what we'll be doing. Our quarters will start with Twilight Knight's Satyr Feeder versus Mana Surge's Kyo. We'll have Sonar 5's not OSAP. Actually, it is OSAP. Is it not OSAP? OSAP? Well, we're not sure. But Tempo Storms, yeah, we're sure it's OSAP. But Disastrous Chaos MLED against Dawnbreaker Suya, who made it to tomorrow, and Illumina from Rev against SS Dover. We've got a bunch of different teams all represented here. The only team kill possible, I think, is if Illumina and Hishiro make it all the way to the end, both being on Rev, but Hishiro also representing Tempo Storm, of course. So a lot of mix of teams, a lot of mix of regions.
Yeah.
I think we've got the clean split, do we? SEAO, West, both. Yeah, we've got a clean split of the first match, SEO versus SEO. Second match, West versus West. And then the bottom half of the bracket, we have West versus SEO in both matches. Right there.
We'll have to see who takes it in the end for the bragging rights, but it's not over yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
3K for the top prize winner tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in to check it all out. And if you don't know the at Twitter, we do have a QR for you as well. If you want to grab your phone out, get a little scan, get that Twitter. But looking forward again to seeing you all tomorrow. It's been a day, and tomorrow will also be a day, most likely, unless something absolutely terrible happens. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining us.
Yeah, maybe alongside the World Cup, just have 2 windows open. Yeah, we'll be here. And we'll probably be going on much longer than the World Cup, so yeah.
Plenty to watch. I hope you guys are ready. Keep your butt that close to the edge of the seats because it's going to be a great time, but rest up first. We'll see y'all. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Bye.